Hace rato vengo escuchando un llanto como de niño. Oigan. Pero el pedo es de que aquí en la casa esta no hay. Están todos los cuartos vacíos. Y me da miedo ir al basement, pero verga, a ver, deja checar. Porque allá afuera no hay nada. Hola. La verga. No hay nada. Güey, no mames. No mames.
The loud cries of a child can be heard coming from the basement. Javier checks every room but finds no one. Suddenly, there's an unexplained loud bang from somewhere, and Javier makes a run for it. Javier refuses to ever return to the house again.
Güey, no mames.
Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Oh dear. Terrence Leonio from Windsor, Ontario, Canada often goes out into the woods to record himself overtone singing for TikTok and YouTube. One day he decides to stream live, and as he starts to sing, he seems to capture the attention of a passing deer.
Pretty sure he was looking for where the sound was coming from, but I stopped and started talking and now he's confused. Alright.
And there's the deer, but did you see it? Terrence seems to have caught the attention of something else lurking in the woods. Several strange, slim figures seem to be hiding in the trees behind the deer. Terrence's TikTok viewers believe the mysterious creatures could be cryptids, Sasquatch, or even skinwalkers. But what do you think Terrence's singing could have summoned from the deep Canadian woods? A doorway. This next bizarre clip comes from a small YouTube channel that is not even necessarily dedicated to ghost hunting or the supernatural. Partners Rain and Jenno post random videos to their personal channel, Sinister RP. These videos range from art and music to their own personal passion, which is exploring haunted places. Now, Rain and Jenno do not claim that they are, quote, professional ghost hunters. In fact, they are a bit skeptical themselves, and they even invite their viewers to debunk any paranormal evidence that they find.
Ooh, Velvet Ice Cream Company is hiring.
The craziest stuff. I mean, let us know. Let us know what you think. You know what I mean?
I'll work that shit for
By
free.
all means, if we can debunk this, I would love to be able to. And if we can't, I mean, I'd love that even more.
But there is one video in particular that even the couple and their YouTube viewers cannot explain. First,
I'll be a taste tester, obviously.
odd sounds in this abandoned farmhouse.
This time, we ended up capturing something else. Something really weird.
The hell was that?
What?
The hell was that?
This week I was.
No, I heard a bang. Hello?
Not much else happens, but then, by accident, the couple captures this.
Jesus Christ. I need to lose weight. Y'all ever feel like you're just randomly having a heart attack when you're sitting still?
Did you see it?
Just me?
Some dark humanoid shape seems to appear near the door, and then quickly moves away and disappears into nothing. Rain and Gino try to debunk the figure, and even invite their audience to do the same.
Now, of course, the first thing that's running through
Got
my
a thought,
head is,
actually.
well, that
'Cause,
might
you
be
know,
one of her
The
shows,
first part
but
of the stream,
and that's what's
even though
going through my head.
I
but
do this
I don't
most
know,
days,
everybody
you'd think
else out there
I'd
is
have the
saying,
vast majority
"That's
of the wrinkles ironed out.
Colorado. That has its own movement to
Nah,
it."
fam.
And
Nah,
And
fam.
if you watch, I move and it stays still, and then it moves and disappears.
But there is just no rational explanation. So, what do you think?
Is this shit actually
Check out
streaming
the
to
full video
YouTube?
over on the YouTube channel, Sinister RP. Urban
I'm not
exploration
bullshitting.
gone wrong. Urban explorer Andy Persons heads out to Albany,
Oh, okay.
New
I
York,
was just making
to see
sure.
the old Tobin's First Prize Center, which is a meatpacking facility that was built in 1924 and was later left completely abandoned. Together with his two friends, he
They
makes
ran
his
out of
way
meat,
through
man.
the massive old crumbling factory, and he discovers something truly unnerving, because they might not be the only ones there.
This is the fun part. So this is where things kind of got a little weird. We were coming down these staircases, and I shined my flashlight to the left, and out of the corner of my eye, all I could see was someone in a black trench coat quickly rush over through the door and hide in the corner.
What's the one? Oh yeah, this is the newest one. Okay. Oh, let me fix this. Okay, let me fix this. I'm sorry.
I shined my flashlight
When I make
down the elevator
a
shaft that was right
change
next to me,
to any
and all
of
a
the
sudden,
scenes within
hearing a bunch of voices
OBS,
people that were inside of the walls.
I always forget to change the other ones. So that's why the recent follower, the name Cray Argentina Baludo,
We just decided to get out there pretty quickly
is
and let
hanging off the edge. So, and it took a lot of practice to say Cray Argentina Baludo without choking on my own tongue. But I want to show the love, you know what I mean? I want to show love to people who actually follow me. No joke, no joke. And I hope that if there ever comes a time when I have lots of followers, that I don't forget any of them, you know what I mean? Ultimately, I want to show appreciation, so. But I want to move this, go this way, and I need to check it, because ultimately I want it to, yeah, in this box it should left align for sure. Alright. I'm gonna go real quick while this is playing for you guys. I got a thing I gotta go do real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
Apple's reflection in the mirror seems to move out of time with her body. Now, of course, this could just be a weird CCTV compression glitch, but her brother Joshua actually sees it happen with his own eyes. Another camera angle records his reaction. Joshua can't believe what he's seeing and he quickly goes to warn his sister. Together, they check the footage recorded by their CCTV cameras and post their creepy experience to TikTok. So could this be a glitch in the Matrix? A haunted mirror? Or just a really, really strange camera glitch? As always, I leave it to you to decide. No entry. As with most Japanese videos, I have no idea what the source is for this next creepy clip. The clip shows two guys approaching an old school building that is under renovation and is allegedly haunted. Even though there's tape at the entrance saying no entry, the two friends step inside anyway. What happens next is absolutely terrifying. A mysterious woman wearing a white dress silently approaches the two friends from the darkness. She seems to have no visible arms. The two guys run in fear and scream for help. What happens
I end
next?
up going back and forth
You'll never know.
because I've got
And whether the
earbuds,
footage is real or not, that's up for you to decide.
and the earbuds have been preferential to just the traditional headphones, right?
Night shift. This next spooky
Because I already have a big head.
Zoe from Perth, Australia.
Right.
Zoe says that she's a registered
I have the head of a
nursing home.
silverback gorilla,
Says that there is one particular
and
nursing home that gives the
if
entire
you try to put normal on-ear headphones
that they feel watched while
on a silverback gorilla, it doesn't work that well,
cold for no reason.
because it ends up squishing their delicate little ears.
Found by themselves. One night,
So
Zoe and
then you
the
got to get
staff are
over-the-ear
office
headphones,
something very
which
strange on the CCTV.
is very, that's reasonable. It's reasonable. Except for the fact that in order to get over-the-ear headphones that fit over the head of a silverback gorilla, they've got to be large, okay? It's like you have to shop at the big and tall store, but for gorillas and for electronics. Okay. It's a very difficult subcategory of product to come across. They don't have it on Amazon. They have products for gorillas and they have electronics, but they don't have electronics for gorillas. So you can see the dilemma. So I switched from the traditional headphones to earbuds because I didn't want my gorilla ears getting crushed, because they were legit sore after I'd get done streaming. And that's nonsensical, if I'm being honest. I shouldn't be in discomfort either during or after wearing headphones, right? So I got the earbuds. I have multiple pairs of earbuds, which had a hard enough time. Well, I say hard enough, but You know, of course, I don't really possess any earbuds that are corded. You know, Bluetooth is what we've been working with for a long time now, and so I didn't have any ones that are wired. But, you know, to me, I wanted wired ones so I didn't have to worry about them going dead. So I found some, of course, Amazon, and then while those were on the way, I just happened to go pick up a prescription one day, and I was at Walgreens, and you know, they had some wired earbuds there as well, and so I bought them, and they're J Labs audio, which is pretty nice. You know, they're not bad. So I'm wearing those, and they're great because they have this flexible appendage, if you want to call it that wraps around the back of your ear. Here, let's get it. Let's get in it. Let's get in it. Let's get in it. Let's get in it. Let me hit this one. Okay. This is actually a reconfigured window that I messed with last night. I put together. And I know it looks rather similar to the previous one and the one that I use traditionally, but it is a little bit different. The colors are still similar. But, I don't know, I just go through these phases where I want to change shit up, you know? I get tired of the same shit. I think everybody does, so I switched it up a little bit. And instead of just having the typical, you know, pink and neon green borders, well, I can flip through them real quick. Right? Yeah. So this is the usual, right? Y'all seen the Stinky Weasel. That was the title from yesterday for anybody that was here. But then when you look at the new version, slight differences, right? Like all this is pretty much the same. All these panels, the cityscape. But I was kind of wanting to alter the border that goes around it. And because I keep going back and forth thinking to myself, it's too much. You know what I mean? Like it's distracting almost. Which I think it is. I mean, I could totally see how it would be distracting. But there again, I wanted to make it apparent that, you know, I care about this shit. I don't just turn on the camera and the mic and go. I try to put a little bit more effort into it. Now, of course, there's programs and shit like that that make it quite a bit easier so that the level of effort isn't really like a lot of effort. But, you know, just last night in the alterations that I made, you know, I started soon after I got Lily home from school, which was like, I don't know, 3:30 or something like that. And, you know, then you have to go through and you got to find themes and panels and shit like that that are even remotely appealing to you. And that's the thing that sucks is usually when I find one I like, I don't like every component of it. So I have to take, you know, this component from this theme and this component from this theme and then end up slapping them all together to make something that's at least semi-pleasing to my eyes. But, you know, ultimately I didn't get done till 8:30, I think. And that's not even like a full overhaul. Now, I will admit that I'm damn sure not fast at it. So, you know, that's probably a bigger reason why it fucking took me so long. But, it still took time, you know. It takes time because not only are the alterations needing made, but then, you know, you've got to make sure that the corners line up and then that you're not overhanging the edge of the capture and, you know, just all kinds of stupid shit. But it ended up taking me a while. So, you know, it's time invested. And again, it's funny because the majority of the streamers that I watch, just, if you go watch them, it's just their webcam is on, they've got a mic, they have a chat panel, and, you know, there's nothing extra, which is totally fine. Like I said, I would imagine once you get to a certain level of followers and subscribers, that people are always bitching about something. And maybe they started off with having a lot of flair, you know, having a theme that's all decked out with a lot of moving parts and shit. And then ultimately, once their followers and subscribers got to a certain point, those people probably started bitching. Like, oh my god, what the fuck, man? You got so much garbage on the screen. And maybe I'll come to a point where it is more obnoxious than it is beneficial, but as of right now, I like it, man. I like it. I wanted to implement a design that I think represents myself, at least adequately. And, but by the same token, this one, the previous one, all right, I keep going back and forth because I'm like, I really liked this one, and I spent a lot of time. It's the one that I've been using since I started, I think. I mean, there might have been two streams that I conducted where I had a different theme or layout or whatever you want to call it. And then I spent a lot of time putting this one together and have kept it that way since. But then I was like, okay, again, is it just too much? Yeah, probably. But I think that that's what I like about it is you can come on here, and I'm not an artistic or creative person by most standards, but you can come on here and you can put together whatever the fuck you feel like you want to put together, you know? And if people don't like it, they can eat a dick and then read a book. Know what I'm saying? But yeah, I like it. I think it looks good. But now that I'm like looking at this one, the previous from one before I made any alterations to it, I think I like it better than this one. Again, I recognize that they're very similar, okay? So you don't need to point that shit out. I got that. But, you know, there's subtleties, okay? Maybe not even subtle in the differences. But may the forks be with you. All right. Am I going to roll with this one? I think I'm just going to roll with the OG. Just going to roll with the OG. You know why? Because I don't think that I have changed it enough to where it makes a substantial difference in my mind. So we're rolling with it. Rolling with the OG. All right, but having said that, I realized that I was starting off the stream with some of the Nuke's Top 5 videos. Again, that's just what the scene is set up for. And it was the most recent one that just came out 3 days ago. And I don't think I'd watched it yet as part of any of my streams. And I'm gonna be honest. When I was streaming last time and was talking about Nuke's Top 5 and the videos that have come from his channel recently, maybe it's just my opinion and my perspective, but I feel like he's slipping. And I talked about this before too, where, you know, I believe in ghosts. Okay, call me stupid, that's fine. But in terms of the evidence that's presented for ghosts, I'm very selective about what's bullshit and what's most likely real. I won't even say like, oh, it's absolutely real. I'll just say it's most likely real, you know. But Nuke's Top 5, this guy Nuke, as he goes by, does a pretty good job, in my opinion, of weeding out the bullshit from what is most likely real. All right. But over the last few uploads, I don't know, man. He's slipping. And maybe it's just the flow of content is weak. Maybe he's not getting as many submissions as he's used to. Maybe he just doesn't give a shit. I mean, and to be completely honest, and I'm not dog shitting on him at all. I follow him on Twitter as well. and he seems to be going through some shit. And I can completely relate to that. You know, that's one of the big reasons why I finally decided that I wanted to start streaming, was because I've had so many struggles with anxiety and depression and addiction and just all of the shit, you know. And I feel like, you know, in the 3+ decades that I've been alive, I've learned some pretty significant shit, as we all have. And I wanted to go out there and at least try to create a environment where we could all talk about that shit, you know. We could all come in here and not feel like you're being judged, or that anybody's going to give you crap or anything like that. So I can relate to him having issues. I know that a lot of people still to this day, probably less than before, but a lot of people will do similar to what I'm doing now and just take his content and stream it and react to it. And to me, the whole concept of taking somebody else's content and then using it as your own is fine in most regards, right? Because there's laws and rules and regulations that they've developed for it, specifically where you have to change it enough to make it unique, right? It's fair use. But in my opinion, the people who were using Nuke's videos weren't changing it enough. It was essentially just Nuke's video and then somebody recording them watching Nuke's video and being like, "Did y'all hear that? That was fucking creepy." And then they'd go silent for 10 minutes, right? But it'd be just this. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Did y'all see that?" You know, so I can understand the frustration on Nuke's part, because he ended up making several posts regarding that exact bullshit and being like, look, there are people out there who are using the content and are profiting off of it, and in most respects it's not a big deal, but in a few of the instances, these people were starting off as nobodies, similar to me, were watching his content, giving their bullshit reaction, and then growing their following to be more than Nuke. You know what I'm saying? And that would piss me off. That would piss me off. I don't think it's petty. Some people would be like, well, you're just jealous. Is that a disqualifying factor, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm jealous, does it invalidate the so-called logic behind what I'm saying? Now, if I'm being erratic, it's different. But I still think there's a legit argument to be said there. You know? Like, if you had no community, nothing, right? Just a few followers, and then all of a sudden, you started reacting to Nuke's Top 5, and then you see that you get a big spike in viewership and follows and subs or whatever, and then it becomes all you do? I don't know, man. It seems a little shitty. I'm gonna be honest with you. And in those instances, I think that the content creator who has utilized Nuke's videos should then take it upon themselves to contact Nuke himself, regardless of whether or not he's noticed your channel and that you have, you know, made a large community off of primarily his content. It's irrelevant whether or not Nuke has actually noticed your channel and has acknowledged your existence and made a comment about it. Regardless of that fact, that content creator needs to go to Nuke, slide into his DMs, and be like, hey man, listen, I started on blah, 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 blah. I had a really small following, blah, 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 but I want to make it right. And however he sees fit, okay? If he wants a kickback, fine. As long as it's a reasonable kickback, fine. That's okay. And in a lot of instances, I think you'll find that most people will just appreciate your acknowledgement, right? And say something like, "Don't worry about it," you know. Most reasonable people, most people who have some humanity in them, should be like, "Listen, it takes a lot of balls to come to me and be like, hey man, I created my level of clout off the back of your hard work." Now, I'm not saying that that content creator didn't put in any work, but my buddy Chad does a lot of the editing, all of the editing, you know, for the YouTube channel that we have. And when we shoot videos and they need to be edited, he does all the editing, and he's told me about it. And it's a fucking nightmare. It is labor intensive, and you've got to scrub through footage, and you've got to, a lot of times, trim out some crap that might be boring. And, you know, it's super labor intensive. And now, Nuke, I'm sure he's big enough that he's got editors. Whether he has one or two or three, I don't know. But he had to do the editing himself, probably starting off, or at least have a buddy or a friend, family member that is familiar with how to edit videos, and maybe he got it for free or a reduced price, but he had to do that shit. It probably was him doing it himself. I think that's what happens in most cases. If you have a passion for doing this kind of shit, usually you also will have a passion for learning all the aspects of it. And to me, that includes the editing the footage, right? So I think he edited a lot of it himself, starting off. Can't say for certain, but that's traditionally what happens. But yeah, I think if you go out of your way and you say, hey man, I created my entire following, or a large percentage of it, off of your content, or, you know, I didn't have a lot of success until I started implementing your content, then if he wants a kickback, that's okay. Like, you can negotiate, you know, rates, I guess. I just think that I think it's the right thing to do. And just because you can make an argument saying that, well, it's fair use, man, and I changed the content enough to where, you know, I made it my own. It's like, yeah, but you're essentially finding a loophole, you know? Like, yes, you're transforming the original content, but to me, if you're just giving oohs and ahs and reacting to a scary video by being scared, along with, you know, 30,000 viewers or some shit, then you're not really putting in the level of work and time that Nuke and because he has to pay his editors, right? So it's just, I don't know, man. I just don't think it's really, you know, that I don't think it's too much to ask to be like, hey, listen, I just wanted to say, blah, blah, blah. Is there anything that I can do, you know, that to make you feel more compensated, or, you know, so it doesn't seem like I'm just, you know, profiting off of your hard work, because in a lot of cases, that's what's happening. So I make it a point, even though I'm tiny. Well, I mean, I'm a fat fuck, but tiny in terms of channel size, right? But starting from the bottom and working your way up, especially when you find something you like. But it says it right there. It doesn't say subscribe to Fat Fuck on YouTube and Twitch, right? It says subscribe to Nuke's Top 5 on YouTube. That is the title that I put top center. And I try to do that if I'm watching anybody else's content on my stream. Because I'm not making any money, obviously. But it's all I can do at this point to show appreciation. It's like whenever you write a fucking, you know, a research paper in high school or college, you got to cite your sources. This is the source. Now, I might be utilizing the content to create my own sub-content, but you got to cite the source. Right? I think that's a good analogy. So, now again, I could go back 35 minutes, and start the whole conversation over and make an argument for why fair use is appropriate and why it's acceptable and why people shouldn't have to go. I could argue both sides, but I just seem to side more with this perspective, that if you're utilizing somebody else's work, you got to give them credit. If you start making money off of it, then further steps need to be taken, right? But anyway, this is the most recent one. And, I was playing it as part of the intro scene, right before I turned the camera on. So I apologize to watch it again, but I wanted to. And the previous two, at least, that he's uploaded are a little poor quality than the ones that he's made traditionally. And when I say poor quality, I don't mean like the editing or the way it's compiled. None of that. It's still great. It's top tier. Audio's great. Visuals great. Transitions. All that shit's great, okay? I couldn't even do it, all right? I couldn't. I'm dumber than a bag of dog dicks, and I'm going to stay that way. But by quality, I mean the evidence of paranormal activity, okay? There's a few good ones. There's some that are meh. And there are a few in this video that are like, what the fuck? This one, however, wasn't as bad as the previous one. Anyway, I'll dive into them as we get to the bad ones, right? Because I do like to not just be like, holy shit, that was fucking crazy, and just let it go. You know what I mean? Just let the video play from start to finish without any sort of real transformation. I will pause and give my perspective as a semi-amateur expert on the field of paranormal research, all right, as I've done in the past. And then we'll find something fun to do. But we got to suffer through this because this is the way the stream works, okay? You start where my brain starts, and right now my brain is starting with this, and then we'll move on. All right?
Justin Finder's TikTok account is dedicated to cars, bikes, do-it-yourself projects, and his family. Absolutely nothing paranormal or supernatural. However, 3 months ago, Justin bought himself a 2002 Nissan Xterra.
I'm sorry.
He filmed himself as he installed brand new reverse lights.
Today I'm putting some rear LED lights on my Nissan Xterra. These are the flush mount LEDs I bought off of eBay. They're pretty cheap.
eBay?
I'm going to take them back out.
Okay, here I'm going to stop. And this is going to be a tangent that has nothing to do with paranormal. eBay? eBay. I'm not saying that I don't make purchases off of eBay, but this man bought a, what was it, an 02 Nissan Xterra? I don't have a problem with that. There's nothing wrong with buying like a project vehicle. And to me, a project vehicle, is one that's older with a little higher mileage on it. And it, you got to put some TLC into it. And especially if you're the type of person who enjoys working on cars, there's nothing wrong with that. However, eBay is where you got your LED. I guess it's not as bad as getting them off Wish. I mean, you could buy them off Wish, pay $1.99 plus $75 for shipping, and get it in 2027. I mean, if you're not in a hurry. But God, eBay, like, geez, I'm not trying to dog shit on eBay, but I don't know. Usually people that are car people, when they invest money into the car, it's not just eBay products. You know what I mean? Like, go to AutoZone maybe, at least. Like, check around, Again, I'm not trying to say, okay, you got to spend a shit ton of money to get decent product. There's a difference between cheap and inexpensive. To me, in most cases, when you buy stuff on eBay, it might end up being cheap. It's most likely cheap. Inexpensive is different. Inexpensive to me is like it could be good quality, but you just didn't pay very much, you know? But when you just go balls deep straight to eBay with your O2 Xterra, yeah.
So one of Justin's viewers asks how well the reverse lights work at night. And Justin drives out into the dark woods near a lake in North Carolina to show just how bright the lights are. His TikTok viewers are shocked when the reverse lights illuminate something downright chilling.
Turn on captions for anybody who likes them.
Lights are definitely functional, but unfortunately I live in a city and there are street lights everywhere. But I can find a place to go test them. Okay, I found some really dark woods. I just put some tinfoil over the reverse lights. So I'm going to show you what the stock reverse lights look like, and then I'm going to uncover them.
I wonder why those captions aren't centered. It's kind of annoying me.
These are the
I don't know why.
stock reverse lights.
Literally can't see anything.
And these are...
I'll give him that.
Look how friggin' bright that is. This is amazing. Yeah, so these are not just for looks.
Did you see it? As Justin turns on the lights, an arm wrapped around a tree can be seen sliding its way slowly out of sight.
So,
After many comments from frequent viewers, Justin finally sees the arm and decides to go back to investigate during the day.
Okay, I'm leaving work. 2 blocks that way is where the arm was.
holy shit.
Okay, this road goes down to the lake, which is right there, and a public boat landing. This is where my truck was backed in. What's actually a path, and that is the tree with the stick leaned up against it. As you can see, people illegally dump stuff out here all the time. Mostly
This
trash,
man is a
animal
professional
boxes,
TikToker. I'll give him that.
and
He's
this
finger
tree-
pointing within frame. This is the first video in the top 10 paranormal videos of
where
the
my
week.
Xterra was backed in.
A
I'm
tree
about
hugging
5'10".
man or woman.
I'm not a very superstitious person, so you're not going to get much out of me. I just think, you know, if anything, you know, somebody back here.
Yeah, it's
Now,
some person, right?
All of that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that's normal behavior. That's not what I'm getting at. Being out there in the middle of the night, fucking a tree. What's wrong with you? Jesus. You know, but I'm not gonna really try to pass judgment on people. Some people got some weird ass hobbies. However, to be doing it in the middle of the night is a little more creepy. But this is the paranormal evidence of the week or couple weeks. It doesn't have like a super consistent upload schedule. So it's been a couple weeks. And I guess the reason why I was very disappointed with this particular video is because on Twitter, he had made a comment that this video was some of the best evidence, or that he was super hyped to upload the video because of the evidence that was submitted. I guess in his mind, it was some good shit, or maybe it was just marketing. I don't know. But he doesn't normally do that. Whenever he goes to upload a video, he doesn't go through the marketing part of it where he's like, oh, check out this video, it'll make you shit. You know what I mean? It's none of that. So for him to go out of his way to say something about how he thinks the evidence is good, I was like, oh, this is going to be sick. Because normally he's on point, dude. Normally he's on point. And I'll talk about some theories as to why the content or the evidence has been slipping. I already alluded to, I think he's got some personal issues, and I don't mean to dogpile on anybody. Like I said, I've got the same problems. I feel shit way deeper, I think, than a lot of people, or, you know, in most instances, things that occur set me back a lot more than your average person, I guess. So I understand that he might be going through some shit, and this isn't to be mean, of course. It's truly just from, you know, a technical perspective, I guess, if you want to call it that. But I'll talk more about that later.
Simply could have belonged to someone that happened to be out in the dark woods. But what do you think? Could it be a creature, a ghost, or perhaps even creepier? Is it just someone hiding in the dark woods?
Yes.
Let me know down in
They're
the
not even
comments.
hiding.
Cries
Like,
for
when
me.
you've got... Okay, when you've got, I mean, clearly, even if that person is just, you know, out there doing weird shit in the woods in the middle of the night, clearly he knows that that man is there. You know, he backed into the spot, and even though he may not know what the guy is doing there, if he was having sex with a tree, he probably would have seen the guy backing his Xterra in, you know, and knew he was there, and was still just embracing this tree, I guess, to where that's not stealthy. That's not stealthy. Normally, when you want to hide from someone, you position yourself so you're all the way behind some sort of obstruction, you know, that separates you from whoever you're trying to hide from. Not just, maybe if I don't move, he won't see me on this tree. Feels so good. I don't know why I just imagine he's fucking the tree, but just, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? If you're participating in some sort of cult ritual, where are your cult buddies? Okay. Are you solo? Is it a solo cult? Do they have those? Do they have solo cults? They do, but I don't think they call them solo cults. I think they call them something else. I don't know.
This next video was sent in by Nuke's Top 5 viewer Peter Canova. Peter explains in his email that
why does Peter look like a mass murderer in that picture?
It had been abandoned for over 10 years. Peter's friend shared a chilling video that was recorded by a tile installer named Javier.
Sí se escucha más.
Yeah, I'm fucking with my mic. Trying to see how much of the noise of me moving it gets caught in the audio. It's not bad. I need to learn to quit fucking with the mic.
Un llanto, como de niño.
This one's creepy, for real.
Pero el pedo es de que aquí en la casa esta, no hay, están todos los cuartos vacíos. Y me da miedo ir al basement, pero
I mean, I'm not playing. This one's creepy. This one full on, in my amateur, amateur expertise. This one's creepy as fuck. Because, you know, you got the guy, he's working in the home alone to renovate it. The home had been abandoned for years prior to them purchasing it and then renovating it, right? And this man is in the home alone, putting down tile, and he installed the shower or something like that. And then he can hear this child crying, which immediately you would just assume it's like coming from the next door neighbor, you know, or you would try to find some sort of legitimate reason that there's a damn child crying. But what's super creepy about it is the fact that you can hear it. Like, I mean, hopefully you can hear it as part of the video. I mean, I'm wearing earbuds and I can definitely hear it. But by the same token, sorry, I'm still fucking with this, dude. I'm ADHD like crazy. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is that you can hear the child crying, and it's very clearly coming from somewhere in the home. And what's even weirder is for anybody that's lived in a home with a basement, you know, whether it's a finished basement or an unfinished basement, not just a crawl space, you know, like actual stairs down to a basement. The vents can project, you know, that audio of whatever's in the basement. You know, it seems to, it doesn't really get amplified, but you can tell by the sound and the way that it's coming through the vents that it's coming from the basement. And when you're hearing it in this video, it's very clearly coming from downstairs. And he even said that. He was like, I don't want to go downstairs, but, you know, I'm going to have to go check because it's clearly a child crying. And it's not something that can be mistaken for a child crying. It's not like two cats fighting or fucking. It's not some guy fucking a tree and making weird sounds. It actually is a child crying.
Verga, a ver, deja checar. Porque allá afuera no hay nada.
Let me tell you about Nope City and how I'd be visiting right now. Nope, 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 no, no. I'm gonna give this man credit though because he's clearly afraid, as I think any sane person would be. But he at least has the balls to go down and be like, dude, I'm hearing a full-fledged child, like, and there's no mistaking the sound, right? Again, it's not something he's confusing for a child crying. It's clearly a child crying. And if you're in that home alone, or you're thinking, you're under the impression that you're in that home alone, and you start hearing that sound, you do have a responsibility to go check. However, I don't think I would go check alone. I'm a punk bitch is the technical term for it. I think I would probably call the cops. I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, this seems like the complete, and they would probably be like, no, we're not sending an officer out there. No, maybe they would. I guess it depends on how busy they are. I mean, but they're probably going to tell you, A, you're a punk bitch, which I'm used to hearing, but B, can you at least go check and make sure that it's not a kid? In which case, I'm going to be like, come on, man. Like, this is the whole reason I called you is I really don't want to go downstairs by myself, you know? And maybe you could talk him into sending the officer before you have to go. But I can just imagine that phone call where you're trying to be like, look, there's a fucking child downstairs crying, and there's no child downstairs. You know what I mean? Because that's essentially what you have to say to him. And they're going to be like, sir, look, if there's a child crying downstairs and there's not supposed to be anybody in the home, you could be the difference between that child's life and death. And no, because that child that's not down there could be the difference between my life and death. It is, you know, where my head is at. That's what I'm thinking. Fuck you, baby. Stop crying.
Hola.
I hate this. Now listen to this. Tell me it's not coming from in the room right there. You know? Because as he opens the door, it sounds like the baby crying gets louder, as you would expect whenever you open the door to a room that has a crying child in there. You know? At least that's my perspective. Let me run it back just a little bit. And there's knocks on the door. Am I mistaken? There's like 2 little knocks on the door before he even grabs the handle. Or maybe he accidentally kicks the door at the bottom and it's just out of frame and we can't see it. But I feel like there's knocks on the door. Not that that's super significant, but it just adds to the level of creepiness, you know? Hey, watch. And then it like gets softer, right? Listen. You know what I mean? Like it isn't crying as fervently as it was prior to him going in that room. Almost like you would expect a child who is upset when somebody comes to their rescue, they start to calm down a little bit when they see that adult in sight, you know. Once they finally see somebody coming to comfort them, they start to chill out a little bit. And that's exactly what this crying did. You know, like it started to chill out once he opened the door, because it was almost like it could see that there was an adult coming to comfort him or her, and so it started to calm down. Sorry, gotta run it back again. See, calms down just for a second.
No hay nada. Wait, no mames.
To me, it's like that bang is unexpected and would also scare me. But the bang was the least of the freakiest shit.
Can be heard
You know what I mean?
Basement. Javier checks every room but finds no one. Suddenly, there's an unexplained loud bang from somewhere, and Javier makes a run for it. Javier refuses to ever return to the house again.
Wait, no mames.
Before we move on to the next video,
Yeah, I think the bang would have been the least of my concerns for real. Like, there's a crying child. An invisible crying child, I think, would have concerned me a little more.
Terrence Leano from Windsor, Ontario, Canada, often goes out into the woods to record himself overtone singing.
This, the overtone singing, in my opinion, is something really cool that I've never seen before. I didn't know what the hell it was. What's up, man? You doing all right? But yeah, I have no idea what overtone singing is until I saw this and was like, hey, that's pretty cool. You know, I don't know if I'd necessarily classify it as singing, but I'm sure it's probably rooted in his ancestry, and you know, it's probably used in specific cultures, which is really cool. You know, that's really cool. Oh, you're sick today, dude? That sucks. You got that Rona, or is it just like the typical flu that for some reason people come down with during the spring? It's dog shit. Sorry to hear that, man. Being sick is the worst. Sorry. Ow, fuck. Fat man has to take off his belt. Fat people know why. Oh, Christ almighty, dude. And that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I got some extra meat, right? But I always try to buy let's call it a low profile belt, and it never seems to help. Is a small head cold? Okay. Yeah, that's a bummer, dude. I know that anytime the weather changes out, whether it's hot to cold or cold to hot, any of that, you know, the allergies just immediately flare up. And that's the thing is I can spend time, you know, taking all these medications and you know, allergy reducers and all this shit and nasal sprays, dude. I've gone through them all. I swear to you. And it doesn't help. Like, it doesn't even like improve the symptoms. You know what I mean? So you get the allergies whenever the shit changes, whenever the weather changes. And then all of a sudden, you know, you get hit with like a cold or something. At least that's how it happens for me. Yeah, dude, you're not bullshitting. You're absolutely right. My parents and I were just talking about that because, you know, not only is the allergens really bad, but same thing for people with asthma, and one kind of contributes to the other in a lot of cases. Like for me, the allergies, and if I get a very specific allergen in my bloodstream or breathe it in or it starts affecting my nasal passages, it'll trigger my asthma. And, you know, fortunately my asthma isn't like super duper bad, or the response from my asthma isn't super duper bad to allergies. You know, I have much stronger asthma reactions for different things than allergies. But like my dad, my brother, they both are allergy sufferers and have really bad asthma. And then you consider, like, it's springtime, right? And here we'll have 2 days of high 60s, low 70s weather. And then the next day it'll be 38, 45, maybe get up to 50. You know, like today is pretty cold. Yeah, and it's 50 degrees outside right now. And like, I'm not trying to be like first world complaint, you know what I mean? But that's bullshit. And there are states that, even in the United States, that don't have such dramatic shifts. A, in temperature, and B, in allergens. You know what I mean? Like Arizona, like there are dry states. And funny thing is Colorado, you know, a lot of people don't consider this, but Colorado, even though it's mountainous, its climate is desert, desertous, meaning that there's not a lot of humidity in the air. So You know, the only downside is usually people think of Colorado and it just being like mountains of snow. But it snows during the wintertime, like you would expect. And yeah, they have significant quantities of snow. But, you know, like in Indiana, we'll have significant amounts of snow on some years, and then other years will be completely mild. So, but yes, I really would love to move to a different state where the allergens aren't so bad, the humidity isn't so bad, the chuddery isn't so bad. Yeah, the consistency, exactly. That would be fine. And I think in most cases, our reaction as human beings, we wouldn't have such intense health responses if the shit didn't change as erratically, you know? Yeah, it could be consistently cold. That's fine, you know, whatever. I don't care. Just maintain your consistency. That way, I know what to plan for. It's not different every day, and you're not being as hard on my system, you know? So I get that. That completely sucks. I mean, I know I've told you before, but when it comes to like allergies, when the weather changes significantly from hot to cold or cold to hot, you know, whether we're going from like summer to fall or from winter to spring, is when the allergies kick up the worst for me, and they get so bad that my eyes will start watering. My right eye specifically, both of them will water, but my right eye gets so bad that tears will actually start streaming down my cheek, and I can't stop it. Like, I take over-the-counter medications. I've tried every different active ingredient of over-the-counter allergy pills. I've tried all the nasal sprays, you know, even though you look them up online and they're like, oh yeah, they're very similar. I've tried all of the different ones just because, you know, sometimes certain people will have a better reaction to one active ingredient versus a different active ingredient. Tried all that shit, dude. I've tried the behind-the-counter stuff, and it's the only stuff that even touches it, if I'm being honest. And, you know, in a lot of ways I could, because I live in Indiana, exactly. It's like, well, you shouldn't cry about it. It's like, I'm not trying to. It's just, it's a natural response of my body to the fact that I'm living in Indiana. I'm always crying inside, so my body tries to project that to the world. Yeah. The stuff that's behind the counter, like the Claritin D or the generic form of it's got ephedrine in it, which isn't like a huge deal. But you know, the treatment program that I'm in for the addiction, they give random drug screens. And truthfully, you know, it shows up in my drug screen the same as my ADD medication. So it's not like they would be able to tell the difference, you know, if I had taken the allergy pills. But I'm just paranoid because I've had my progress revoked, so to speak, so many times for dumb shit that I'm just paranoid that they're going to find some reason or some way to be like, hey man, you didn't tell us that you took XYZ. It's like, well, I'm crying. I'm always crying. I'm always leaking out of my face hole, and I took this medicine to try to stop it, you know? But yeah, it's the only stuff that even comes close to touching it. And it's bizarre. I mean, I get why they monitor it the way they do, right? Because it's like a precursor for making meth. So when it comes to buying it, you know, you can only buy a maximum of a certain milligram per month of the ephedrine or pseudoephedrine or whatever. And if you get past that, then, you know, they cut you off because they're like, you're making meth with it. So, but, you know, it's like us here, it's a multi-generational household that we live in. So if I get cut off, then send like my dad, you know, and my dad can buy some of it. You know what I mean? It's just funny how they're like, we're stamping out meth with these regulations. Really? Are you really?
I can give a homeless dude like $2 to go buy me a box, I would imagine. I'd give him more than that, but you know, the analogy still stands. Anyway, yeah, at least in this, I want to show, I will certainly make fun of the paranormal evidence that follows this man's throat singing, all right? But the throat singing is pretty cool, in my opinion.
One day he decides to stream live, and as he starts to sing, he seems to capture the attention of a passing deer.
Pretty sure he was looking for where the sound was coming from, but I stopped and started talking, and now he's confused. All right.
It's so bizarre, dude.
And there's the deer, but did you see it? Terrence seems to have caught the attention of something else lurking in the woods. Several strange, slim figures seem to be hiding in the trees behind the deer. Terrence's TikTok viewers believe the mysterious creatures could be cryptids, Sasquatch, or even skinwalkers. But what do you think Terrence's singing could have summoned from the...
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy because of the implication that, you know, hey, there's creepy, slender, pale-ass people in the woods. But truthfully, I don't know enough about video editing or the software that people use to do that kind of shit. But I would say that if you're really skilled with those softwares, you could probably make some creepy, pale fuckers appear out of the trees behind the deer. You know what I mean? And when it comes to TikTok, I don't use TikTok, obviously. I do in the sense that I go on there and find funny videos and just kind of scroll through them. But I damn sure don't upload my own videos to TikTok. But I wonder, well, I guess it's like any other video that you want to edit, right? If you want to edit a TikTok, you probably shoot it. Then you can find where the file is stored on your phone, because it's probably stored locally, right? There's probably a copy of it. Then you export it to your computer or whatever and alter it however the fuck you want and then put it back on your phone. I would imagine. Again, that's just like from a logistics standpoint because I don't know enough about it. But how difficult would it be? You know, I guess it depends on your skill level. If you're fucking super well versed in how to use these editing softwares and you've been doing it for years, it's probably nothing to add some creepy weirdos. But then, you know, I think that's what's kind of fascinating about some people, or in some people's minds about shit like this, is there's a small chance that it could be real. And that's why people are like, oh my God. I don't think that is real. I don't think that's evidence of paranormal shit. I think that's somebody who's really, really awesome at editing shit. And so they did that. But what becomes even stranger in a lot of these cases is that when people have like a large TikTok following or any social media following, right? And none of their content has any shred of creepy shit in it. And then they get something like this. You know, those are weird. Those are weird as fuck. Because if they're uploading this content that's him throat singing, and it's just video after video after video of that, and he has developed a large following based on that content, like, why would he just slip in some random creepy shit? I'm not saying that it's beyond the realm of possibility, but it just, you know, that to me adds to some of the credibility. As if they don't ever put up creepy shit until this, you know, this one video. It's still weird. I still am on the side of that's not real. But it's creepy and entertaining. You know what I mean? Like the YouTube channel is Dented Fender Garage, which actually rings a bell. That's the dude from the very first video that bought his shit off eBay. and the guy was fucking the tree in the background. Why is this? That can't be right. There's no way. Because why would... I bet you... Okay, this is probably an editing mistake, right? Where they give credit to the original channel or the original creator. They probably put information from a prior clip in there, you know? I think it's more likely to pay some white guy in a loincloth. You know, and that... Yep, because then you don't have to worry about how good it looks, because, you know, you actually shot it. So it's not like somebody can be like, that's fake, dude. Like, you completely edited it. Get the lighting. Yeah, you're right. Because, you know, you'd also have to overlay it with some of these fucking trees and branches and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it totally adds, like I said, to me, it's a shred of credibility. Yeah, totally pay a creepy white dude. It looks like my brother Jeremiah. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I just want to apologize for that in advance, because I imagine at some point you're going to see this. No, you won't. Nobody watches these. But yeah, I think you're right. It would be easier to just pay somebody to pay Jeremiah to go stand in the woods. But, right? Even though let's say that's what occurred. It's funny that, hell, I don't know, man. God damn. See, then I get in my head about it too, because I was just talking about how that adds credibility to it. But let's say that you really do love this, you know, throat singing, right? He's got a passion for it. He's got probably ancestral heritage that he connects with when he's doing it. But maybe he doesn't have a huge following, and he wants to make a huge following. You know what I'm saying? So because that probably boosts, you know, just from being on this alone, on Nuke's Top 5, he'll probably get some subscribers. And then if he sees a boost in that, he's going to be like, great, dude, mission accomplished, you know? I put something creepy that was fake on there, you know, and I got a lot of reward from it. You know, I got subscribers and followers and shit. But then what he's going to find out real fucking quick is now he's got to keep up the ruse, right? He's got to keep putting new creepy shit into his videos or else people aren't going to watch his shit. So he kind of, like, he helped himself and fucked himself at the same time. It's a self-fucking. It's a self-fucking prophecy, you know? But, yeah, that's probably it. That's probably what happened, man. You're probably right. Paid Jeremiah to stand in the woods. This one over here, I mean, apparently, you can see something moving, but, you know, that could just be something that they edit. Maybe it wouldn't be as hard to just put a black blob over there to make it look like somebody's clothing, you know? But even still, it's interesting, man. If for nothing else, the video of the guy doing the throat singing. So yeah, if he ends up getting a bunch of followers from it, kudos, man. But now you have established your channel as being one that has to, at least in some small part, involve paranormal shit, you know? So if you fake this, guess what, bro? You're going to have to be faking a lot of additional shit going forward.
Deep Canadian woods. A doorway. This next bizarre clip comes from a small YouTube channel that is not even necessarily dedicated to ghost hunting or the supernatural. Partners Rain and Jenno post random videos to their personal channel, Sinister RP. These videos range from art and music to their own personal passion, which is exploring haunted places. Now, Rain and Jenno do not claim that they are, quote, professional ghost hunters. In fact, they are a bit skeptical themselves, and they even invite their viewers to debunk any paranormal evidence that they find.
When we go out, we don't always find the craziest stuff. Let us know. Let us know what you think. You know what I mean? By all means, if we can debunk this. I would love to be able to, and if we can't, I mean, I'd love that even more.
But there is one video in particular that even the couple and their YouTube viewers cannot explain. First, the couple captures some odd sounds in this abandoned farmhouse.
This time, we ended up capturing something else, something really weird.
What the hell was that?
What? If you heard a squeak, I was...
No, I heard a bang. Hello?
Not much else happens, but then...
Was it a ghost? Or did he drop his bag of bullshit?
Did you see it? Some dark humanoid shape seems to appear near the door, and then quickly moves away and disappears into nothing. Rain and Gino try to debunk the figure, and even invite their audience to do the same.
Now, of course, the first thing that's running through my head is, that might be one of her shadows, but... And that's what's still been going through my head, but I don't know. You know, everybody else now is saying, that's not your shadow. That has its own movement to it.
And if you watch, I move and it stays still. And then it moves and disappears.
But there is just no rational explanation. So, what do you think?
Oh, he asked what I thought. Okay, great. Because I'm gonna tell what I think. That's stupid. I'm not saying that there isn't some sort of shadow there. And hell, it might even be a ghost or spirit. The reason I'm saying it's stupid is because you guys go out and explore supposedly haunted places, right? Because he said that earlier as he was introducing this couple and their channel and what they do. And this is the best shit you guys have come up with. Like, to me, you make it seem like they've at least got a, pretty substantial catalog of videos where they've gone out and done some exploring. That's the best shit you guys got. I'll give them credit because, yes, if it is the best shit or the only shit that they've ever caught, then they're at least not full of shit. You know what I mean? Like, for real. I say this all the time. I would love to be able to prove for sure the existence of spirits or whatever, That would be great. I think in a big way, that's what a lot of religions, it's a question that a lot of religions hope to answer or provide comfort to people, especially their followers. And, the question is, what happens to us when we die? And, nobody really wants to think about, it's just blackness. You get stuck in a hole in the ground, and it's really sad to think about that, so in a lot of ways, religions and their holy textbooks will offer some sort of resolution to that thought, that no, you don't just die and go and it's just black and dark, you go somewhere wonderful and you get to see your loved ones, or it's the 72 virgins, or what I mean, whatever the religion is. There's some sort of cool conclusion that occurs once you die. You move on to something else. And it's a big question, right? I mean, I think there are a lot of people who don't fear death, and that's great. And if those people that don't fear death, they probably don't worry about what happens afterward, right? Like, if you don't fear death, then I guess the consideration of what happens afterward isn't as profound to you. Or maybe it's both. Those who are ultra religious probably also don't fear death because they truly believe that after they die, they're going somewhere dope as fuck. And that's great too, and me, I don't consider myself to be religious. I don't know. I guess I could probably consider myself to be somewhat agnostic, or at least a hopeful, let's put it that way, right? I hope that there's something that goes on past death, right? And I guess I can't say I hope that there's like a God or something like that. Truthfully, I don't think it makes a difference if there is or is not a God. And that's not to put down religion or promote religion either way. It's just, I don't think it makes a difference, right? I want to believe that there's some body or some entity that I can turn to in difficult times and ask for help, you know, but and there have been several instances in my life that I probably should have lost my life and I didn't. And in that context, I want to thank somebody. You know what I mean? Because shit probably shouldn't have gone down the way that it did, you know. But sometimes you're just really fucking lucky, like beyond realistically lucky. And that happened to me a couple times, you know, when I should have been, you know, in very bad situations. And so I like to at least give it up to whoever might be there, you know, whatever that might be, in whatever fashion, you know, whether it be, oh yeah, there's God, you know, in Jesus Christ, and their guardian angels, you know, whether that be the truth or whether it be some other religion or whether it just be karma, you know, karma is maybe I've put out good karma into the world, and so it comes back to me whenever it's needed, you know. And so I just try to live my life, and I think most people try to live their lives to where they build up at least a stock of positive karma, you know. And karma is just the most colloquial term that I can think of to describe it, but you want to put out good vibes, right? You don't want to rack up a tab of asshole behavior, because then if you ever need to pull from your bank of goodwill, you don't have any there. However, in most cases, like we see in life, it's not the people that deserve it that get the good life, and it's not the people that deserve it that get the bad life. You know what I mean? Like my mom was talking about her cousin, and her cousin is just the sweetest lady. Like, she's just so fantastic, and she's always really jovial and really upbeat, and just optimistic, and she's just larger than life. You know, she's just got one of those personalities that a lot of people strive to be themselves, but she's been through so much bullshit and just really taken it on the chin in a lot of ways, and endured a lot of bullshit that she shouldn't necessarily have to endure. And by the same token, you have people like Donald Trump, who are super rich, you know, and you know, that's just the first example that comes to mind. But there are so many big human pieces of shit that have access to immense wealth. Vladimir Putin. It's topical. So, that tangent, I'm going to bring it back to what I was originally saying about, I think a lot of people want to believe that there's an afterlife, right? So, those people, including myself, want there to be legitimate evidence or proof that we can say definitively, okay, not just conjecture based, not just the yeah, you know, this clip is for sure open for debate, but I'm siding with the it's legit. This is proof of ghosts. I talk about it a lot whenever I get into my paranormal kicks, but if we want this to be taken seriously, right, as a official field of study, a science, if you will, it has to adhere to very strict rules to be considered a science. And, like the scientific method, right? I don't remember all the steps, but I remember that in order for the experiment that you're conducting and its results to be considered definitive and conclusive, you have to be able to replicate the results over and over and over, right? So you have to create certain scenarios, or you have to have certain parameters within a very specific set or range or whatever. And those parameters have to then create something else to occur again and again and again. It has to be predictable. It can't just be sometimes this shit works and sometimes it doesn't, and it be considered like valid science, right? I could be wrong. There could be several examples of things that are considered science where the results aren't replicated, but that's my basic understanding. Or let's put it this way. If we want the field of paranormal investigation or whatever to be considered legitimate, amongst the community at large, or even the scientific community, we're going to have to create a scenario where this evidence is definitive, and we have to be able to replicate it time after time. So, okay, yeah, this shadow figure, okay, pops up sometimes when we're recording. All right, well, you got to tell me why. And you can't just say, well, there's a ghost, and sometimes that ghost shows up. Great. Okay, that might be 100% true. However, nobody's going to believe that shit. Nobody with a analytical mind, like a scientific mind, is going to believe that shit until you can create things that cause that ghost to occur every fucking time. Okay, so I'll give you an example. They say that the electrical energy in a building or room or whatever goes through the roof whenever a spirit is present. Okay, like for instance, they'll take in these pieces of equipment like cameras and meters and shit like that to try to detect the ghost or document the ghost. And sometimes their batteries will go dead, or they'll claim that their batteries go dead, and they'll swear up and down that the battery was fully charged, and then 5 seconds later it's dead. Immediately, those with a scientific mind say, well, let me tell you how many different ways that could be not a ghost. And then they go on the rant, hey, you've got a bunk battery and there's a bad cell in it, okay? And it might have been fully charged when you left the house or whatever the fuck, but it could just have a bad cell in it. B, you could be mistaken. This could not have been the battery that you actually charged. You have 15 backup batteries, so maybe you got it mixed up, So you could just go through. You can imagine how many excuses can be given or explanations can be given for why that's not a fucking ghost. But, let's say it's real. Okay, let's say that you can implement conditions that cause a shadow figure to appear over and over again, removing all light sources and movement, okay? If you could do it in a vacuum, essentially, if you could eliminate the possibility of a vehicle headlight traveling by, or you can eliminate the possibility that, some random homeless person's living, you would have to have these ideal conditions that are tightly controlled. So if energy and spirit supposedly they're one and the same, right? Because it's like they say the spirits are a form of energy. I've always thought that investigators that bring in some form of energy purposefully for the spirits to use as a means to communicate, that's, I think, closer to what we would need in order to prove the existence of ghosts, right? Because if over and over again you go into haunted places and you swear up and down that your batteries are being drained, and then once those batteries are drained, all of a sudden weird shit starts happening that's unexplainable, then it stands to reason that the spirit is utilizing that stolen energy to manifest in some way, shape, or form, right? Whether it be like a shadow figure, or whether it be like a disembodied voice, or knocks and bangs and stuff like that. It's all like very ambiguous evidence, you know what I mean? It's all shit that you could discount as something else, and that's why nobody takes it seriously. But let's say you go in and you've formulated this long-held opinion, right, amongst the paranormal community, that the energy that's being drained from your batteries and your devices is being utilized by ghosts to manifest themselves in some way. Great. Why don't you bring in some sort of device that specifically energizes, the air, or that they can draw from constantly, that that's not part of the equipment that you're using to document the thing, right? Because lo and behold, as soon as your equipment is drained of energy that you can utilize to record them acting up, all of a sudden they start acting up. It's miraculous, But I've seen in only a few instances, these paranormal investigators will go into a place with like a Tesla coil or one of those Jacob's ladders, one of those devices that they look really cool, but they essentially spout electrical energy in a safe way, relatively, that energizes the atmosphere, that's in the building. Give them a perpetual source to draw from, and you'd probably be more likely, if the theory holds true, that, spirits draw that energy and then manifest in some way. If you give them a perpetual energy source while you're investigating, that's not part of your camera, then maybe you're more likely to get legit results. I don't know. And like I said, that's the only way that this shit's going to be taken seriously by anyone. And this couple, that was all a very long-winded way of saying that if this is all the evidence that this couple has caught, okay, that kind of sucks, but at least they're not making shit up, right? At least they're not faking it. At least they're not paying my brother to hide in the woods and look creepy, I guess is what I'm getting at. And I enjoy urban exploration videos, and it doesn't necessarily need to include anything paranormal. I just think it's cool to look at, buildings and structures that have been abandoned and think about the history, think about what occurred and the people that lived there or worked there or whatever, I enjoy reflecting on the history, and then also seeing the way that these places decay, because it's in a lot of ways really bizarre to consider that, let's say in the example of the mental institutions, when the deinstitutionalization started occurring in the 80s and 90s, it led to a lot of insane asylums being abandoned and just left to rot, and you can find them all over the place. But it's crazy to consider how much money was spent back in the day to put together that hospital, that institution, because, a lot of them have multiple buildings. It's not just one building. But to consider how much money was spent to build it, and then how it's just left there to rot, and to have people come in and spray paint dicks all over the walls. So, yeah. I mean, that's my rant about it. Like, you can't, and I want it to be legit. I do. It's very likely that it's not. And that's difficult for me to say, because I've always believed in the truth behind this kind of shit, or believe that it's real. But at some point you got to grow up, man. And you got to say it's one of those things that even if you want to believe in it, it's still like, it's not There's no way to replicate the results. There's no way to energize the atmosphere and time after time after time get a ghost to manifest, you know, even in like the most haunted place you can possibly find in the country or the world. And, you know, paranormal investigators chalk that up to, well, these are human spirits, man. You know, they have their own will and self-determination. So the fact that they're not popping up every single time is just because they don't fucking feel like it. Well, that might be true, man, but it doesn't lend any credibility to the science behind it, you know? And that's what scientists are always going to say. Anyway. Let me switch my mouse back to the other setting. All right.
Video over on the YouTube channel, Sinister RP. Urban exploration gone wrong. Urban explorer Andy Persons heads out to Albany, New York to see the old Tobin's First Price Center, which is a meatpacking facility that was built in 1924 and was later left completely abandoned. Together with his two friends, he makes his way through the massive old crumbling factory, and he discovers something truly unnerving, because they might not be the only ones there.
This is the fun part. So this is where things kind of got a little weird. We were coming down these staircases, and I shined my flashlight to the left, and out of the corner of my eye, all I could see was someone in a black trench coat quickly rush over through the door and hide in the corner. I shined my flashlight down the elevator shaft that was right next to me, and all of a sudden we all started hearing a bunch of voices and just people that were inside of the walls. We just decided to get out there pretty quickly and let them be.
A man who seems to be wearing a dark trench coat quickly disappears out of sight. Then the group hears voices coming from the walls all around them. Spooked by the creepy event, they decide to just get out of there. Now, whether what they caught is paranormal, I'm not sure.
I'm sure it's not. But I will say this, because it just triggered a memory. Anybody see the movie The People Under the Stairs? That shit was creepy, dude. I don't remember what year it came out. It was probably late 80s, early 90s. Hold up. Now I gotta look it up. It's one of the most fucking bizarre movies ever, man. From what I remember. 1991. Holy dick face. 1991 America horror comedy film. Holy shit, dude. I just remember it being so creepy because I was a kid, you know? I was 4 when this movie came out. Holy shit. Oh, it's a Wes Craven movie. Okay. That makes sense. Very bizarre shit, man. Very bizarre. Alright, it's a horror comedy film written and directed by Wes Craven and starring Brandon Adams, Everett McGill, Wendy Roby, and A.J. Langer. Plot follows a young boy and 2 adult robbers who become trapped in a house belonging to a strange couple after breaking in to steal their collection of rare coins. That's right. Craven has stated that The People Under the Stairs was partially inspired by a news story from the late 1970s in which 2 burglars broke into a LA household, inadvertently causing the police to discover 2 children who had been locked away by their parents. Holy shit. The film was a surprise commercial success and has been analyzed for its satirical depiction of gentrification, class warfare, and capitalism. Wow. I need to watch it again because, you know, of course, these subtexts aren't picked up on by a 4-year-old. I'm sure I was older than that when I first saw it, but oh, that's right, Poindexter. They called him Fool. I remember his name. Fool was his name. You know what they called him. So he's a resident of a LA ghetto. He and his family are being evicted from their apartment by their landlords, the Robesons. The Robesons, who are believed to be a married couple, call themselves Mommy and Daddy They have a daughter named Alice. Leroy, his associate Spencer, and Fool break into the Robesons' house by using Spencer to pose as a municipal worker. The Robesons leave the home shortly, but Spencer does not return. Oh, shit. Fool and Leroy break into the house to look for Spencer, and Fool finds his dead body and a large group of strange, pale children in a locked pen inside a dungeon-like basement. The Robesons return, and Fool flees while Leroy is shot to death by Daddy. Jesus Christ. Fool runs into another section of the house where he meets Alice. She tells him that the people under the stairs were children who broke the see, hear, speak no evil rules of the Robeson household. Children have degenerated into cannibalism to survive, and Alice has avoided this fate by obeying the rules without question. A boy named... Hold on. Roach. Yeah, I remember that. A boy named Roach, whose tongue was removed as punishment for having called out for help to escape, thus breaking the speak no evil rule enforced by Mommy and Daddy, also evades the Robesons by hiding in the walls. Shit's crazy, man. Shit's crazy. Holy shit, dude. I need to watch that again. That's so bizarre. Speaking of which, okay, talking about life after death. How many of you people saw this shit? I mean, hold up. Okay, so I saw this as part of Philip DeFranco's show last night. Y'all are gonna love this. Okay. I still feel very odd seeing this and talking about it. This is a dead man. Okay, this picture you're looking at is a actual dead man. A dead body that is stood up on stage in a DC nightclub. This was his memorial service. He was, a rapper that went by the name Gunu. Okay. Apparently he's from the DC area. He was very tragically shot and killed mid-March, I guess. And what they're thinking is robbery gone wrong. All right. And that's very sad. However, instead of having the traditional funeral that you would have for a loved one, they threw a concert in a DC nightclub. And instead of laying him down in a casket, they propped his ass up like a mannequin on stage while they held a concert. There was music, there were rappers. They put a crown on his head because apparently he was known as the what is it? King of Maryland? Right? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Every time I see these pictures, man. And there's a video. Okay. It's not crazy. It's just more of a prolonged version of just this picture where whoever's filming is, kind of panning to show the corpse. And, oh no, that's not a cold take. That's not a cold take at all, my guy. You're absolutely 100% correct. I don't have a whole, obviously Leanne died, but, in terms of like close family and friends other than Leanne who have died, I don't have a whole lot of not a whole lot of people near me have died, right? I've lost, my one grandfather died long time ago before I was born. The other grandfather died when I was young, but, I was a kid. Same thing with one grandmother. And the most recent grandmother that died was, probably 3-4 years ago, I guess. But only during that time was I old enough to really understand how expensive the funeral process was. And it's like everything else in this country, dude. It's fucking super predatory and it's super capitalistic. It's just for like the goddamn tombstone, depending on how fancy you want to get it and what it's made out of and if you want it engraved and all that stuff, dude. Like, you could pay several $1,000s, right, just for like the tombstone, and not, that's not to mention the casket, you know, unless you want to bury your loved one in a cardboard box, or even, you know, like a basic wood one. It's super predatory, dude. All right, man. Feel better, all right? I appreciate you stopping in. But it is super predatory, man. It's and all they do is take advantage of people who are in a very upset state. And then you get these people, right, who have lost someone very dear to them. And they want to give their loved one the best of the best, right? They want to give them the best send-off possible. They want to say, hey, look, this person meant a lot to me. And so I want to invest the appropriate amount of money that reflects how much I cared for this person. And the funeral industry, the death industry, I don't know, is super predatory. But having said that, I don't hold any ill will towards those who conduct the business of death, you know, who the morticians and the funeral directors and all that, because they've been put into a situation where, you know, they want to provide a service. This background music was hilarious. What is this song? It's my new favorite. Anyway, I feel for them because the conditions that exist in this country have caused, you know, even funeral homes to charge absurd amounts to make a profit. And that's the thing, right? It's not just about breaking even, because you don't, nobody starts a business to break even. You start a business to make money, you know. And in a lot of cases, it's not acceptable to just make enough money to pay your bills and conduct business. It's become acceptable to be predatory to make gobs of money. But funeral directors, I don't think, make gobs of money, you know. I think that realistically, the companies who mine for the materials or whatever, to put in the tombstone or make the tombstone out of, and the engravers, and, you know, just all these different, I'm sure that they're charging out the ass, you know. So collectively, the funeral director has to make money, you know. But they do, for sure, take advantage of the situation. I don't know. That's something I'll have to take a deeper dive into, because my assumption is that they don't make a lot of money. But, you know, again, if you get into that business, is it because you just want to serve your community? Like, you born and raised in a certain city or town, and you decide, you know, you want to get into that business because, you know, you have reverence for the dead and you want to send them off appropriately? Or do they make gobs of money and we just don't know it? I don't know. That'd be a fun subject to, not fun, but an interesting subject to take a deep dive on. Because what they charge, you know, for the funeral service and all the bells and whistles that come with it, it's fucking absurd, man. It's obscene, and it's sick in a lot of ways. So I don't know. I'd be interested to see if they make a lot or not much at all. But yeah, I'm gonna play this video. Okay. Again, it's just he's panning over the guy to kind of show in context what's going on, and then he pans over to show the crowd. And it's fucking. I'm gonna mute the background music for a second. Here it is. Ready? Got a dead man on the stage. Remix. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this guy. And I don't mean disrespect. I don't say motherfucker because I want to be disrespectful. Look at this situation here. And I thought at first he had a cell phone in his hand. Does he have a cell phone in his hand? In his left hand? Or is his hand just hanging there and it's like there's something behind his hand in the background that, you know, kind of resembles a cell phone? Because it looks like the dude's gripping his cell phone. This whole scenario, I wish I could unsee. I'm not even. Oh my God. I'm trying to think of. Here's where I struggle as an individual, right? I try very hard to see scenarios from both sides. I try to empathize. I always get those mixed up. Try to empathize or sympathize, whichever one works. I have sympathy for the family, okay? They lost somebody that they love, and that's sad. It was tragic. Supposedly, it was a robbery gone wrong, and he was shot and killed. That's tragic as fuck. He was very young. I want to say he was 24. That's sad as fuck. There are so many bad things that I can say about this. But from what the family says, you know, to put him in a suit and to stick him in a casket and to have a service at a church would have been, it wouldn't have reflected who he was in real life, is what his family said. And I could buy that. I could definitely buy that. You know, they dressed him in his clothes that he wears a lot. They put a crown on his head. Apparently, part of the rapper persona, you know, he was known as the King of Maryland. And I don't have problems with that, okay? I don't have problems with what he's wearing or the king, the crown, you know, or any of that shit. What I do have problems with is how he's like on display, which is normally what happens at a funeral ceremony, right? Like that the body is on display in most cases, unless it's closed casket. But they sold tickets to this shit, which is what I think really makes it bizarre. But then again, part of my character is to try to see it from the other person's perspective. And like Chad said, funerals are crazy expensive, man. And the industry itself can be predatory. I mean, what they charge to dispose of a loved one, okay, whether that be through burying or cremation or whatever, you know, they utilize that scenario of sadness to sell you more shit. And it's sad. But as far as charging tickets to the funeral, the part of me that wants to see it from the other side understands that they probably couldn't afford it, you know? They probably couldn't afford to bury the man because of how expensive it is. You know what I mean? So I think that in a lot of ways, the way that they're spinning this story is kind of weird, because I haven't read anywhere. Now, granted, I've only seen it on TMZ, and Philip DeFranco talked about it on his show last night, but I haven't read any other articles about it. But I haven't seen it mentioned in this article or on Philip DeFranco's show that the cost of the typical funeral is so outrageous that the family probably couldn't afford it. So they kind of had to sell tickets, you know, and it acts as a ceremony of remembrance for this young man who's died, and also as a means of offsetting the cost of burying him, you know. So that I get, all that I understand. I'm okay with that. All of that I just explained, I don't have any problem with. What I do have a problem with is the way he's being displayed, stood up on stage in just the creepiest head down position. Like, I know that's the way that the head and face is presented. You know, if it was a traditional ceremony and he were laying on his back in the casket, I mean, you know, they do the head down and the, you know, eyes closed, and I know that I guess so that shit closed, right? So it doesn't pop open. So it's understandable that that's going on, but it's very unsettling. It's unsettling under normal conditions, as far as I'm concerned. When, you know, you go to a funeral and it's open casket and the person's lying there dead in the casket, it's unnerving in some ways to see them lying there. I don't feel comfort from funerals. To me, seeing somebody who's been embalmed, right, and they've been put into this casket and presented one last time, it's they don't look anything like they did in real life. To me, you can tell right up front that all the life has been drained out of them. And it's just one more visual, right, that you have in your mind. I guess that for some reason as a society, we're like, we need to do this as a final farewell, right? So it's always creepy and unsettling to me. This is creepier because he stood up like a goddamn mannequin on the stage, no less, staring out over the crowd in a hype ceremony concert in Washington, D.C. What makes it even more bizarre is not just that he's standing there, you know, dead, like a mannequin on stage, but that the atmosphere around him is the antithesis of what he's expressing on his dead fucking face. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's very dead, and he's not hype, but the music and the don't have a funeral in a club, in a nightclub, all right, with a dead body propped up, okay, because they definitely don't complement one another. You've got this very unsettling scene with this dead body stood up like a mannequin, and they're in the background doing like remembrance music, but with a beat. You know what I'm saying? And they don't complement one another. That is so weird, dude. It is so weird. Like, how fucking weird is this, dude? How weird is this whole setup? Rest in peace now. This is dystopian, dude. And they had to get the side view, right? Because, yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. How did they get him to stay standing? I know rigor mortis is a thing, but I also heard that rigor mortis sets in and then it wears off again after a while. So they had to strap him rigidly to something even more rigid. You know what I mean? Like, he's strapped to something. And, you know, you would have to secure every fulcrum, right? So his knees on both legs. I don't know how they did it, but, you know, from a pure engineering standpoint, okay, you would have to cut a hole in the back of his jeans, okay, and run rope, wire, you know. It's probably like you know, there's straps, man. They probably cut a hole in the back of his jeans behind each knee. Then they had to run a strap around each knee inside of the jeans, back out, secure it to the board or whatever this structure is behind him. And they have to do that for each knee, right? Tell me, what are the logistics behind this? Okay? Tell me how it could be done easier, because I have no clue how they stood this man up other than strapping his dead ass to a board. Or it's probably like a furniture dolly that you can get from U-Haul. And I'm sorry that I'm laughing. It's the young man has died, and that's very sad, right? But I'm more interested in, how did you keep him upright? So this is my guess. Okay, there are straps ran around each knee. Okay, they cut a hole in the back of the jeans on each leg behind the knee. They ran a strap through and around just under the knee and secured it very strongly to the structure that's holding him up. Furthermore, they would also have to, they would have to run something, a harness, that probably goes around his upper body and his chest, and it also has to have, straps of some sort that go under his armpits. Again, they would have to cut a hole in the back of this article of clothing, this hoodie that he's wearing, or this sweater, so that the harness that he's wearing can come out and be secured to the structure behind him as well. And that would probably be good enough. I mean, if you wanted to be extra safe, he probably also has a belt. Not just a normal belt, but again, they probably cut a big hole all the way down, or maybe they just made an incision for the shoulder harness, and then another incision right around here where there is a belt that goes around his midsection and then is secured to the structure. I mean, I know it's weird to analyze this, but I'm curious, how the fuck did you guys do this? And how were you confident that he wouldn't just, you know what I'm saying? Like, if some shit goes wrong and one of those straps gives out or anything like that, and he fucking goes jello, dude, and just plops down to the floor like this, that would have been even more horrific than seeing this shit live, I would have died laughing, though. I'm sorry, I know that's sick. But having him propped up on stage like this is kind of fucked up, right? I mean, and his family insists this is the way he would have wanted to go out. Really? Is it really? I mean, I think it'd be even cooler to maybe not have him stood up like that. Like, you're going with the whole king thing, you put a crown on his head. Why don't you get like a throne, like have a throne made or something that's throne-like, and, kind of bedazzle it with some shit that makes it look more kingly, and sit him in it. That would have been, from a logistics standpoint, easier to accomplish, for sure. And to me, it wouldn't have been as unsettling, because this man is stood up, and you guys didn't do anything to like bring his head up to a normal position. You just have it slump down like this, Gravity's hard, man. Gravity's hard. But I don't mind the clothes that they put him in, for sure. I don't mind the crown. I don't mind alternative ceremonies that would have been more indicative of the person and that they were in real life. I'm fine with that. I just don't think a DC nightclub with pyrotechnics popping off right next. Because what if his shit caught on fire? What if his clothes caught on fire? Even, you have a technical malfunction. And, the mechanism that shoots out the pyrotechnics just, starts shooting some of the sparks in the wrong direction and shooting straight at him, and his shit catches on fire, dude. There's so many things that could have gone wrong here. I'm glad it didn't, I guess. But I'm also not very happy that it went exactly the way it was planned. Because it shouldn't have been planned this way. This is fucked, right? All right. But yes, it's bizarre, man. It's dystopian. It's crazy. I can't really get past that shit. And just wanted to show that off, I guess, is what I'm talking about. Unreal, dude. Fucking unreal.
As I've said before, sometimes real people are much more frightening. Anyway, you can watch the entire exploration of this creepy abandoned factory over on the YouTube channel, Andy Persons. Through the Looking Glass. Late one night, TikTok user Apple DeCastro decides to weigh herself on a scale in her family home in the Philippines. She stands in front of a mirror, and what happens next is truly bizarre. Apple's reflection in the mirror seems to move out of time with her body. Now, of course, this could just be a weird CCTV compression glitch, but her brother Joshua actually sees it happen with his own eyes.
That's the next question I have. Okay, about this CCTV camera glitches. Again, I'm not like a audio-visual specialist by any stretch of the imagination, but are there really glitches that occur like that? Like these compression glitches. I hear about those a lot, but I've never seen one. And has anybody ever seen one where a reflection in a mirror does not move in perfect alignment with whatever it's reflecting? I don't believe this to be evidence of paranormal. Let me just get that out the way. But these, I've never seen these glitches, man. I've said this before. Maybe I just need to check it out. Yo, let's do that now, man. Let's do that now. Matter of fact. Okay. I'm just gonna bring up another fucking tab because I don't like. Actually, let's pull Gunu. I'm just gonna use Gunu's tab. Put him back in line with the other guys. Can I put him on here? How do you internet? Can somebody tell me how to internet? Thanks. Got it. All right, Gunu. You gotta go away now, dude. All right. So I do want to see. What do you say? Compression glitch? Compression glitch. CCTV. Let's see what kind of results they got for that. Okay, cool. Oh, shit. Okay, so they, I guess they're just referring to these as glitches in the Matrix. But this will be fun, right? He tries to encourage his viewers. All right, let's see what they got, man.
Do we live in the Matrix? Is all of reality some kind of computer simulation?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I want to see these compression glitches.
I believe so. But are they absolute lunatics, or might they actually be onto something? Before seeing
I don't
those
know.
clips, I would have told you that the world is real, and the people who insist reality is fake just need a nap and a snack. I don't know. Some of these clips may have converted me. These are 11 glitches in the Matrix caught on camera. Before we begin, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and click the notification bell for more amazing videos.
Americano.
every day. With that being said, let's
Is he a
begin.
coffee lover?
Number 11. Car vanishes. The theory of simulation reality is a hypothesis that states that life as we know it is not quite as it seems. The idea is that we all exist within a computer program, a fake reality, observed by other divine beings.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Idea is one that has been kicked around in its present form for decades in all sorts of science fiction, ranging from comics to novels to films. But the
Thank you for putting that in text. Okay, I love this. I love this editing skill, my guy. Not only does he say it verbally, but he got it wrote out for you too. So that way you know exactly where it's been suggested in the past. Comics to novels to films.
To novels to films. But
Hit
the
it.
idea stretches back even farther than that. The earliest known suggestion of similar theories goes way, way back to the 4th century.
Is this where the
Chinese
car
philosopher
appeared?
Zhuang Zhou
Because it looks like the same car.
The idea stretches back
Oh,
even
did he?
farther than that. The earliest known suggestion of similar
Did he
theories
edit
goes
it and
way,
put it there?
way back to the 4th century, when Chinese philosopher Zhuang Zhou hypothesized that reality as we knew it could merely be the dream of a butterfly. There are many variations.
That'd be
on this
cool.
rough
Whoa,
idea.
look at that.
The Matrix is just one of those variations. Some state that all the world's a video game, watched by all-seeing aliens. Some state the simulation is a
All right, let's not get too crazy.
being observed by our future descendants, like the series finale of Star Trek Enterprise. If that's the case, this program would surely have glitches, and in this clip, it looks like exactly that is happening. As you can
Something's
see in the
happening.
footage, a high-speed car chase is underway. It's hair-raising stuff, high-stakes stuff. A criminal was desperate to race away from the police. His car is bolting down the highway at breakneck speeds. Will he get away? These are exciting scenes, but not exactly abnormal. It's what happens next that will have you doubting your entire concept of reality. Just in the nick of time, his car appears to mysteriously vanish in a puff of black smoke. It's as if Thanos clicked his fingers and the car and its driver turned into dust in an instant. It's any criminal's dream to be able to teleport away from the scene of the crime in a mere instant. But if the world truly is the Matrix, it seems much more likely one of the coders simply forgot to finish coding the car that day. If not, maybe Zhuang Zhou's butterfly simply stopped dreaming about it and moved on to other fantasies instead. In whatever version of simulation theory that may be true, something went wrong that day. Now it's time for the rare topic.
That was weird. That was weird.
Sometimes people will do something just because everyone else is. Kind of like how people would join ration queues in wartime Britain with no idea of what they were queuing for. This odd late-night CCTV seems to show an odd version of that sort of thought process, but affecting dogs. One dog, for no known reasons, randomly started attacking a car without any provocation. Shortly after, a ton of dogs came out of nowhere and all joined in. So, what's going on here? Is there a tasty treat hidden in the box?
That's what I was going to say. What is inside of the car there that they're trying to get at? More specifically, it's in the engine bay, right? Because I don't think they just start attacking the front bumper. There's got to be something in there, or something that they're hearing. Maybe a really agitating frequency, right? Because don't dogs hear at different frequencies than humans? So, you know, it's like a dog whistle. Maybe this asshole fucking put a perpetual dog whistle under the hood, and it's just blowing all the time. And these dogs are like, God damn it, get rid of this fucking whistle.
While more
That's still weird, though.
Forward lean toward it just being some kind of strange dog mob mentality. Others have suggested it is a glitch in the Matrix. They have said that the dogs were attacking the car because there was a fault in the programming of our universe, and the dogs mistook the car for something else. Adding to this theory is that come the morning, the car had mysteriously vanished, almost as if the universe's programmers deleted the car upon realizing it was problematic. What do you think? As always, comment down below with the hashtag #RareTopic, and we will pin the comment that best explains what is being shown in this footage. With that said, let's keep things moving. Number 10. Another car disappears. But it's not the only time a crack in the fabric of our supposed fake reality, whether it be a video game played by aliens, or the fan fiction of a madman in another dimension, has resulted in a car mysteriously vanishing without a trace. Far from it. In fact, vanishing cars seems to be one of the more frequent glitches the ever-cracking Matrix chucks up. In this clip, a car is driving down a snowy road. It's pretty extreme weather, nice and Christmassy, but otherwise nothing out of the ordinary here. But these glitches seem to come when we least expect them.
Okay, here's what I'm starting to surmise just from this first video is these compression glitches. People just utilize them as evidence of other weird shit. Like, I want to see a piece of evidence or a video compilation of actual compression glitches that are confirmed compression glitches that aren't just some guy being like, I mean, they're interesting and all, but I want to see a compilation of actual confirmed compression glitches from CCTV that's not, you know, a channel that's trying to put a superficial spin on it. You know, like, can y'all tell me, like, I want a camera expert, right? I want an audio visual research expert. to show me exactly what a compression glitch looks like. That's what I want. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's creepy. Look at that fucking face. Oh my god, dude. But yeah, it's more of this, right? It's more of this. It's just people who are mentioning or putting supernatural or saying it's crazy, it's weird. Can I find a audio visual expert, somebody who works in this field? And maybe I've got a buddy from college that I can ask. I think he's more of an audio guy. Do I know any people that are video experts? I don't know. But this has been plaguing me for a while. I'm not even joking. This, like, I want to see confirmed, like, compression errors. Maybe that's compression error. I think the CCTV thing is like, you know, that's where you see George Floyd. I don't want to see his CPR footage. That's not at all. Why would you think that that's what I want? That's horrifying, dude. Okay, see, like, this is... Yeah, okay, let me put it this way. Compression, okay, I'm sure as part of the process of compressing a video file, errors can occur, but I don't think, you know, the ones that have been touted as compression errors, I just don't see them being the type of errors that actually occur, you know? I don't know. It's weird. Let's just check this guy out.
The world is a complex and sometimes difficult place to understand.
It surely is.
It's no surprise how many questions that we
so many questions
can't answer.
Can't answer the
Have to
questions.
see to believe to people showing off their real life superpowers.
Yes, the superest of powers.
The Matrix that were caught on
The
camera.
Matrix.
Let's begin.
Sandboxton. That is my channel. Well, I'm Papa Chubby, so I guess I can't really talk shit.
Number 10. Walking on water. The first clip is of a couple of kids from India doing something pretty extraordinary. At first glance, we see one of them doing his best Jesus impersonation. He is able to sit on top of the surface of the water without falling through. Unfortunately for the rest of us, we haven't quite managed this skill just yet. But this video can give some hope it could be possible.
That's kind of cool. That is pretty cool. I mean, and I don't doubt that there are people who are capable
For show,
of that.
but it does make us wonder, what if this was really possible?
I mean, how do you explain it? Is he
Number 9.
got something that's hanging him from a tree above? I mean,
People have been saying
shirtless, so you would kind of see it, I think.
driving flying cars. Sadly for us, science hasn't quite managed to make this our reality just yet. In the video, cars are just lifting off the ground and floating away in the middle of the street.
Oh, that's clearly edited. Okay, yeah, that's for sure fake. Okay, and you can, most of the time, when it's edited, I choke on that word, or that word combination, I guess. I mean, you can clearly tell that this is fake, right? I'm talking about, like, the actual confirmed compression errors, right? That's what I want to see. Confirmed CCTV compression glitch. I want you motherfuckers to show me what an actual camera captures that no one's... See, again. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, it's not probably a good idea to put this shit on YouTube, man. You know, I researched this shit enough. go profit off of somebody else's income. But like this, everybody's putting a spin on it, dude. Like, and I'm not trying to talk shit or anything like that. How to hack a C? Why are you guys? Stop it. Okay. So wait, circuit bent black and white CCTV. Limited run of 8 units. What are these? Lo-fi future glitch noir. I like the music. It's kind of creepy. What are you going to show us anything? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? Oh, this must be a oh my god, that's the safety video. Isn't it? Oh, what is it? Caterpillar? I feel like it's Caterpillar. Okay, so it's like an artistic form. Okay. Huh. Okay. I mean, no, I don't have any problems with this as an art form, man. That's kind of cool, you know? Oh, God, I'm sorry. I just have to watch this one because this face is so fucking creepy, dude. I have got to see this.
Whilst most paranormal videos can be incredibly suspect, when said videos are captured on live TV, it makes them that much incredible. So, from a holographic Pope to the mysterious identity of Teddy Perkins, join us.
Okay, the production value of this is pretty good. All right. And I have to appreciate when all that shit comes together really well. And this I don't mind putting spooky or paranormal spins on this shit, right? Because obviously that's what brought me down this path. That's what we're talking about anyway. But, you know, there's good ways to present this shit and bad ways, and you know, some are better than others. This guy's pretty good at it. So we'll check it out. We'll check it out.
The news piece. These Honduran presenters were shocked when one of their glasses suddenly moved on its own. Clearly confused, they play the oddity off and continue on.
Chiste nos dicen por acá, aquí prohibida la pólvora. Ah, todo el mundo revienta cohetes.
Okay, that's bizarre, but I've seen that happen before, right? I've seen that happen, but however, I will say that when I've seen it happen, it's usually because there's condensation involved or some sort of liquid underneath the glass. I have no nose tampon. I'm getting a little congested. You know what I mean? Like, there's usually something involved in the form of liquid. Now, in this case, it might just be there's air trapped underneath the glass because, you know, some glasses have a concave bottom. And it doesn't have to be like a very profound concave bottom. It can just be a slight concave. And as long as it's enough to trap some air under, you know, and then a vibration of some kind, you know, it might be essentially hovering, if you want to look at it that way. It's like when vehicles hydroplane because they're traveling too fast over water on the road. It's the same thing, but with air, right? So this glass can move. I'm assuming, again, you know, I am not the type of person who really is good with physics or anything like that. I actually never took physics, but I would assume that if the cup has a slight concave bottom, there's oxygen, air that's trapped underneath it, and it can sit there in a perceived, you know, stationary spot, and then some sort of vibration causes it to move, and it just rides on that little pillow of air shortly. You know, it's the way that like hovercraft work. You know, but I know hovercraft have to shoot out jets of air constantly, I think, you know, to keep them afloat. But again, this is what I think is happening. It's still weird, but because typically when you see glasses move like that, it's usually because there's liquid. You know what I mean? And this seems to be there doesn't seem to be any liquid on the table. I don't see any condensation or anything like that. My first question is, why is there 2 empty glasses on the table, right? Like, if it's for a drink, okay, that's fine. But why is there no liquid in either of them? You know what I mean? I find that a little bit weird. Almost like they've noticed this thing happen before and their ratings were dropping. So they're like, hey, you know what? If we could make this happen while live, it'd be pretty sick. Maybe people would watch us more often, you know, thinking the studio's haunted. And it makes me think that even more so because of the 2 glasses, you know. The more glasses you put on the table, the more odds you have of one of them moving, right? But you can't put more than 2 on the table because then you're being obvious. So, I don't know. That's just my supposition. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but that's what most people with a logical brain would propose as potential explanations.
However, host Carlos Molina later admitted that he felt a sharp chill down his spine seconds before the glass moved. He also denied any speculation that production staff were behind a hoax. Further, in response to the skeptics, Molina claimed he tried to move the glass, but that it was stuck to the table.
Why was it stuck to the table? Oh, dude, you scared the shit out of me. Oh my God, Lucifer. My cat just scared the shit out of me, dude. I'm such a punk bitch. Anytime I watch anything remotely scary, and I sit here and explain in logical terms exactly what happened that's not spooky, and I'm a punk
During
bitch.
a recent broadcast,
I remember this. I remember seeing this. Okay, I don't think it was live, but I remember seeing it, you know, soon after it was recorded. And it's weird, dude. It's weird. I mean, again, could be an alteration. You know, somebody edited it to make it look like he disappears. But it's kind of weird, man. It's kind of weird.
Pope Francis appeared at his window to bless the crowd. However, bizarrely, as he stepped back inside, he seemed to vanish in thin air.
He just disappears. He goes bye-bye.
That's right. It was during the pandemic.
Dude, is it not?
Boop.
He's gone.
Boop. Some people speculated it was a hologram. That because it's, you know, during the pandemic and he's an older man. And I think this was before, you know, the vaccines were available. People were assuming that it could just be a hologram projection of him, you know, because they didn't want him going out and running the risk of getting sick. So, I mean, they did it with Tupac, you know. If they can do it with Tupac, they can certainly do it with a man who's still alive, you know. Anyway, that's bizarre. All right, Lucifer's bugging me for some food. So, and I also have to use the restroom. So, but I do want to watch this. So I'm going to leave it paused, and I hope you don't mind. I got the background music going. All right. So a little something to do. Lucifer, I'm going to punch you, dude. If you don't start being more patient, me and you're going to have problems. All right, but I need to put up a thing in case anybody comes in and wonders where I'm at. What the fuck is it called? Webcam capture. That's what I need. Okay. I need the be right back thing. There we go. Be right back. All right. But yeah, I can honestly believe, in my opinion, at least, that this is a hologram. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's outside of the realm of possibility.
Even curiouser, the Vatican removed all copies of this video, leaving only the official version. As to why the Vatican would do this, some believe Francis was sick that day, or alternatively, that this is a common safety protocol, perhaps to prevent assassination attempts.
That's weird, man. It's weird.
Further, though it sounds unbelievable, basic holograms have been presented on multiple occasions.
See what I'm saying?
And it makes sense that if such technology exists, it would be far more advanced behind closed doors.
And in the midst of a pandemic, you don't want the leader of the Catholic
During the
faith
news coverage of the 2011
going out.
tsunami, some viewers spotted a mysterious creature in the background. In the video, a black bird mysteriously appears and disappears. Even stranger, in slow motion, it seems to repeatedly vanish and reappear. Still, skeptics were quick to conclude that the bird was the result of poor video compression, yet some paranormal enthusiasts are certain it was Mothman.
Dude.
First seen in West Virginia, 1966.
I'm sorry. I am so sick of the poor video compression excuse. Not because I don't believe that that's logical. It's because I can't. Somebody show me a compilation of actual confirmed compression glitches for real. And I don't mean like we just searched for a compilation of videos where people are like, ooh, it's a glitch in the Matrix. No, I want videos. Okay. Samples. Okay. Clips where a man or woman, anybody who is an expert in the field of audio visual reproduction, to put together a video giving me explanations. And, you know, like I said, the explanation is it's a compression glitch. But I want to see samples of compression glitches. And for that expert to be like, these are all compression glitches that you're about to see. Because herein lies the problem. Are they just saying compression glitch, but they don't know it's a compression glitch, right? And that's why all you have are compilations of people who say it's paranormal shit or a glitch in the Matrix, right? Instead of being like, well, it's a compression error. You know what I'm saying? Is the theory of a compression error just a theory? A game theory? I mean, I would like to see that. I would like to see, and maybe it's just not a thing you're going to find on YouTube, you know, because of course the people who come across these weird compilations, you know, they're not audio video experts. They're content creators, and they're trying to put together a video that's entertaining, you know, that's going to get them, you know, get them paid, and it's going to entertain people. But I would like to see that. I would like to see somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about in audio visual put together a compilation of examples you know? Like all of the following that you're about to see are different confirmed compression errors that occurred when something was being recorded. Because all I've ever seen are these really weird examples, and if they're not clearly edits, you know, that somebody's put together or altered directly, then it's always, well, it's a compression error. Are you sure it's a compression error? Like, because this shit's really fucking wild, man. Like how intense are the compression errors? Like that one that we were watching from the video just a couple minutes ago. The car vanished, completely vanished, like in a puff of black smoke. It was driving like 100 miles an hour down the highway, and then poof, it's gone. That didn't look edited to me. However, I didn't see the follow-up footage or anything like that, you know, and I could probably go on and find that it's a fake, but show me the compression glitches, man. Confirmed compression glitches. I want to see those. I want to see somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about put together a video that says these are all compression glitches, okay? So all you people out there that swear up and down as a fucking ghost, shut the fuck up. That's what I want.
Creature was routinely spotted for the next year. Finally, on December 14th, 19...
Thank you. Thank you.
The bridge. Eerily, the next day, the bridge suddenly collapsed, and the Mothman vanished. Ever since, it's allegedly been observed before multiple disasters, leading some to conclude it's a premonition of death.
I don't know, man. That's weird. It's weird. It's bizarre. It does seem to flicker in and out of existence, and it also seems to have this weird black chemtrail coming out of its ass right here. You know, just for a few seconds, and then it stops.
Could the unusual creature actually be the Mothman?
No. Yeah, that's not a thing. But it is weird. It is weird. Because, look, here's what I mean by a compression error, okay? You can clearly see this bird, all right, or whatever the fuck it is. And over here was flickering, and, you know, it could have been perceived as flickering in and out of existence, okay? I'm not here to argue that. What I'm here to argue is this is a clearly visible real-life object that exists that's being recorded, right? And it's not flying further and further away, right? It's not taking a direct path away from the camera and its origin. It's flying, you know, I don't know, perpendicular to the field of view of the camera. And then it just poof is gone, okay? That to me doesn't sound like a compression error. Like, wouldn't you see it, but like blurry maybe? Or, you know what I'm saying? Maybe there's like some slight artifacting here and there, but you could still make out the vast majority of the object. Like, what compression error makes something completely vanish? Like, that, maybe that happens, but that's what I mean. I want to see that video. I want to see that compilation or a couple examples that you can say this is for sure 100% compression error shit. It looks creepy as fuck, but it's compression error, okay? I want to see that. Because to me, this motherfucker disappears out the blue. And that just doesn't seem like a compression problem. I don't know.
Skeptics questioned why no UFO had ever been captured on live TV. However, in today's world, they are captured on almost a daily basis. Yet there has arguably been no better footage than this video from Peru. In February 2020, the channel Capital TV collected an audience of 200 people to wait at the Yaya Beach, a UFO hotspot. The hosts were doubtful that they would catch something, but to their amazement, they filmed something spectacular. In the middle of the broadcast, some audience members noticed an unexplained light above the sea.
Está encima de la playa, no está en el cerro, miren.
Whoa.
A ver, todos tranquilos, por favor.
Was there? What was that bright ass light?
Es una luz muy potente que se está acercando en estos momentos al campamento. Se está acercando al campamento. Quiero por favor que tengan mucha calma. Se está acercando.
What is that?
Encima de las
No, quit playing. That's a flashlight.
Were at hand with their laser pens, shining them at the object.
Why?
And incredibly, it seemed to respond back.
Ahí ya ustedes aparecen en este momento. Estamos transmitiendo en vivo, en directo.
Y'all quit playing.
47 de la noche, miren eso.
I mean, that is pretty bright. You know what I'm saying?
Vamos a tratar de ser racionales.
I have a pretty bright ass fucking flashlight, but I don't. That's a lot of lumens. You know what I mean?
Que están en la zona y que están lanzando. No, pero son.
La luz es muy potente, Antonio. La luz es muy potente.
Though some have argued that it could be a boat, those who saw it maintain it was a UFO.
Yeah, it is. It's an unidentified floating object. It is a UFO. Fucking idiots.
In previous videos, I have covered the controversial theory that
Well,
legendary musician.
Here's the thing. I like boys and girls. They just gotta be a certain age. I swear to God, man, if I lived in a vacuum by myself, I'd still be entertained. And it wouldn't be me losing my mind. I think I'm way funnier than I am. Oh, it's magic. It's wonderful. Oh, I like this music, but you need to stop fucking small children. I'm sorry. I know there's people who still contend that that's all false. But even if he didn't fuck the children, his behavior with small children was completely inappropriate, okay? And I know he had a rough upbringing. I know he had some problems. I know that more than anything else, he wanted to be a rich white woman. And he ultimately achieved his goal, I think, before he died. You know? But like I said, even if he didn't, if he didn't fuck the children, just the fact that he hung out with kids, okay, and invited kids specifically over, you know, and wouldn't interact with the parents per se, you know, he'd just be like, "Come on, children, let's go ride the train." You know, I always think of the fucking South Park episode where they make fun of him. I mean, there's numerous, but you know what I'm saying. His behavior with the children is completely inappropriate. I mean, on a very serious level. Just to surround yourself with primarily young children and have them sleep in your bed is so inappropriate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about his upbringing. I'm sorry that he had a lot of trauma that he endured. But if his mental state is so bad that we are accepting his quirks, you know, his completely inappropriate behavior around children as a quirk, then he needs help. He needs institutionalized, basically. You know, he needs intense therapy, and there needs to be like a court order essentially separating him from children. Because even if there wasn't something sexual that happened between him and any children, again, his behavior around the children and just surrounding himself with them and having them sleep in his bed is fucking bonkers. And if I were to do that as a scoop of mashed potatoes brought to life, I would already be in jail. But because he was a rich white woman, he was able to get away with it. Like, so, I'm sorry, but I loved his music.
Michael Jackson actually faked his death. However, one piece of supposed evidence that I neglected to mention was the mysterious identity of Teddy Perkins and his odd appearance at the 2018 Emmys. The Jackson-inspired character first appeared on the acclaimed show Atlanta, where he was played by Donald Glover. Yet mysteriously, the Perkins at the Emmys wasn't played by Glover, nor by his brother Steven, or co-star Lakeith Stanfield. Additionally, Atlanta director Hiromu Rai refused to reveal who it was. This led to theories that Perkins was really Jackson in disguise, and that he used the show to tell his story. In particular, believers point to this short clip, in which he cryptically says that someone did kill him, but that he's still alive. Could this have been a message? Though some Jackson fans say yes, others aren't so sure. What do you think?
I think the thought of him still being alive is painful and horrific.
At the end of an interview, this UK politician walks away with a distinctly red briefcase. However, once he passes this parked car, the case now becomes green. Weirder still, you can see the colour is still red just before he comes back into frame. Viewers were obviously confounded, with some claiming it was evidence of government manipulation.
What?
Whatever the case,
What?
the mystery doesn't end there. Only a few minutes earlier,
Yeah, look.
the briefcase literally transformed in front of the camera, this time from green to red. Is it possible that this is video evidence of a glitch in the Matrix?
No. If it was, why would he be holding it in front of your face? I mean, I don't know, but apparently there's pigments that change color.
Rappersman school that made international headlines.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was talking shit. What collapsed?
In the aftermath of the 2017 Mexico City earthquake, it was the Enrique Rappersman school that made international headlines. In a story that gripped the nation, rescuers made massive efforts to free Frida Sofia, a little girl they'd found trapped in the debris. Bizarrely, however, it was later discovered that Frida didn't exist. So who did rescuers see and talk to? Eerily, whatever the answer, people later unearthed this creepy news coverage, in which a face can be seen in the wreckage.
What? Where? Oh my god. Gross. Okay. You know, you can't say for sure that's face. That whatever this is, okay, seems to be of a similar pigmentation, like a similar color to whatever the face is. And it could be just a bit of debris that's bent upward, you know, and it looks like a face, right? I'm not saying it's not a face, but I'm more confounded by, wait, they saved a little girl? Like they actually pulled a little girl from the wreckage that was alive, and then she didn't exist. I don't understand what you mean she didn't exist. Did she vanish? Did you pull her from the wreckage and then she disappeared in your arms? Like, or did you take her to the hospital? Was she put in an ambulance? Like, how is she not real? What do you mean she's not real? That I don't get.
Just who was this child? A spirit who died years prior to the earthquake? Or something far worse?
Or maybe, did any students die in the earthquake, or was it empty? I don't know, man. I'm more interested in the fact that, like I said, they supposedly... Let me run that back. They supposedly saved a child, and it disappeared. Or she didn't exist? Is that what he said?
Of a glitch in the Matrix.
Okay, this is not a real UK politician, right? I mean, he's obviously a performance artist. Sorry.
In the aftermath of the 2017 Mexico City earthquake, it was the Enrique Rappersman school that made international headlines.
Okay, with you so far.
A story that gripped the nation. Rescuers made massive efforts to free Frida Sofia, a little girl they'd found trapped in the debris. Bizarrely, however, it was later discovered that Frida didn't exist. So who did rescuers see and talk to? Eerily, whatever the answer, people later unearthed this creepy news coverage.
Wait. Why are you hyper-focused on this face and the debris rather than explaining what are you talking about? She didn't exist. Did they get her name wrong? I mean, did they assume her name was Frida Sofia? I think that's what they said. Hold on. See, dude, this is what's more fascinating to me, isn't that? Frida Sofia. Hold on. I think that's what he said her name was. Frida Sofia? Frida Sofia? Oh, okay. There's a famous Frida Sofia, who's a singer. Alejandro Guzman's daughter. Frida Sofia was born in 1992 in Mexico. Okay. She is a model, social media personality, and a former fitness instructor, perhaps. She posed for numerous popular publications such as Playboy. Okay. I'll have to look up those pictures later. But I'm looking for a different Frida Sofia, right? Frida, I think that's what he said her name was. Frida Sofia. Mexico. Yeah. That's Mexico earthquake. That's what I want. Let's look at this shit, dude. The New York Times is going to pop up with a paywall, and New York Times can fuck itself. Please don't. Please don't. Let me get into this one. This got to be... Yeah, this is 2017. This is old. Okay, Frida Sofia, the Mexico earthquake victim who never was. So, okay, here's what it's going to be, right? They didn't rescue anybody. It was just a news coverage, right? Sensationalization is, what I call it, where there's an earthquake, it's devastating, right? It's already newsworthy, and then the school collapses, but in order to jack up ratings, maybe they invented this story of a child being trapped inside, and so there was like this really fervent effort to free her while she was still alive, but nobody was actually pulled from the rubble, would be my guess. But even still, why would you make like I said, the earthquake itself is newsworthy. Why would you have to make up a child that you're pulling from the rubble? The feel-good news story. Since when do you guys give a fuck about feel-good news? Not in this country. All right, well, let's read about it. Her plight captured the attention of the Mexican public. 12-year-old girl trapped in the rubble of a collapsed elementary school as rescuers rushed to save her. Television cameras fixed their attention on the frantic rescue operations after a devastating earthquake toppled the school on September 19th. Titty bits of information about the child, who some began to identify as Frida Sofia, trickled out. Some reported that she was with 5 other children, some that she had spoken to rescuers and was wiggling her fingers, still others that she had been sent water. But a day later, the world learned the truth. Frida Sofia did not exist. No children were believed to be alive in the building, according to Mexican Navy officials. So, were there dead children in there? Like, was the building occupied when the earthquake occurred, is what I'm wondering. Or was it like evening hours or in the middle of the night? Hold on, man. This might actually... Okay, I just need to continue because I'm about to like pull open a new tab and do a different search and find out exactly what time of day this earthquake occurred. I'm hoping that it tells me further in the article. So we're gonna bank on that, and if not, I need to know because I need to ascertain the likelihood that there were children in the building when the earthquake occurred. Maybe it gives a time of day later. All right. Blah blah blah. So how did the nation, including emergency medical workers, some officials and news outlets, get it so wrong? Yeah, who are the motherfuckers who were sitting there saying that she was with 5 other children? Who are the ones that were saying that she had spoken to rescuers and was even wiggling her fingers? And who are the guys that are saying that they sent her water? Is it just chodes walking around playing telephone with each other? Not actually speaking to rescuers or anybody? All right, here we go. The Enrique... oh, God, I'm sorry. I don't speak Spanish. Rebsamen? The Enrique Rebsamen School collapsed on that Tuesday. I don't speak English either. On that Tuesday, when a 7.1 magnitude earthquake hit Mexico City. People rushed to pull injured children from the school, but hope soon dwindled. Okay. It was on a Tuesday, so it was a school day. Big earthquake, 7.1 magnitude. This was 2017, right? Let me get the date. September 19th. Okay. Give me a second. Because I really need... I'm telling you, I got to do... Oh, wow. Jeez. It's like one of the first... first results. All right. Right? September 19th. That's when... Right? I'm sorry. I just want... Okay. Make sure I'm getting my facts right, dude. Because I don't want to lose details as I go along here. Give me the Wikipedia. Okay. This is the right one. 2017 Puebla earthquake. All right, 7.1 magnitude. It's the same one. 19 September 2017. Okay, so the date's right. struck at 13:14 Central Daylight Time. Central Time from where I'm at. Well, I guess that's 1, right? That's 1:14 p.m., correct? Yeah. So that was school day at 1 in the afternoon. Right? Okay. I think I'm right. Yeah. Yeah, because it would have been 1814 UTC. That's like Great Britain time, right? Yeah, that would have been 5 p.m. Right? 5:14 p.m. Excuse me, 6:14. God, I don't math so good. I'm from Chudstown. Okay, so it was big. And it hit during a school day, during school, okay? And we're going to kind of cross-reference, okay, the ever-reliable Wikipedia article with the New York Times article. Because I'm more enthralled by this. Who the fuck is Frida Sofia? Even if the name was wrong, that's fine. But why are they saying that they're communicating with children and possibly pulling children and out, or they can wiggle her fingers and they're giving her water? Like, let's just get into that. So it shook the ground for 20 seconds. That's a lot of ground shaking time for that magnitude of earthquake. Its epicenter was about 55 kilometers or 34 miles south of the city of Puebla, Mexico. The earthquake caused damage in the Mexican states of Puebla and Morelos and in the greater Mexico City area, including the collapse of more than 40 buildings. 370 people were killed by the earthquake and related building collapses, including 228 in Mexico City, and more than 6,000 were injured. Quake coincidentally occurred on the 32nd anniversary of the 1985 Mexico City earthquake, which killed around 10,000 people. Jesus Christ. The 85 quake was commemorated, and a national earthquake drill was held at 11 a.m. local time, just 2 hours before the 2017 earthquake. Jesus. 12 days earlier, the even larger 2017 Chiapas earthquake struck 650 kilometers or 400 miles away off the coast of the state of Chiapas. I'm sorry, I forgot that the Wikipedia page is on my ultra-wide monitor, so it's probably difficult for anybody who wants to read along to see it. So, there you go. Now I got it. Moreover, I need to change. Or, let me just get rid of that. Alright. So, people died. Background, earthquake. According to the National Seismologist, did things and people died. Okay, casualties. 9 days after the earthquake, at least 361 people had been reported killed. At least 74 people were killed in Morelos, 220 in Mexico City, 45 in Puebla, 13 in the state of Mexico, 6 in the state of Guerrero, and 1 in the state of Oaxaca in Mexico City. The bodies of 26 students and 4 instructors were pulled from the rubble. 26 students and 4 teachers were pulled from the rubble of the Enrique C. Rebsamen School. Jesus Christ. That was 9 days after the earthquake, or it was just 9 days after the earthquake when the 361 people had been reported killed? Jesus Christ. Okay, so there were dead children. 26 of them, 4 instructors, and then 30 students and 8 adults were still unaccounted for as of the evening of 19 September. The Mexico City campus of the Monterey Institute of Technology and Higher Education suffered damage, with at least 5 people killed and 40 injured. Okay, so that confirms children died in there. Okay. I mean, of course, that's a bummer. That's why it kind of just hit me. It's just tragic, dude. All right, so how Frida Sofia's story began. The Enrique Rebsamen School collapsed on that Tuesday when a 7.1 magnitude earthquake hit Mexico City. People rushed to pull injured children from the school, but hope soon dwindled. What is this? A separate article? my. At Mexican school hit by quake. Heartbreak and dwindling hope. Okay. I'm not going to look at that one because it's behind the paywall. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay. By evening of the next day, the military, the police, and local volunteers had been digging for more than 24 hours. That is when reports emerged of a girl who was alive inside the rubble. A story of hope when a devastated country painfully needed one. Okay. So that kind of, sort of explains why they would craft this narrative, even if it wasn't real, right? It is unclear who first made the claim, but Televisa, the country's largest television news network, was the first to air the report. The news was relayed by reporter Daniel Iturbide, who said the information had come from leaders of the rescue teams. She was one of the only reporters allowed inside the police cordon around the building at the point. In her report, Miss Iturbide, God, that's a rough one. Let's call her Miss D, all right? Miss D said the rescuers had told her that a 12-year-old girl was trapped. Here's what I don't understand. At this point, there's still 30 children and 8 adults that were unaccounted for inside of this school. So why are they just pulling out the one girl, like the story of one girl being found alive in the school? Because at this point, aren't you still very hopeful that you can find and locate, like a large portion of those people still alive? I mean, I know the building collapsed and everything like that, but you never know, dude. And this isn't like a week after it occurred. This is 24 hours after, which I know is a big stretch of time. But 30 people, a total of 38 people are still missing inside this building. Why are you guys latching on to one story of one 12-year-old girl? I mean, yeah, okay, you found a 12-year-old girl that was trapped, or the story at least broke that way. Aren't you still digging? Like, you're gonna pull all the bodies out, right? Like, and at this point, you're only 24 hours in. Okay, again, I know that's a stretch of time. It's a pretty decent stretch. But to assume that that you're only going to find one girl alive out of the 38 that are still supposedly in there, like, I just don't understand why they're latching on to the possibility that one girl was found. Yeah, there's 38 in there, so keep digging, I don't know. It seems so bizarre to me. All right, so supposedly they found her using a thermal scanner. Supposedly, rescue teams had made contact with the child, she told viewers, and her name was Frida Sofia, which is funny because, again, when I did that Google search, Frida Sofia, spelled exactly that name. She's a famous singer that was born in 1992, and her dad is apparently famous, I guess. I don't know. So somebody just pulled out, when think of a Hispanic name, Frida Sofia, you know what I mean? Fox News probably was doing the first reporting. Rescuers were withholding the last name, the reporter said. Frida Sofia, is that not her first and last name? Okay, never mind. Later that evening, Miss D interviewed rescuers on camera who spoke of a child trapped alive in the building. So rescuers who were actually working on removing the rubble are claiming that there's a child trapped alive. Yeah, there should be several trapped in there, okay? Hopefully still alive. I mean, I guess what's so bizarre to me is that at 24 hours after this earthquake occurred, the fact that one child being found alive inside the school is super exciting to these people. It's like, dude, I at this point would be assuming that all of them are still alive, right? Like, you have it in the back of your mind that, some of them are dead. Worst case scenario, all of them are dead. But to, after 24 hours, be like, nah, pack it up, fam. They're fucked. There's no way that there's people still living in there. And then when they find supposedly one girl using a thermal scanner, that's still alive. They're like, oh, there's somebody still alive. Bitch, you better be digging as if 38 people in there are still alive. As far as I'm concerned, don't be excited about just one. I mean, keep digging, man. I mean, I know I'm sitting there talking out of my ass as some fat chode who is sitting on his ass probably on this day in 2017, as I'm doing right now. But after just 24 hours after the earthquake, you better keep digging as if there are living people still in there and you need to get to them ASAP. Right? I don't know. In one interview, a man who identified himself only as Artemio and as an electrician and rescuer told her that he had heard the voice of a girl. Yes, some very faint voices of a girl, apparently called Sophie, he said. Okay, this is a picture from the school. I'm looking. Holy shit. Stop minimizing. I'm trying to zoom in, but it won't let you. When you use the mouse wheel, it just zooms you back out. Okay. All right, it kind of changes my perspective seeing the picture. Kind of. What I mean by that is, with this structure collapsed, there's not a whole lot of chance that people are alive inside, right? But, having said that, if my loved ones were in there, you better be going into it with the assumption that my loved ones are still alive but barely clinging onto life, and I need you to get in there fast. I mean, of course, I'd be helping. But if people were walking around there immediately assuming that everyone in the building was dead, I mean, even though it's likely, I just can't understand why you wouldn't hold out hope a little bit longer than 24 hours. You know what I mean? I don't know. This is getting somber, dude. All right. I asked your name. The man said, she said, Sophie, Sophie. Okay, so he said he heard soft, faint voices of a girl. Asked her her name, and she said Sophie. So somebody actually replied to him? Okay. In the early hours of last Thursday, the AP quoted another rescue worker with a similar story. The New York Times, among other news organizations, published this report. Rescue worker Raul Rodrigo Hernandez Ayala came out from the site Wednesday night and said that the girl is alive. She has vital signs, the news agency reported, and that 5 more children had been located alive. There is a basement where they found children. According to the report, helmeted workers spotted the girl buried in the debris early Wednesday and shouted to her to move her hand if she could hear. She did, and a rescue dog was sent inside to confirm she was alive. One rescuer told local media he had talked to the girl, who had said her name was Frida. At the time, the military also had a search and rescue dog on site named Frida, which may have contributed to the confusion. The story grew from there as more news outlets reported the information. Soon, hashtag Frida Sophia was trending on Twitter. Jesus, of course it was. You absolute dipshits. Christ. Look at this. They even got a ribbon with little child feet prints on it. Okay, officials confirmed the initial reports. From Thursday morning, it seemed that most rescuers were working under the assumption that a girl was alive in the rubble. Footage taken by one journalist at the scene showed a rescuer shouting to a colleague and asking where he should dig before being told to focus on an area. Breaking, she's alive. Rescuers just spoke to a little girl trapped beneath collapsed school.
No sabemos, no, es un piso abajo y un poquito hacia el lado. Esa es la indicación que tenemos. De las otras áreas tenemos
It's amazing how they're all being so quiet.
Usted me indica. Usted me indica. Sí, sí. Ok, solamente me dice que la mesa es muy fuerte. Muy bien, pero no me dice nada de las otras áreas. ¿Qué hago con las otras áreas? Las otras áreas aguantadas. Ok, correcto. Muy bien. Solamente va a trabajar el área de la niña. Las otras áreas se van a aguantar. Solamente el área de la niña confirmada, por favor. Muy bien.
A ver, para confirmar, van a trabajar en
Jesus Christ. Okay, so I was commenting on how it is really impressive, and I noticed on the front of the building up here, it was written to keep quiet, you know, remain silent. So you could hear if survivors were alive. And look at how many people are here. And they're that quiet. That's incredible. That in itself is a feat, right? So it's bizarre that this is just a fabrication? Is that what's... Hold on. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Focus on an area. Most journalists could not get close to the scene. They were relying on rescue workers rather than officials to relay information. Many of those workers had been on the site for hours. Then officials began to repeat parts of the same story. On Thursday morning, a Navy officer, Admiral Jose Luis Vergara, told Televisa that there appeared to be a girl inside, but that they could not pinpoint her location. There's a girl alive in there. We're pretty sure of that, but we still don't know how to get to her, Admiral Vergara said. Then the Navy backtracked. The Naval Secretariat said in a statement that 11 children had been rescued from the school and that the bodies of 19 children and 6 adults had been recovered. But no students were believed to still be trapped inside, it said. The body of a 7th adult was discovered on Sunday. Okay. We want to emphasize that we have no knowledge about the report that emerged with the name of a girl, the Navy's Assistant Secretary Angel Enrique Sarmiento said last Thursday. We never had any knowledge about that report, and we do not believe, we are sure, it was not a reality. Mr. Sarmiento said that a thermal camera lowered into the rubble of the school had detected blood, but that the only person still listed as missing was a school employee. At least one body was removed from the rubble last Thursday morning after the Frida Sofia story emerged, that of a 58-year-old woman, and it could have been her fingers that rescuers had seen. Admiral Vergara apologized in a televised interview. The information about the girl was spread by the Marines based on the technical reports and the testimony of the rescue workers, he said. From the beginning, there were doubts about Frida Sofia. Some news outlets reported that her name could not be found on the school's roll book. Last Thursday, the Ministry of Education issued an appeal for families of students who might be missing, and said it had been 12 hours since the ministry had heard from anyone. Televisa later said its reporting had been based on interviews with rescuers and official sources, and demanded an explanation from the Navy as to why it had retracted its earlier statements. Our goal was always to avoid rumors and the dissemination of false information, Televisa said in a statement. That is why we approached the Navy, which is the highest coordinating command of these rescue tasks. In a video message on Friday, Ms. D, the reporter, said that the authorities had limited her access and that she had done her best to verify information with rescue workers. Wow. Alejandro Reyes. Hey, dude. You doing all right? Are you in pain? Tired from walking? Oh, that sucks. Is it because your feet hurt? Okay. Well, try to relax a little bit. Poor girl. She falling apart. Hey, man. I'm just checking in with Lily. She just got home from school. She's probably gonna lay down though. She's not feeling well. She's not really sick or anything, but her feet are killing her. Feet and legs. She had to start doing PE this semester. And it's kicking her ass. Anyway. What I'm looking at though is it's an article from the New York Times, but I've been down somewhat of a rabbit hole, right? I was watching those paranormal videos earlier, and it led me on to a rant about there are certain bits of evidence, right? Or segments of weird shit that get recorded and often get put on these videos as paranormal evidence. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's having a hard time. Right. That's true. Yeah, and that's the thing that sucks is like, you know, I'm not in great shape, and, you know, I'm not like a physical person. I don't play sports, and, you know, I did shortly when I was younger, but, and, you know, she's the same way, you know, she doesn't exercise, you know, and she doesn't really need to. I mean, she's skinny, which is all people care about, you know, and, so, you know, she's sedentary, like I am. And so whenever, you know, they started doing physical activity, it's kicking her ass. But the good news is hopefully that once she gets used to it and her body gets used to it, it won't be as hard on her, you know, once she starts to get into shape a little. But yeah, so I was watching the paranormal videos, and I get sick and tired of a lot of these paranormal videos will be like, is this a spirit, or is it a compression glitch from a camera, right? 5347. Okay, cool. That's good. That's what Sam, I think, was saying. Sam Cedar was saying yesterday, right? Towards the end of his show. Is that most likely it'd be 53 to 47? Or somebody said that, I think, yesterday. Which is good. That's good. I'm glad it didn't get fucked over at the last minute, you know? Yeah, these I want to see what these compression glitches look like. And what I mean is I wanted to see like a YouTube video where some audio video expert has a compilation of different clips or just a few examples of what a compression glitch looks like on a video camera, because a lot of bits of evidence or whatever you want to call it, they're like, is this just a weird compression glitch? Like, what was is it this one? Yeah. Okay, let me go back to the clip that kind of triggered it in my mind. I don't even know if it was, yeah, it was this video. Okay, so there's this bird-like thing, right? And this is the Fukushima, you know, the nuclear power plant, when they had the earthquake and the subsequent tsunami in Fukushima, in Japan a few years back. And so that's what this is from. And it's right on the coast, but you see like this bird-like creature. Here, I'll just let it run and you can listen to it. Well, I guess he didn't super explain it, but yeah, this bird thing, okay, is flying up in the sky, and it kind of blips in and out of existence, you know, is what this guy says, the narrator. And then it kind of flies up further, and then flies to the west, and then it just flat out fucking disappears, which is bizarre, right? And he says the same thing that a lot of other narrators say when they put up a video like this is this just a compression glitch? I want to see examples of those compression glitches. And I'm not saying that as like, no, this is definitively evidence of something, that's unexplainable. I want to see what the compression glitches look like, because I'm not an AV expert. But to me, like, taking this specific instance into consideration, when something flat out completely disappears from the camera,
actually be the Mothman.
can that be watch, it's gone, like it completely disappears. So that to me is like not a compression glitch. I mean, I'm not saying it's something paranormal at all. I'm just saying, do compression glitches occur where something is fully visible and then completely disappears? Because to me, I would think there would be some artifacting or some shit like that. It's moving too fast for the frame rate of this 2 meg. Well, see, and that's what it is, right? So all the time when they say it's like, ooh, is it a compression glitch? It's always, first and foremost, potato quality. And if it's higher quality, then I guess there's not much explanation. But that's what's so bizarre to me is I just don't know enough about AV stuff. I don't sit there and analyze videos all the time in digital format. But what does a compression glitch look like? That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see, like, and I even went on YouTube, right, and searched for CCTV compression glitch example. You know what I mean? And I did different searches to try to see examples of that shit. All of them are videos like this, where they're like, is it a glitch in the Matrix? This next piece of evidence. And it's like, no, I want to see, like, somebody who knows their shit be like, what you're about to see are examples of compression glitches in various, footage, and show exactly what a real confirmed compression glitch looks like. That's what I want to see. Because I think it's just their attempt to offer up some legitimate explanation. Because I'm sure they see it in the comments all the time, right? Every video is like, well, every bit of evidence on there is a compression glitch. Really? Like, okay, that might be, but can you, like, I would like an expert to explain that to me. I know what compression is, like, on the surface level, you know what I mean? But I just don't. You do get weird shit in compression, but I don't think that's it, Chief. I think it's more likely where the shutter speed of the camera can't hold something that moves really fast on screen, so it seems to appear and disappear. Yeah. And see, like, for that, for sure. I could totally see in this instance that's what it is. It's just so funny that, like, it's a compression error. And I think it's what it is, right? They take the most predominant criticism of any evidence that they provide, and they throw it in their narration as a way to feed the trolls, so to speak, and to try to head them off at the pass before they start bitching and being like, oh, that's fake because compression, just whatever the fuck they might say. So that was weird. Okay. I started throwing a fit about the compression stuff. I wanted to see actual examples of confirmed compression errors. And then it led me to this story, okay?
In the aftermath of the 2017 Mexico City earthquake, it was the Enrique Rabasman school that made international headlines. In a story that gripped the nation, rescuers made massive efforts to free Frida Sofia, a little girl they'd found trapped in the debris. Bizarrely, however, it was later discovered that Frida didn't exist. So who did rescuers see and talk to? Eerily, whatever the answer, people later unearthed this creepy news coverage, in which a face can be seen in the wreckage.
Okay, so here's where I went apeshit, right? Because immediately, what they're saying is, oh, you can see a face in the wreckage, mate. All right. And I immediately, okay, I'm like, I can see how it's face-like, right? But this is a collapsed building. and you've got some part of the structure here, and it's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar in complexion or color to this supposed face, right? And you know, if you add darkness that you would probably find inside of here, you know, it's similar. So me being the discerning person I am, I would assume that it's probably this bit of structure that's, you know, protruding into the building and is bent upward. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck about this face, is what I'm saying. What I care about and what triggered me is the whole story he just mentioned in passing. Like, it's not the most interesting part rather than this face. Like, and the story was that the school collapsed, okay? The school collapsed. And supposedly the way he explained it is, you know, rescuers were working on the building and that they had found a girl alive inside. And that they had passed her water and shit like that. And that they had supposedly rescued her. But then found out that she'd never existed. And then he just moves on like, huh, who are they actually talking to? Anyway, there's a face in here. Isn't that weird? Like, that's what pissed me off. It's like, no, I want to hear the story of the girl that was supposedly rescued and then disappeared or never existed. Like, I wanted explanation to that, not just this weird not face. You know what I'm saying? So then I had to research it and get some more detail as to what the hell they were talking about. And, you know, I found it. I went and I looked at the Wikipedia stuff, made sure it was the correct date, you know, and it gave some detail there. But this New York Times article, Frida Sofia was the name that was given to this little girl. Because apparently all these rescue workers were telling reporters on the scene that they had located a little girl inside the building who was still alive, and her name was Frida Sofia, and that she was wiggling her fingers and she was talking to them, and you know, just that was being reported. And then apparently this started, you know, trending on Twitter. This hashtag Frida Sofia, you know what I mean, with the ribbon and the feet. Of course it did, right? So that was how much that this was being reported, is that there was this little girl that was found alive inside the building. First of all, I was bitching because from what the story explained, there were supposedly 30 children and 8 adults that were still in the building when it collapsed. And everybody was hyper focused on, oh, we found one person alive. And I was wigging out because I'm like, dude, after this earthquake occurs, you better be going into it assuming that all 38 of them are still alive. You know what I mean? Like, don't just get super psyched that, oh, we found one little girl alive and there's hope now. Like, if it was a week after the earthquake, okay, I get it. They're probably all dead, right? But this was like 24 hours after the earthquake occurred, and they're kind of moving through it as if they're not trying to save everyone. You know what I mean? It's like they immediately assumed everybody was fucking dead, and they weren't. They were just hyper focused on this one girl that was supposedly found alive inside. I mean, if my loved ones are in there, you better move your ass and pretend that they're all still alive. I mean, you know, in the back of your mind, they're probably not, but there's, you know, you never know. When buildings collapse, man, there's pockets of survivability. You know what I mean? It seemed like there were stories of people in the Trade Center towers when they fell, you know, when they collapsed, like it's certain portions of the stairwell remained standing and some people survived the collapse. Like, I feel like there were stories like that, you know? That was a fucking tower, dude. That was way high. So, of course, I'm on my fucking soapbox bitching about that, right? And then I come across this fucking picture as I'm pissing and moaning about the school, okay? And I'm assuming this is part of it. I don't know. But this, with the goddamn 2x4s, is what was left of the school. And then I was like, okay, so what I was saying about people still being alive inside is probably false, you know? Like, of course I go on this rant picturing a school, you know, I didn't assume it was a huge school. You know, it's Mexico City, around that area. So I didn't picture a huge school, but I didn't picture that it pancaked. You know what I'm saying? Just straight up flattened out the whole building. So that put a damper on my optimism, and it made me start to understand why they probably weren't, you know, super convinced that people were alive inside. But on top of that, dude, again, my point still stands. If my child or children were inside there, of course I'm going to be helping, but you motherfuckers better be moving. You know, you better be moving with the assumption that they're still alive until proven otherwise. Again, if you're 7 days into the rescue effort and you still haven't, like, made progress, or you still haven't, you know, pulled everybody out, okay, then we can assume they're dead. But not 24 hours after, especially when you consider how many people are here. You know, there's a lot of workers and rescuers, and I get that when there's a collapsed building, you can't really do a lot, you know. But where's the heavy equipment? Like, don't you guys have, like, I mean, this is an elementary school, you know? I know that there's probably several collapsed structures nearby, but isn't there, like, a crane or a backhoe or a, you know, any sort of, like, a bulldozer, you know, that you can bring in here and try to lift this shit up and get it cleared out? I don't know. But what was more fascinating to me is how everybody was so convinced that there was this one little girl that was in there. And essentially what it wasn't anything the way that this narrator made it sound. Because the way he made it sound was that they had physically rescued the little girl from the school and then later found out she never existed. Like, no, they didn't pull anybody from the school that was still alive. Well, they did. There was like 11 kids, I guess, that they pulled. Where does it say it? It does eventually give, you know, a summary of the number of people that were, you know, pulled that were living. Okay. All right. So it says that 11 children had been rescued from the school, and that the bodies of 19 children and 6 adults had been recovered. So there were 11 children that had been rescued alive. All right. And 19 that sadly passed on, along with 6 adults. But there were no additional students trapped inside after that. And so they saved the 11. But then after that, it was like, you know, everybody else that remained inside was dead. And so, you know, it wasn't... What day was that? It said in a statement, blah, blah, blah. Because it happened on a Tuesday. It appeared to be a girl inside, but they could not pinpoint her location. Yeah, and this is what made it even worse is the Navy, the Mexico's Navy, was kind of perpetuating this whole story about this girl being alive, and this Admiral Jose Luis Vergara actually reported to Mexico's largest news outlet that there appeared to be a girl inside, but they could not pinpoint her location. So they, you know, they were kind of adding fuel to this fire. But then they backtracked and were like, no, there's nobody in there. So it was just really weird. And like I said, it ended up being, like, to me, that's what the story should have been that you told, not just, you know, look at this face. Holy fuck, it's a face. You know, like, and again, that's kind of what started this whole rant about paranormal stuff. I mean, you've seen it and heard it from me before. The evidence of ghosts and how ridiculous it gets sometimes, man. But yeah, so rabbit hole, right? And
Angle
I
record.
was mostly just analyzing some of this evidence that's being provided. Okay, this one is weird. Okay, I'll go back to the beginning of it.
Well, actually,
I want to say that before I start running my mouth about it, that I don't at all believe. I don't believe this to be paranormal. I don't think, but this is one bit of evidence that was the original bit of evidence that led me to try to find compilations of compression errors, because he says this is an example of a compression error, or he insinuates that it might be, right? I don't know. And you know, if you're there, if you can watch this one and tell me what you think, or if you just flat out think somebody edited it. Okay, I fucking choke on that every time. But the part that was just playing, and the part that he plays at the end, is another security camera from inside their home. It's a different angle, and it's the lady who submitted this clip. Her brother is watching the mirror, because it all takes place in a mirror, the freaky shit. And her brother's watching the mirror as the freaky shit occurs, and he sees it with his own eyes. So it's like, you know, it's highly unlikely, I guess, by the way that it was reported, that it was a compression error or whatever. But here, I'll let you see.
Family home in the Philippines. He stands in front of a mirror, and what happens next is truly bizarre. Apple's reflection in the mirror seems to move out of time with her body. Now, of course, this could just be a weird CCTV compression glitch, but her brother Joshua actually sees it happen with his own eyes. Another camera angle records his reaction. Joshua can't believe what he's seeing, and he quickly goes to warn his sister.
Okay.
Together, they check the...
So I'm glad you pointed that out, right? Because I kind of assumed that shit was pretty easy to edit. Hold on a second. I gotta do a thing. Her room is a fucking trash pit, dude. And I hate seeing it in the camera. Anyway. So, yeah, I assumed that the mirror shit was pretty easy to edit. And I actually noticed something that was a little bit different from the original, you know, the original camera angle. Because it seems like her brother is still in the kitchen and starts complaining about what he's seeing in the mirror, before he enters the frame, right? But whenever you see it from his angle, he stands in the kitchen and is looking at the mirror and is like silent, or at least I can't see his mouth moving, right? And he's fucking with a drink or whatever. And then he goes into the room and starts talking. You know what I mean? So it's almost like they did the editing on the mirror shit and then had to shoot his reaction from the different angle. I mean, I'm sure there are more than one camera, but they had to shoot his reaction as if he was reacting to what he was seeing. You know what I mean? You'd have to shoot the same scene twice, and then as long as you don't move the camera. Okay, exactly. So that was it. That was probably exactly what happened. That's so weird though. Yeah, because again, back in the beginning here, like I said, you can hear him, you know, like wigging out about what he's seeing, but he's just talking, right? Like, and you don't see him come into the camera frame. But then later, when it's showing his reaction, or when he was seeing it from the kitchen, he's not talking. He goes, you know, and stands in the living room before he starts talking. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misremembering it. And it does have a timestamp, which I'm sure is easy to falsify too. 90% is pure simple fact of, dude, why is there 9 cameras in this room? You know, and that's a good point too. I know that there's some people that like to add 1 or 2 cameras to their home. Like, we had one in our living room. It's gone now just because it was useless. You know what I mean? And they did Christmas decorations that took up, it was sitting on the mantle above the fireplace. And we moved it. And you know, truthfully, it doesn't really work as a security camera. And when we bought it, it was more like when my niece was younger and we wanted to post up a camera, you know, like a baby monitor type camera. So, but yeah, it is pretty bizarre. But I did want to, where's this at?
It is truly bizarre.
Bizarre. Truly. Okay, maybe I'm just, not seeing him walk into the frame because of how zoomed in it is. So you can see all 9 pixels very clearly, you know. Yeah, I know timestamps are easy to fake, but what was the timestamp on that piece of shit?
And what happens next?
Oh, wait. Don't fuck with me.
It's truly bizarre.
Huh. Okay, so it's 3:14:20. It's 5:33. Oh, something. Bizarre. Nice. We're in sync, dude. We'll probably start our periods at the same time. Yeah, okay, so it zooms in. That's why, I think. I was like, well, he didn't come into the camera frame before he started talking. But I think it pulls back out after the weird shit. I don't know. We'll find out. Either way, it's not true, you know what I mean? And that's why I get so pissed off, because like I said, I'm the opposite of the type of person who just wants to disprove it. It's like, I want it to be real, you know? So that's why I get extra pissed when stuff like this happens. Okay, so yeah, it pulls out. Okay, it pulls out again. You can hear him talking the whole time, right? And if you run it back, I know I'm doing like frame by frame rewind, but I wanted to go back to right before it pulled back out, because when she turns and like looks over her shoulder is, you know, when supposedly her brother first starts pointing out, hey, what the fuck? You know, like there's something weird going on with your reflection. And I want to see like when, if he, you know, starts talking at that same time to capture her attention. No, I don't want to hit the go back 5 seconds thing, because that's too fucking far. But it probably would take less time than going back frame by frame, Nick. I know. That fucking giggle is perfect for the shit. Okay. Just not enough for you to be like, and see, they did a good job. They did a good job, because most of her movements are exactly the same or very similar. And then it's just like very subtle, like when in the main shot, when she's actually still moving, like kind of rocking back and forth because she's weighing herself on a scale. She just, instead of continuously rocking back and forth, she just kind of stops rocking back and forth for a moment. You know what I mean? And that's when you start to see how it's not in sync anymore. Okay, so yeah, he starts talking before he walks into the into the camera frame. But yeah, the next shot, when it's his reaction, he's not talking. Or I don't know if the other camera is silent, like it doesn't record audio, but I don't see his mouth move, or he doesn't look like he's talking to her, you know?
Time with her body. Now, of course, this could just be a weird CCTV compression glitch, but her brother Joshua actually sees it happen with his own eyes. Another camera angle records his reaction.
Yeah, and it's funny that the camera turns to follow him. Is that normal? Do cameras do that automatically? I know they kick on sometimes when they sense motion, but I don't know if they auto track and rotate if they see something. Yeah, see, he sees weird shit, and then the camera like looks at him directly. Yeah, see, he doesn't even talk to her until he comes over here. Hold on just a second. I gotta go talk to my mom real quick.
Joshua can't believe what he's seeing, and he quickly goes to warn his sister. Together, they check the footage recorded by their CCTV cameras and post their creepy experience to TikTok. So could this be a glitch in the Matrix? A haunted mirror? Or just a really, really strange camera glitch? As always, I leave it to you to decide. No entry. As with most Japanese videos, I have no idea what the source is for this next creepy clip. The clip shows two guys approaching an old school building that is under renovation and is allegedly haunted. Even though there's tape at the entrance saying no entry, the two friends step inside anyway. What happens next is absolutely terrifying.
Okay. Okay. Wow, that one light actually puts out sufficient light. It's weird. I ended up putting, you know, a bright light, which was originally designed to be the type of light that you use like when you're working on a car, you know, and you're like working under the hood after dark. And it's got this bracket that it mounts to, and it's like the length of one of your typical, you know, the fluorescent lights that go in the ballasts overhead. It's like as long as one of those, but it's LED bulbs in there. So it's about that length, and it affixes to a bracket that is spring loaded. So what it's supposed to be is you can attach it to the underside of your vehicle's hood, and it shines down, you know, into the engine compartment, and it's supposed to fit various size of vehicles. So that's why the bracket is spring loaded, and it, when it hooks on to the hood, it's got these foam padded hooks, I guess, for lack of a better term. But anyway, I've got my TV mounted up here. That's like a 40-inch or something like that. And the bracket itself, you know, gently squeezes the sides of the TV, and it's mounted on the top. But like I can rotate the light, you know, because again, it's just a big, long, fluorescent sized light. And I set it up because I wear earbuds when I stream. And if anybody downstairs needs me, I can't hear them, you know, because I've got my earbuds in. And we've got these smart lights up here. And I programmed one of the smart buttons and attached it downstairs to the wall. And whenever anybody downstairs needs me, they could just press that button and it shuts off the smart lights and lets me know, like, hey, I need you. You know what I mean? So all the lights shut off, and then I know somebody downstairs needs me. And but then I haven't turned it back on yet, and it's still like sufficiently bright just with this one friggin' light, which is pretty epic in my opinion. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm really proud of the way I set it up. Yeah, thank you. I thought it was genius because a lot of times, you know, I am really concerned. Like, I don't want to ignore people if they need me. And same thing, like, you know, we have an app on our phone just kind of for safekeeping, but it tracks each other, you know, in case something happens. Or, you know, what I use it for mostly is like if I'm sitting here streaming, I've got earbuds in, and like if my parents go get groceries or some shit like that and they get back home, I immediately get a notification on my cell phone that they're home. And then I can go outside and help them bring in groceries and shit. But yeah, so I wanted to, you know, set up a way that they can notify me, like without having to scream relentlessly at me and me just not hear them and them thinking it's because I'm ignoring them, you know. So I thought it was pretty smart, you know, and that way it's not interfering with the stream or anything like that. And it keeps us from getting mad at each other, you know. But yeah, then in which case, if whenever that happens and she uses it, I mean, I can just push the same button to turn all the lights back on. But usually, you know, I just come back up here and turn them back on using the app. Because I don't feel like walking all the way down the steps, but you know. Let's see. I don't want to turn that one on. I'm just going to turn that one on. And let's do this one. There we go. That's good enough, right? Yeah, don't have any weird shadows. Well, I do from this side, but I just won't put my hand in my face. Okay, cool. Yeah, man. I am excited about that. So yeah. They're getting ready to leave to take my niece back to my brother's house, so I got to keep an eye on dinner. It's in the oven. But that's okay. It cooks for like an hour and a half or some shit like that. And it's going to be good, though. I'm excited. It's going to be mukbang time. Dude, that's what I need to do is just kind of delegate dinner time to be my mukbang time, you know, that occurs every day. You know, that would be awesome. But okay, so yes, lighting is really good. If there's anything I learned from our Discord call the other day, it's that I gotta do some lighting work. Yeah, I was gonna say I even have a couple ring lights, you know, that's kind of like the typical solution. But what I found was that whenever I would set up a ring light, I mean, it's like, even if I put it at its dimmest setting, it was almost like too bright, or, you know, it was abrasive to my eyes, you know, even on its dimmest setting. And the one that's up here on top of the TV, it does have two brightnesses, you know, which isn't as good as a ring light, but like I said, I can rotate it so that it's facing more upward towards the ceiling, and then it just kind of projects light all across the ceiling. And it's actually funny, like if I rotate it down here, I'll show you what it looks like. Ah, I'm on the surface of the sun. Ah, ah. Dude, clip this. Ah. Dude, you could look at the dimples in my cheeks. Ah, I'm on the surface of the sun. Yeah, and it's just my complexion. That's what sucks. It's my natural complexion. Holy shit. But yeah, that's like it actually pointing at me. And so that's too much, right? That's too much. So yeah, usually pointing it upward. And then I tried to position the lights, you know, strategically, so to speak, so that they give me the best lighting. And I was finding that I've got one that's kind of ceiling mounted or wall mounted over here, that shines, you know, its light downward, and then one that's sitting on a small end table over here and it shines upward, and it kind of provides a balanced, you know. Maybe it's a CCTV compression glitch. Yes, it can. It certainly can. Maybe that's exactly every error in the stream, whether it be due to lighting or whatever the fuck happens, it's going to be a CCTV compression glitch. And this abrasive pigmentation to my skin it's a compression glitch. It certainly is. I like that idea. That's fucking hilarious. You know what's actually a question that I have for you? That's probably, I mean, I would have asked you it, but I didn't think of it the other day. Actually, let me fix this ghost light first. Jesus, I'm still pasty. Okay, it adjusted the brightness there. That's good. I was about to say, holy shit, I'm still pasty white. One thing that I would like to not do, or one thing that I found just today, is a lot of times, and I think maybe you said something about this, that you don't like hearing yourself. I have also decided that I don't think I like hearing myself. So how can I not hear myself, right? Like through my earbuds and shit, but still have, you know, computer audio coming out through the mixer along with, you know, all my other inputs and stuff like that. Is there a way to do that? Because I know there's monitor settings, like in the software for Streamlabs or whatever. But, you know, since I'm hooked up to an external mixer and these headphones are hooked in through the headphone jack, I'll always hear my feedback, right? Or is there like a menu setting? Turn the monitor off. Monitor, okay. It's probably in the settings, huh? Oh, I also wanted to ask you too, there's like a wavelength button. It's on my touch screen, but it's like, it kind of looks like a wavelength at the top of each one of the microphone audio level bars. You know, it like jumps up as I'm talking or whatever, but it looks like a pulse, you know what I mean? Like a wavelength almost. And when I hit it, it like turns gold, and I have no idea what the fuck it does. I don't know if you have anything like that. Okay, I'll look in the mixer settings. Because I've noticed that hearing my own voice, I slip up a lot more when I'm talking. You know what I mean? Versus like when I just do this, I actually feel a lot more comfortable talking like this, as I think most people do, because it's what you're used to fucking hearing your entire life, you know? So I kind of think I'd prefer this. So let's see. Okay, voice settings. Okay, not in there. Ew. I just found, you know, effects. And there's a slider bar between dry and wet. And I slid it all the way to wet. And my first thought was just to go. Okay. Lucifer, can you? Two things I want you to. Number one, eat a dick. And number two, read a book. Okay? Have a good day. Let's see, that's a voice changer, reverb. Okay, it's not these. For sure. Fuck off, cat. Really. Truly fuck off. Like, fuck off, dude. I'm tired of feeding you 14 times a day. Audio. Feedback prevention. Mix minus. I'll kick you, dude. Go away. Get lost. I won't actually kick him, I promise. Okay, it's not that. Advanced? Decimal meter? No. What does this thing do? No, not that. Can I not fucking turn off my monitor? What's talkback? There's a button for talkback. Is an ear button. Okay. I mean, I'm sure there's got to be a way to do it, right? It wouldn't make any sense if I couldn't. What about that? Does that do anything? No. That's when your child. yeah. It's funny because it's the icon on the button where it says talkback. Okay, because it's got the picture of a voice, you know, like a person's face, and the audio waveform coming out of his voice. And you just show it hands, catch these hands. Back. I have to for it to here's like my voice. I don't know, it's fucking weird. But yeah, I can't just press it and it be set. Okay. This is fucking weird, man. There's gotta be a way. What's front actually switch? Okay, I guess there's a mic input for the front. I mean, there's a whole separate monitor knob. You know, it says monitor out. I don't have anything hooked into the monitor out on the back. And of course, adjusting the knob doesn't do shit. And I'm trying to go through like all of the different settings, you know, just literally everything I can possibly go through. And I don't see shit. Hold on. I'm just gonna have to jiggle it, my dude. You have a monitor for each track so I can turn on. Okay. Maybe that's it. I saw something about multi-tracks. Let me see. Multi-track. And there's SD multi-record and it's on. And then FX bypass is off. I know. Has nothing to do with it. But yeah, I mean, obviously you can record straight to the unit. But yeah, the multi-track's turned on. What is this? Is that the brightness? Oh, audio auto mixer? I don't know if I want that on. I don't know. Solo mode, post fader, pre fader. Multi-track is where it records all your tracks separately instead of mixed together. Okay. Got it. Okay. So yours actually... Aw. So that's probably the big difference, is yours has a monitor for each track instead of a collective monitor like mine does. Well, dicks. That's shitty. I'll have to jiggle it. No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, so there's your traditional headphone plugs on the back, right? I am not currently using it. On the front, there's a headphone jack. And I only selected it because, you know, I've got these corded earbuds and the cord on it isn't very long and I don't have an extension right now. So I've got it plugged into the front where it's labeled as Phones 1, like Headphones 1, and TRRS, which I'm not sure what that means. But like on the back, you can choose between TRRS and, you know, input selection from something else. Anyway. Turn the monitor volume down for your mic. That's what I mean is like when I turn this down, I mean, obviously it turns down everything. This is a type of 1/4-inch cable. Okay. Yeah, so it's the headphones jack on the front. And I think, like on the back, you can hook in like one of the 3.5 millimeter, you know, typical audio cables that you would find on the end of a headphone jack. And you can select that as a separate input. Like if you wanted to use, you know, audio from your cell phone and you just had a headphone jack to headphone jack, you know, your old school headphone jack, and you just select that as the input. But, you know, I've got the volume for my headphones that I'm wearing, and when I turn it down, everything goes down. And of course, you know, I can't hear the volume through my mic, but that's dog shit, dude. How do you do this to me, Mike? This music's rocking, though. Well, let me jiggle it, man. We're gonna jiggle it. All right. Turning down, I don't know. Microphone monitor audio, maybe? Microphone monitor volume in headphones. You know, because I'm trying to word it by saying it's the monitor volume for my mic, but in headphones. You know what I'm saying? Like the headphone jack. All right, so just said for turning down microphone monitor volume and headphones. Yeah, okay. Wait, no. Fucking, I hate you. You know what I meant. And then every time I Google search for this shit, it's just the first fucking result is always the owner's manual. It's like, yeah, I got it, but that doesn't answer the question. Just giving me the fucking owner's manual every time is not an answer to the question, I promise. There is you know, this fucking software, man, which I know will not make a damn bit of difference. and probably can't even do anything while I'm streaming. But that's what I do right now, you know what I mean? There's not anybody in here but you. So, it's a good time to tweak my bullshit. Yeah, because this is just, you know, where you can read the tracks that are saved on the device itself. What is this? Audio config. Okay. There's audio configurations. All right. Solo mute record effect. What does this do? Oh, that collapses it. Okay. Maybe this is something that works in here. I don't know. Can I solo? Oh, I was hoping I could like control it from here, you know, but I can't. Be nice. Audio interface. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. Fuck. Oh well. You know, because even this, it has the same fucking buttons on it that the device itself has, you know? What's the built-in plugins? You got anything? Compressor, limiter, pitch shifter. Yeah, it doesn't... Nothing about the... I am offended. You know what I'm saying? I'm offended. What could I do? What could I do? Just only put these in when I need to hear other audio, I guess. Because that's bullshit. That's not on there. Just out directly from your computer, from your audio, since the only thing your mixer gives you is your mic. Yeah. That's true. So I could just straight up plug my headphones into the computer. Yeah, because all the audio for everything that I utilize goes through there. But, what about would the slider on the external mixer still work to up my volume from the computer out to the stream? If I plug my headphones in there? Because, you know, I select the, you know, the source that's in OBS, in Streamlabs. I just call it OBS, but in OBS, I end up, you know, saying this is where I want to get my mic audio from. And it's all mixed together, which is crazy. But yeah, like, you know, we talked about the other day, the audio comes in to the mixer and then goes back out to the computer, which then goes through OBS and out to the stream. And so if I hook my headphones directly into the computer, will I still be able to? Okay. It's really bizarre. I mean, you know what? I'm just gonna get over it. That's what I'm gonna do. What would be nice if I I can't believe there's not an option to shut that shit off, dude. In any capacity. Because okay, let me go into the properties of this. Because, you know, I can't be the only one, right? That prefers to not hear themselves talk. And surely for an external mixer, you would think that would be, you know, a pretty standard option. From the mixer to your headphones. Yeah, see, that's what's weird is like everything is showing up as an input device from the mixer, you know, because the mixer itself, I guess, collectively is an input device. And, all right, so if I do, hold up. All right, let me get out of here. Let's get out of here. I'm going to add a new source. And it's going to be an audio output device, right? Yeah, audio output capture. On my computer, I just switched my output device from the mixer to my headphones. But OBS will still use the mixer. Oh! Okay. So basically, you just change your output device on the computer to your headphones. Like I get headphones plugged into them. But then in OBS, you just tell it to still use the mixer. Yeah. Yeah, I think I finally understood what you meant. Yeah, I know. I was just kind of I was confused as to why the okay, before I add that, maybe. Hold on. Let's do this. This is supposed to be something. Okay. Audio output capture. I just want to do this real quick and see. So I can set audio output capture. I just want to see what the different options are. I mean, it's exactly the same as what I would get if I were switching my audio output down in the bottom right, you know, or adjusting that shit. Yeah, because there's an audio output at speakers from the Mixcast, right? And then the audio input, which is also the Mixcast, but it's the mic from the, you know, Mixcast. I thought that I would need to select two devices. One is input, the microphone, right? Which is what pops down in the drop-down menu. The microphone, which is associated with the Mixcast, and it even says so in the drop-down. And then I would also have to select an audio output device, or audio output capture, which is speakers. It's listed as speakers from the Mixcast. So that's where I got really confused, because everything's working just through input. Like, it's all of it is just working as input. So is that what it does? Is it just looks at the external mixer collectively as an input, and all the mixing and shit like that gets done is like, it's all one collective input, right? It's because it says mic, like microphone, with the Mixcast, and I assumed it meant this mic specifically, which in essence it does, but it's taking the mixed shit that I've created using the mixer and using it as input, right? Okay. Got it. Well, and that's what's a bummer too, is like, even in terms of the properties that are on it, you know, it gives you all these options about, do you want the monitor off? And I've got monitor set to off, of course. That's too bad. I was hoping that would have some sort of positive effect, and of course it doesn't. Yeah, you will not want to turn. Yeah. There's no sound now, by the way. All right. Hold, please. Hold, please. Make sure I'm on my right one. Okay. 30 seconds? What's that? I can't believe this doesn't have the capacity to turn down the monitor audio. It's, you got a 30-second delay? Jesus Christ. You know what? I bet you I think I remember somewhere in these settings you could specify the delay that you wanted. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, bop. Stream delay. Oh, okay. Preserve cutoff point, increase delay when reconnecting. Got it. Oh, that's a bummer. It's not enabled. I mean, there's a default of 20 seconds put in there, but the box where it's not selected. Which when I finally got my router hooked up yesterday, I was like super excited about it. You know, not just the 3 times as much download speed, but the extra 20 megabytes per second of upload speed, you know. And right now I'm averaging 782 megabytes per second. And yeah. 49 megabytes per second of upload, so pretty solid by comparison. I mean, I enjoy it. It makes me happy. Wow, this is unreal, man. I am so pissed off. I can't believe this bullshit. Why do you have to do it to me, you fucking piece of shit? Bop 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 ba da 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 bop. I'm turning off different things to see if it makes it different. Oh, am I? Sweet. That's awesome. I don't need the line level output. I don't know what the solo mode is. Fuck it. Feedback prevention, that sounds like a good thing to have turned on, you know? Bullshit. Man. Well, let's see. Wait, okay. I need to put in the actual model. Max cast fall. Owner's manual. I know I downloaded it like 15 times on my cell phone, but I don't have it on the desktop, so. And we're gonna read together. It's gonna be reading time, guys. We're gonna have so much fun reading together. because two things. I want to see what this, wavelength thing that I was talking about, that is literally, it's only at the top of the microphone inputs, but, not the other audio inputs. And then the one I was talking about the other day, where it's in the upper right-hand corner-ish, and it's got a speaker. Like, it's golden in color as well, but it's a speaker with X, like if you were muting volume or something like that. I read you a story, chillin'. Let's see. Do not screw into the bottom. Oh, yeah, I should have read this before. Okay. There's things and all the stuff. Great, great, great. There's buttons, and I like reading these because oftentimes there's functions that I did not know. Use this to adjust the output level of monitor out and line out jacks on the back. Right? I don't have line out, yeah, and I don't have monitor out. Did you lol? Good. That's what I want. That's what I want you to do. Do not screw into the bottom of... Oh, shit. Okay, so pressing a mute button mutes, silences the talking about shit, and he needs to go fuck because he's a fucking idiot. I don't know what I'm doing here, and I like the mute button, and I figured the mute button is actually a good way to shut my fucking... Yeah, I thought you'd like that. Oh, don't screw into the bottom. Okay, so mute button. Got that one figured out. That's good. That's good. Solo buttons. Pressing a solo button enables the signal input on that channel to be monitored by itself through the phone's one jack on the back of the... Oh, wait. Oh, on the back or the phone's TRRS1 jack on the front. This does not affect recording. Okay. So... to be monitored by itself. Okay, so like if I only wanted to hear me talking, then I would hit solo, but that wouldn't affect any of the other wavelengths. Oh, wow. So can you still hear the music right now? Because, like, and you probably knew this, but again, it's me, and I'm a boner, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, cool. That's awesome. So essentially, I hit solo, and I was thinking that literally muted all the other sounds just so I could do a solo, and that would go out. But no, apparently, when you hit solo, it allows me just to monitor my own voice, but all the other sounds are still working. Huh. So I could actually hit solo and turn the headphone volume all the way down, and you can still hear me. Maybe that's their janky way of doing, individual monitor volume. I don't know. Just a guess, Because, like, I even prefer this. Like, I still have the earbuds in my ear. Yeah. Which is awesome. I still have the earbuds in my ear, but I just turned the headphone volume all the way down. And I don't have to hear myself. But I guess I wouldn't necessarily need to turn on solo mode to do that. I could still turn down the fucking headphone volume. I'm an idiot. I think I'm having, like, large epiphanies, and I'm just like, I need some ice cream, Okay, and I don't mean this, like, as a weird statement, but to you, do my eyes look like the same color as my sweater right now? Like, what I'm trying to ask is, would you fuck my eyeballs right now? Bluebell. It's always Bluebell. Bluebell is the brand. And it's like cookies and cream is my favorite flavor of it. I'm assuming that's what I was talking about. Bluebell is my life. Let's just put it that way. You know, truthfully, I don't think it's my voice that bothers me as much. Is it my voice? I don't know. Okay, so we learned the solo button. Cool. All right, moving on. What's next? Okay. Oh, goody. The talkback button. That's the one I was asking about. While this button is being pressed, oftentimes your external mixer will talk mad shit to you. What? In which case you might have to throw hands. What the fuck is this owner's manual? No, it basically says, okay, when you press it, also you're, oh, that's right, dude. I'm a fucking dick. I am such an ableist piece of shit. Give me them eyeballs. I want to fuck your eye holes. Quality content. All right, so the talkback button. You press the button and this, wait, what? Okay, while you press it, the signal input through mic input 1 is output through the phone's 2 to 4 jacks on the back. Really? This sound will not be recorded when recording. Okay, so I could hit talkback. I gotta press and hold it, and this mic only on input 1, apparently. The signal input through mic input 1 is output through phones 2 to 4 on the back. That's weird. I mean, I guess, but so essentially anybody else wearing headphones, wouldn't they normally be able to hear me anyway? Like, why would I need to? Oh, it's just for private conversations, huh? Okay, that's what talkback would be for. Like if I wanted to talk shit into the microphone about like a stupid caller, like if we had a podcast and somebody called into the show, I'd be like, this guy's a fucking idiot, right? But not say it on in the final mix, I guess, or like to where it's gonna go out. All right, got it. Know what the talkback is. Know what the solo does. Great. Recording indicator, obviously. Monitor out knob. Use this to adjust the output level of the monitor out and line out jacks on the back. Okay. All right. Phones 1 to 4 knobs. Use these to adjust the output levels of headphones connected to the phone's 1 to 4 jacks on the back and the phone's TRRS1 jack on the front. Okay, so with this wouldn't impact it though, right? Yeah, it's just knob number 1. Yeah, okay. I didn't think that would make a difference, but I just wanted to check to make sure, you know. La 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 la. There we go. Yeah, right. Then the button isn't on any fucking. Yeah, exactly. What a fucking idiot! You didn't press the talkback button. All right, got it. I know what the headphone volume knob does. That makes sense. Okay, mark button. Yeah. You mark it. Got it. Stop button. Know what that does. Touchscreen. I knows what that does, Dad. All right, what's 11? CTI stand. Connect the headset, for example, here. The input signals. Oh, maybe this is why what you were saying about how it seems like it switches to a completely different microphone sometimes. All right. Remember how I said I have my headphones plugged in to the front, right? Well, they also have a microphone built in. I don't think these do. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay. It's just up a little farther. So, here's the thing. All the earbuds that I have microphones on them. And when they're plugged in through the front, it says you can connect the headset, for example, here, on the front where I got it. And the input signals of a headset mic can be input on channel 1 using a menu setting. So I bet you CTIA standard, whatever the fuck that means. So I wonder if that's what's happening. Where sometimes, most of the time this mic sounds fine, but for whatever reason, they said it was a menu setting. I wonder what the menu setting is. Condenser diode. Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, I wonder how this sounds. Let's see if this makes a difference. So yeah, you can adjust it. Yeah, I know. There's like a. That's why it was even funnier, because you couldn't hear the music. Yeah, you could hear the jam. Yeah, okay, good. That was even better. But yeah, there. So yeah, you can switch. So yeah, that setting wasn't selected, but I don't know. I was just trying to look for. This music is fucking hype. I don't want to do that. I want to give this fucking song a thumbs up. New Horizon by Yaroslav Kulikov. Better not be a fucking Ruski. Fucking Ruski. No. Just playing. Okay, cool. So got that. Know what that does. And I know it's a thing that can be done now. That's good. In case I ever, for whatever reason, want to use like a shitty microphone input on the front instead of a normal mic. Okay, so sound pad. Know what that does. 13 channel faders. Where's that one at? Yeah. Okay, got it. Channel indicators. Got it. Okay, so there's really not anything. Here's the above. Kensington security slot, huh? SD card slot. I know what that is. USB Type port C. Connect to computer, smartphone, or tablet. Got it. Input select switch. Use a switch in between line in left and right. Line in. Yeah. 12 volt. Phones jacks. Yeah. Monitor out. Connect monitor out speakers. Powered speakers or an amplifier and speaker system. Wow. Monitor out left and right and line out jacks. You can connect monitor speakers, powered speakers, or an amplifier and speaker system, or recording equipment. Okay. Huh. That's weird. I was just thinking it was like, an additional set of headphones, and you have, like you were saying, like a producer would be listening to your show, and that would be the monitor out. But the monitor outputs on the back, it's got the, what is it, the 1/4 inch jack, a left and right 1/4 inch jack. Huh. Weird. Papa Chubby live? Yeah, hell yeah, man. You know what I did think, though? And for real. So, like, I always thought it would be cool to do stand-up, But I thought that, I put together a Patreon and stuff like that, but I thought it would be sweet if, like, I do, like, either a live stream or a live performance of like a stand-up set for like, tier 3 patrons or some shit, I thought that'd be cool. Because I know I could totally put together a funny set. I know I could. And it's something I always wanted to do. It's just like, it's kind of nerve wracking, you know, to think. Anytime I would do like public speaking, you know, like I'd be all right after I calm down, but it freaked me out for a while. But I totally think it would be pretty cool. All right, so blah, blah, blah. What other stuff we got here? Those are headphones. Speakers, okay. Gives you all these different bullshits you can plug in. Okay. Great, great, great. Yeah, connection example. Good call. Sounds great. All right. What I want to know is connect monitor, speakers, power speakers, and blah, 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 monitor out knob. Turning the power on and off. I know how to do that, believe it or not. Language, date and time. Yep. All right. Here's another breakdown of some of this shit. Which is nice because you can even see what I'm looking at. I mean, you know, it's not like super zoomed in or anything like that, but at least you can kind of see what I'm looking at. Here. A little bit better. So yeah, this is my display, obviously. And, you know, also what functions as the touch screen. And it'll probably show a different picture at some point, but at the top of each one of my audio level bars, whatever you want to call it, it's cut off in this image. But up here is the wavelength icon that I'm talking about. So, and up here, exactly in this vacant spot, right here, is where the speaker icon with an X next to it is lit up gold. So apparently it'll what does this say? Level sent to 2 mix? What does that mean? What is 2 mix? Second mix? Is that what it means? That's probably like those channels you were talking about, right? Like how, you know, things get recorded on different channels. Yeah. Yeah. Sound pad bank indicator. Okay. Got it. All right. Yeah, I'm familiar with most of those. That's good. This shit is hype. Behringer did a thing where you could do like only 1 and 2 and 3 or 4 or something. Maybe it does that. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. All right. Menu, condenser, plus 48 volt power is provided. Oh, to that mic input. Okay. Connecting a dynamic mic to a mic input jack set to condenser could damage the mic. Whoa. Red dots will appear on the home screen next to the channel number of mic input set to condenser. Okay. Yeah, I have seen that before. All right. Got that. I know what that does. Bluetooth stuff. Got it. I know how to do that. Sampling frequency, bitrate. Yeah, I fucked with that before. Think it's right. Recording basics. I know how to record. Podcast. Editor software. Don't. This is one thing I do want to remember how to do. What page is this? 17. I want to assign new sounds to the sound pad, you know, other than just the traditional ones that come through. You know, like some different ones. Yeah, I wanted to add the Final Jeopardy tune and the Larry David sound. now that you've suggested that. I want to assign those to the sound pad. So I'll do that later. All right. Still have the Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some milk. Yeah, dude. That's funny. I'll want to add that one too. All right. Bluetooth shit's fine. That's fine. All that stuff's fine. There's noise. No, I don't have that problem. I don't. Okay. Oh, and then it switches languages. That's it. It didn't even tell me. That can't be it for the English version, right? That's it? Like, where's the English, right? Is there I know there's troubleshooting for sure. I know I've got the audio equipment connected. It never said anything about the wavelength thing at the top. Or wait, was that what it said about a condenser mic? Now I gotta go back and look. Yeah, because it didn't even say anything about that wavelength form, and it doesn't say anything about why the audio speaker icon's in the upper right. It's really not like a troubleshooting menu, or it doesn't say anything about it. Okay, so what did it say? Condenser. Oh, no, it's just a little dot that appears. Red dots will appear on the home screen next to the channel number. Okay, yeah, so that's not it. Okay, I'm going to turn this on now, okay? And I'll turn down the background music and shit. But I'm going to hit this. Okay, now it's on. I've hit that wavelength thing that's like golden in color. Does my voice sound any different? Because to me, it doesn't sound any fuck. That's fucking crazy. Like it. I wonder. Okay. Voice setting, like tone deep, compressor soft. Like I don't see any. I went into the menu, the in-depth menu for the mic to see. Whoa, shit. To see if if it changed anything. But I don't see any change. Oh. Well, now it's gone. Like it shut itself off. Okay, so it hasn't changed. Well, why the fuck does it... What is it there for? It doesn't even say shit about it. At all. Anywhere. It tells you how to use the fucking software. Like, I don't even see that icon, Pause, play, sound pads. The software troubleshooting. Power not turn on. Sound. No sound is output. On the faders, no, check this fader. Phone sound. The channel mute button's on. Trying to record is distorted. Cannot connect. Bluetooth breaks up or just noisy. See, all these issues that it's describing from the troubleshooting is literally problems that occur in components that are not the fucking mixer, which is completely unhelpful. When I have troubleshooting in an owner's manual, it should be issues that pop up that might be the result of the mixer. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is noise. Maybe the fucking components, the cables that you use to connect the devices are too long and interference is being picked up. Maybe you got a power wire crossed with an audio wire, Like, it's always blaming another device. But as part of the troubleshooting, you would think that it would have some of these logos that I'm not used to seeing. And I don't fucking see them. Which is annoying in itself. Other operating... Yeah, see, it doesn't even say shit about it. That is fucking weird, dude. And, like, even when it mentions the damn touchscreen, it doesn't even show all of the possible icons that pop up on the touchscreen. Which is exceptionally fucking annoying, if I'm being honest. Nope. Don't be crazy now. Scroll down. Yeah, it doesn't even fucking... Like, I know that's not the touchscreen, but... Yeah. Turn power on and off. Outlet plug. DC. And power off. Overview. Tutorial, blah, blah, blah. Hide tutorial. And these things and that thing and all the things. ST formatted. Blah, blah, blah. Language, date, and time. Got it. Now I'm just mainly looking for the icons. Yeah, see, here's the touchscreen, okay? The wavelength pattern is literally up here, cut off in this picture. As is the speaker or volume icon goes right here. You absolute dick faces. Why would you do this to me? I can't believe you've done this. And none of these icons are it. That icon's not it. I feel like I'm in Aladdin. Jafar is sneaking up on me. Okay. And now, yeah, now it's just the podcast editor bullshit. And even on this image, the buttons I need, they don't exist in here. You absolute dick face. And it doesn't appear here either. Well, fuck the side of my face. Yeah, because I'm really not using, or I'm not experiencing any of these problems in the troubleshooting. Really not. So, okay, well, let's do, okay. Let's go Tascam. Misspelled. Are you hungry, dude? Yeah, I gotta go grab that thing out of the oven, don't I? It's about that time. Hold on just a second. There are icons. I want to see if there is reference manual, I swear to God. What does this say? It says, before you buy the Tascam Mixcast 4, that's always a good sign, right? Patrons, Trainwreck, blah, blah, blah. Eat a dick, read a book. Okay, it's going back. I'll keep posted. Use some new gear, sure. Use to mix it over to 90. Using the 90-day same as cache. Sweetwater Tascam ceased to function twice in a 90-minute recording. Microphone comparison. That was it? Like, that's your fucking... Oh, you absolute penis face. I just want to see if anybody else has seen these, multi-track problem with Tascam. People just trying to sell me the shit. Like, I don't know, man. I guess ultimately it's not really, like, causing a problem. And truthfully, it reminded me that there was a firmware update that I just did recently. And I think that's when the logo started popping up for the volume. But again, it implies that some audio is getting cut off, whether it be my mic audio but everything's coming through. Yeah, it might be like a little glitchy, but you know, the manual said it. Don't screw into the back of the mixer, and I did, so you know, I can't be that mad at it, right? Okay, I think I know what it does. However, I'm not sure why it wasn't working. Or at least the difference I noticed in the menu. This is the wavelength one that's at the top of the audio meter. Basically, when I turn it on and then go into the menu settings for this microphone, okay, the reverb effect is turned on. Now, if I exit the menu without turning the reverb effect off, that wavelength icon is still lit up from where I can turn it on the touchscreen. However, if I turn the reverb off in the menu and then come back to the main screen, that wavelength pattern is turned off. But it doesn't explain why, if it turns like voice effects off and on, why you couldn't hear the voice effect. You know what I'm saying? Like if I go effect setting and do like voice changer.
Voice changer? Like if I do the voice changer? Oh, that's nice. You know, I think I'm just gonna adopt a persona that I have a medical condition that results in, you know, it's altered my voice box a little, okay? And, but it's hardly noticeable. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Mommy said I was just unique. And, I don't think that it should be held against me. And you say you can hear that. Do you mean like you could hear the reverb? Or what do you mean? Because it should sound completely normal. You know? I think this is really funny. My wheeze laugh in this voice is amazing. Did you check that stuff? I'll be right back. Okay, so you couldn't hear the reverb before, but you can hear the crazy voice changer, right? Is that's the way I'm understanding it? Be right back. Yeah, I think the voice changer is. Oh, you could. Okay, great. So let me take off this ridiculous voice changer, and we'll just.
Okay, here's the deal. So the reverb in the menu is off right now. Okay, so I go back to the main. I hit the thing. So now, can you hear the reverb? Because I can't hear it in my headphones. But if I go into the menu and go into the menu that way, it switches it on so I can hear it. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, it gives me the impression that right now my voice should have the reverb going. No, it's not doing it? Okay. That's what I mean. It's really bizarre, man. Because, yeah. So, like, if I go into the menu right now.
Oh. Hi. Was the voice changer on? Is that what it did? Did it turn on the voice changer when I said the reverb should be on? I'm sorry, I just can't get past this voice. It's really funny to me. To me and nobody else. Okay, so I bet you what it is a quick way to turn on voice effects. Okay, cool. Cool.
That's actually really funny for me to know, because now I can turn on the voice changer really quickly. Just whenever I want to add some emphasis into it, you know? Can you back off, cat? Be right back. Okay. Well, we're just going to roll with it. Okay, I'm not really worried about the audio setting or the audio icon in the upper right. Doesn't seem to be affecting anything. It's probably because I didn't listen to the owner's manual. But, again, whatever. Okay, so now that I've spent time fucking around, and, hold up. You know what's weird? It shows these users that are in chat. But I don't know what that means. Like, it only says there's one viewer, which is you, obviously. But then, like, if you go into the users that are in the chat, it's got you along with a bunch of other people. But, you know, that's what's weird is I don't know what the fuck those are. There's part of me that thinks that, you know, just the viewer counter might be wrong sometimes, but even still, I'm not sure because I don't like to operate under faulty assumptions. Does that make sense? Dude, Lucy, I'm really not playing, dude. Like, normally I'm super understanding and polite to you. I love this. Watch live. UN General Assembly votes on suspending Russia from UN Human Rights Council. And they did. I mean. But since you're in here and might be mods. Well, Stream Elements is the moderator. But yeah, maybe they are just, I don't know, other people. If there's anybody else in here other than my man, Chewy Bits, can you, like, just type a letter? Just anything. I will just acknowledge you and thank you, and I promise I won't call you out or anything like that. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I mean, I'm sure that's readily apparent. So, you know, you can just put an F in chat if you want, or just post an L. I mean, those would be suitable. But yeah, since you're in here and I know that you don't mind politics, maybe we'll just take a look at some politics. Bullshit. What's Jim Psaki saying, man? I know this was an hour ago. Oh, this was after, yeah. And what is it, JKB? Judge Ketanji Brown? I will kill you, cat. I'm telling you, dude. I'm usually not, like, aggressive towards him, but the problem with him is he, when I ignore him and I'm wearing jeans or shorts, I guess, he gets frustrated. And he doesn't mean to, but he tries to grab onto my shorts or my jeans, like I'm wearing jeans right now, and tug to be like, hey, man, give me some food. But he's got fangs, and he doesn't mean to, but sometimes he'll get some skin, and that hurts. So, dude, it's lasagna. You're not a lasagna man, I promise. You're a meat man. But honestly, same. Dude, I would love if they brought Jim Psaki out with this fucking kind of hype music. You know, or even if it was like waiting for her to come out and this fucking music was playing. Introducing Jen Psaki. That'd be sick. Do you want to die this evening? There's a reason we named him Lucifer. Dude, it's lasagna, I promise you. The reason why I'm not bothering to put it on my carpet is because I know you won't consume it, and then I'll have to pick it up off my carpet. But it won't just be lasagna anymore, it'll be lasagna coupled with chunks of your hair. This is his plate, his temporary plate. Okay, look, I'm putting the food on here for you, okay? You ready? It's super hot, so you gotta be careful. Now watch, he won't fucking touch it. You were super aggressive. You were super aggressive, like you wanted some. You want the lasagna? Now he's making me look like a punk bitch because he's actually eating it. Yeah, it's warm. Be careful. What do you think, man? It's good. It's Italian food. If you loved Italian food as much as I did, we'd be best friends. It's good, man. It's good human food. I mean, by comparison to the shit that you normally eat, holy fuck. It's gourmet. I mean, not like gourmet, but like, you know, like Red Lobster would be considered a gourmet. Like that. This is the first time I've seen him ever eat something that's not meat. Maybe I should like put him on the spot while I'm streaming from now on and talk mad shit. Because I'd love for him to eat more things. I mean, I know this is human food and you're not supposed to give it to him. But even like the cat food. Like I've tried different brands, different flavors. And he goes through spurts where he'll eat the shit out of something and then all of a sudden, nope, he's over it. He's like, he's picky, you know, like a person. And I have a hard time getting mad at him because we as humans expect different meals, you know. So why is it that the cat or dog, you know, whatever you prefer, shouldn't be allowed the same privilege, I guess? I don't know. It makes sense to me. You know, I just think it's reasonable that I mix this stuff up, but it becomes frustrating because it's hard, right? It's hard to find different foods and have to constantly shop for new things just because he's over it, you know? Dude, the playlist today is fucking on fire. On fire. I'm gonna fast forward it, I promise. I am so busy. I have things to do. This is ravioli lasagna. So it's like large ravioli, but layered in a lasagna type shape. And it's like pre-made. I think they went to Sam's Club or Costco, one of those. And they, you know, they'll have those pre-made dinners sometimes. And, you know, Thursday nights are usually the nights that they have my niece and they have to take her back home. So it's usually like Taco Bell or something quick and easy. Hey, Lily. Can you come here real quick? Just real quick, I promise. Can you close the curtain? Thank you, dude. I appreciate you so fucking hard. Thank you. Miss Pisaki, are you talking to me? Miss Pisaki, you seem exceptionally quiet, Miss Pisaki. Hold on. Don't make me turn down my hype music, Jen Psaki. The fuck? What's up with their audio? It's not me, is it? Did they not broadcast her audio, or am I fucking stupid? I mean, I know it's possible. It's a possibility. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing. Nope, I'm on the right thing. Okay. Volume's not muted, is it? Nope. All right, let's check and make sure it's her video. Yep, it's their audio. Okay. Do they ever fix it?
Significance of and to get them back since the war. LGBT.
Whoa. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Somebody tell Jen to start over. Come the fuck on.
The gender affirming healthcare for
Oh, and then it comes out as rightist audio.
That gender-affirming healthcare for transgender kids is a best practice and potentially life-saving. All of this begs an important question. What are these policies actually trying to solve for? LGBTQI plus people can't be erased or forced back into any closets, and kids across our nation should be allowed to be who they are, without the threat that their parents or their doctor could be imprisoned.
I forgot to ask you your take on this whole thing. This morning, I actually had to walk away from a fucking conversation because I was losing IQ points as the conversation went on. And at a certain point, it wasn't a conversation. I wasn't debating anything. I was downstairs trying to, we got this new internet router. Okay. So all 700 devices that we have in the home have to be connected to the router, the new one. And I was just downstairs trying to connect the Alexa cube to the new router. And all of a sudden it was, did you hear about all the people protesting outside of Disney because they're trying to force, transgender people to wear Disney princess costumes? That phrase was actually said to me. And I said, that's not happening. Bullshit, it's not. There's people protesting because they're going to allow, transgender people to work in their park, and they're going to allow them to wear princess costumes. I said, I will donate both of my testicles if that actually happens. It's the dramatic hyperbole that you always get. Where they say, the next thing you know, there'll be insert unreasonable development, from this policy. But then, like I said, that was my only rebuttal, was that's not going to happen. And what they're picturing in their mind is completely prejudicial, you know what I'm saying? Because they're picturing like a dude with a thick beard, right? Dressed up in like a Princess Jasmine costume, walking around talking to kids. First of all, I really wouldn't give a fuck if they did. I don't have a problem with it. Second of all, just the hyperbole of what the Don't Say Gay bill, or the antithesis of it, okay? Because that's the bill trying to prevent conversations of, gender, sexuality, and all that stuff to happen early on. So, of course, what they say is that if we don't have bills like this, then what's occurring is in second, third grade, that is part of the curriculum. They're forcing conversations about sexuality onto the children. That was part of the conversation, too. And I was like, really? That doesn't seem completely fucking batshit insane. They just assume that everything is having a dramatic change. Like we try to pass laws to be more inclusive of, marginalized people, right? And while we still have a long way to go on, things like race, we're trying to be more inclusive of like transgender people or gay people or whatever. And legitimately, they're, like you said, it's just pushing us backwards. I don't know how they think this works. Like your little 7-year-old decides that he yes, dude. And literally, I'm whispering, but literally my dad said, it makes you wonder if the people who end up being gay or lesbian or whatever only do it because it's trendy and because somebody told them, because they, like you alluded to, because they heard about it so much that all of a sudden they are that. And I was like, are you fucking serious, dude? That's not the way any of this works. I mean, like not even. And I had to quit doing what I was doing. I didn't even get the Alexa connected to the internet, and I just walked away. Because, of course, he got up turned on Fox News first thing. I'm over it, dude. Like, I can't even tolerate it as part of like a calm conversation, or not even a conversation. Like, I can't listen to it, even passively, because I went down to the bathroom. I went in there. I mean, we've talked about it before, but the first thought that went through my head is, Jesus Christ, we're going to be so much better off when this generation dies off. And I hate to think about that, you know, because it's my parents, but it's like you said, there's no point in debating it anymore. It's just, there are certainties that are cemented in their brains, and they're not going to change their minds. Like, they literally are picturing these impossible scenarios to occur. Like I said, you know, 300-pound man, you know, probably about my size, but with a full-grown beard, you know, walking around Disney wearing a princess costume, you know, trying to go up to little girls and scare the shit out of them. Why? In what world do you think Disney would do that? Why do you think they would do that? I mean, they're trying to be more inclusive, which is fantastic. You want that, right? That's part of the progress that we talked about. But they are also in business to make money. I mean, if we're just looking at it from a pragmatic standpoint, right? They are a company and they make ass tons of money. But I don't think they're going to do anything that's going to negatively impact their capacity to make money. You know what I'm saying? It's just they invent these scenarios that will never occur. And they're like, this is why we need to go back to the good old days when we could hang people.
For helping them.
It's like, fucking grow up, man.
President Biden has committed in both words and actions to fight for all Americans and will not hesitate to hold these states accountable. I would also note, since I've had a rotation of fabulous colleagues in here today we have Vedant Patel here. You may all know him. Any of you who work on immigration and climate issues know him very well. I often joke with him that we gave him the easy assignments. We did not. It's just because he's super talented. Vedant, I'll say about him, he's a beautiful writer. He's a fast writer. I don't know if that means he could be a wire reporter. I think he has a very promising career in government.
Yeah, I think he could do great things, Jen Psaki. Oh my God, my dick and balls.
Help all of us, help the president every day. With that.
Terrific. I've got three things. Thanks so much. Ukraine's foreign minister at NATO today made it very clear that his country needs more weapons.
I'll be real though, she's pretty good at this job.
If it's time for the U.S. and other allies to not just provide defensive weaponry, but actually provide offensive weaponry?
Well, let me give you a sense of where we are. As of now, we have committed to providing $1.7 billion of weapons, of security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of this conflict.
Okay, and I'm not saying I disagree with that contribution. That's great. I think it's necessary. However, I do feel like I saw a tweet yesterday, maybe it was this morning, where the aid that we have provided Ukraine during this conflict so far has been 3 times their normal defense budget that they allocate for their own military. Holy shit, man. I mean, we know how to murder good in this country, that's for sure. So we got all the weapons and the money to do it for sure. So I mean, it's good. Like I said, I support that decision. But it's just crazy when you put it in context, you know, of how much money our contribution has been versus how much they normally spend themselves on defense.
Conflict, more than $2 billion since the president took office. There are transfers of systems nearly every single day. I would note we just announced 2 days ago $100 million in javelins, which are a critical weapon that the Ukrainians have been using effectively to fight the Russians.
Dude, did you see this? I just saw this last night and thought it was the funniest shit ever. They call them cope cages, I guess, but the Russians have started strapping like literal like slats of metal bars, I guess. It's kind of hard to describe. But I was watching one of those task and purpose videos yesterday. I don't know if you were in here or not. But yeah, they started attaching these really shitty like scrap metal cage looking things to the top of their tanks because they were getting so busted up by the javelins. And they're under faulty assumptions about how the javelin works, right? I guess the javelin, when it launches, it searches for something that's tank shape, and then it explodes like a few feet above that tank shape. And so they put these cages on the top of the tank to try to trick the javelin into thinking that the tank was taller, right? And hopefully, since it explodes above the tank, that it would provide enough buffer between the explosion and the actual tank that it wouldn't mess the tank up. But they call them cope cages because they're coping with the fact that they're getting their asses whooped, and they're not effective, right? Because a multi-million-dollar weapon system that's had, you know, lots of money poured into it in research and development can tell the difference between a cope cage and an actual tank. So, I don't know. I just thought that was funny. It's funny shit.
Back the Russians and defend their country. I would also note that as it relates to the type of systems and material we are providing, for every Russian tank in Ukraine, the United States will have or has provided 10 anti-tank systems.
Damn.
If you factor in contributions from allies, we're almost at 90-1. That means one tank, Russian tank, 10 anti-tank systems to fight them back.
Fuck.
For every Russian armored vehicle in Ukraine, the United States will have provided about 3 anti-armor systems. If you factor in contributions from allies, it's about 25 to 1.
Holy shit, dude.
And the last thing I'll say, and get to your next question, the way that it works is that the Ukrainian leaders request a range of assistance. They often provide us lists. We go through that list. We determine what we can provide. We
can provide it all. We can provide it all. We just need to provide it all. Come up off the good shit.
Partners to see what they can provide. And our focus, as Department of Defense officials have conveyed on the Hill when they've testified this week, has been providing what they are trained on and what we know is effective in fighting this war. And we've already seen to date that the use of this security assistance has been central and essential in effectively fighting the war as they have done. Go ahead, Mara.
Are you saying that that's sufficient, that you feel that you've given them enough? I mean, what do you mean by those metrics?
I mean, okay, just in the sheer comparison that she just gave, it seems pretty goddamn sufficient, right? Now, we can have discussions, and I literally just made the statement that we should give them the good shit. I mean, you know, like we should. But, having said that, based on what Russia, I mean, has devoted to the conflict in Ukraine in terms of, you know, tanks, armored personnel carriers, the only thing that we haven't really provided, I guess, is like anti-aircraft defenses. Or did she say that? Because, you know, it's basically anti-armor systems that we've provided an ass ton of. And maybe she said anti-aircraft, but I think that's why they wanted the no-fly zone and all that shit. So, but based on, you know, the hardware, let's call it the hardware, that they have devoted to the Ukrainian conflict, I feel like we've offered pretty sufficient response other than air power. I do think we need to provide air power. I don't think we need to provide a no-fly zone, but I don't have a problem with providing them some planes. You know, nothing super new. F-15, F-16, I keep saying it. F-15, F-16. I know you guys got some. Go ask Israel. They've got them. I promise they do. Give them something that can just clap the cheeks of the fucking bullshit planes that they're flying around, okay? Show them how to use it. And I think that's the last thing that I would suggest personally. And cover all the bases, right? You gave them just an ass ton of Javelin missiles and shit like that, and Stingers, which is great. But we need to provide anti-aircraft capabilities, whether that be like, surface-to-air missile batteries, or whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. But you need to give them a way to combat the air power that Russia has. That's just me.
Well, I provided them because I think it's interesting or compelling to understand, right, the range and the significance of and the totality of the type of assistance we've provided. We have not stopped, nor are we stopping providing additional security assistance. We have announcements nearly every couple of days. I just think that, to me, was interesting and compelling to better understand the significance and the scope of
I agree.
But you're saying there'll be no let up in your efforts to
No,
provide them with
I don't think I
more.
conveyed that in,
Yeah, okay.
in any way. Yep, go ahead.
Just to kind of follow up on that, the Secretary of State yesterday on the Russian language Telegram channel said, quote, "We're looking at other systems, some of them larger, more sophisticated, that may be useful going forward." Is he talking about the systems that allies might have that we're trying to backfill? Or what was, for Clarity's perspective, was he trying to say that?
Well, partly, yes, because there are systems, of course, we have access to. We have the best military in the world. We have a range of systems we have access to.
Best?
That we have
That might be somewhat subjective.
There are certain systems, as you've noted, the S-300.
We have pissed away more money than any other country combined. Hell yeah.
With
Hell
allies
yeah.
and partners on
Best?
what
I don't know.
systems and equipment
That's subjective.
they have access to and they would have the capacity to provide. Sometimes that means backfilling systems.
I wouldn't want to go against Ukraine right now. Let's put it that way.
And systems that they may request that
Might
we may
get
not talk
shot
about
up by the
because
ghost
for
of Kyiv.
operational reasons and their own process. It wouldn't be to their benefit to do that.
So he's potentially talking about U.S. systems that we just aren't necessarily aware of at this point?
He's talking about, we're not going to detail always every type of system or every type of weapon we're going to work with allies to provide. We have detailed it quite extensively from here, but we're not going to detail everything. We haven't over the course of time for operational purposes. But what he was conveying is that we'll continue to work with our partners and allies in meeting the needs and the requests that the Ukrainians have put forward.
And then Germany's Foreign Intelligence Service briefed the parliamentary committee over there that it intercepted radio communications of Russian soldiers talking about killing civilians. Is the U.S. either aware of that intelligence or does it have any intercepts of its own that show something similar?
I have seen the reports, but I don't have anything more on those reports or the intelligence. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, I guess the president obviously tested negative today, and according to CDC guidelines.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And Speaker Pelosi was not considered a close contact, but it seems like a very close call. I know you said that he had.
Did Pelosi? Oh, she got the Rona?
Guidelines, but given
I didn't hear that.
role and his age, is the White House considering any stricter measures to keep him safe? More mask.
Listen, he has 3 strokes a day, okay? He's on his way out. What do you want us to do?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Close call in the sense that they were in 2 events at the White House together within 2 days. She tested positive.
Sure. Okay. Well, for clarity purposes, the way a close contact is defined, it's not arbitrary. It's not something made up by the White House. It's CDC guidelines, and how they define it is being within 6 feet.
I'm sorry, Miss Saki. What are these CDC guidelines you're referring to? Because as a Chud living in Chudsville, I don't acknowledge these CDC guidelines, as you called them. I get my news from Facebook, okay? And to be completely honest, you seem to be full of shit. Those masks don't work, and they impede my freedom. You can take your vaccines, shove them right up your ass. My brother told me that a man was selling vaccination cards on the dark web, but they weren't forged. This man went and got the shot 90 times, Now, I'm not saying this is a true story. I'm just saying this is the story he heard on satellite radio. 90 times. Guy got the vaccine. Oh, wait. Our president today said the pandemic was pretty much over today in a meeting with the entire company. Which is sad. With the entire company? What company? I mean, just the, what the fuck is this? Indirect shares? What the fuck are you talking about? What is this? What the fuck is this? I love these random pieces of mail that I get. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I read our president and I thought you meant like Joe Brandon. I was like, oh, really? What company is he speaking in front of? Okay, so that's what I was afraid of. I mean, in a certain respect, and I know I haven't really explained what I left for, and it's kind of like, I don't have a super duper good reason other than the fact that, hold on, mainly it was like, as part of the crowd who was allowed to work home for a good long while, I kind of was just under the impression that when I combined the thought of working in a cubicle farm again with the drive time, I just didn't want to do it, to be completely honest. But by the same token, I wasn't working as hard as I should have been. I mean, if I'm being 100% honest. And that was a big part of it too, as I wasn't being fair to the company either. But I knew there was a point, and there were just murmurs of it, you know, of us moving back into the office. And at first I was like, okay, you know, it wouldn't be a big deal. But then I got to thinking, you know what? Can't remember her name. Starts with an A, I think. But the one who was hired exclusively as a remote employee CAD drafter. And I was like, you know what? I'd do that, you know. But of course, I mean, the way I was hired, it wasn't in the, you know, wasn't a part of my employment contract. So it was fair for them to say no, that I couldn't do that. What the fuck is this? I'm looking at this like it's from my insurance company. It's mail, but like, what is this? Preventive care. Oh, they're trying to get me to. I do need to get preventive care. That's for sure. And truthfully, it helps keep the costs down. I mean, I hate insurance, but truthfully, it's like if people did get preventive care, then they wouldn't need as much emergency care, you know, but then again, you just talk about how fucking expensive the shit is in general in this country, and it shouldn't be that goddamn expensive. So I think it's a trickle-down effect, right? That the cost of going to medical school is so expensive that as soon as the doctor graduates from college, they're in, what, $200,000, $300,000 worth of debt, maybe? If they're lucky. $500,000 worth of debt. And they got to start paying that shit back, like, ASAP. So, you know, they go into practice, whether it's a partnership or they work for a hospital, or if they go into private practice, you know, and they set the prices based on what the community, you know, going rate is for various services. But it's just like gas stations, right? You know, they don't have to get together and negotiate how to gouge people. It's just gas station A across the street decided they were going to jack the price up 20 cents a gallon. Well, gas station B on the other side of the street they're going to jack their price up too, you know, because as long as all the signs read the same, it doesn't fucking matter which station you go to. And then they try to they try to bring the customers in through other things other than having a lower gas price, you know. Well, we sell Polar Pops, and the technology behind our Polar Pop cups is so exclusive. If you put your dick and balls in it, they would freeze right off. Anyway. But yeah, it's a trickle-down cause and effect type thing, but it just, none of it should be as expensive. And I just love what you'd said the other day. And, you know, I'd heard it before, but it didn't really resonate with me as much until you had said it about the late stage capitalism. How in the beginning it's great, man. It fosters growth and competition, and you can get quick development, right? Like the Industrial Revolution that occurred here. Quick improvements. Businesses springing up all over the place. And they are just guys, you know, that start business and kind of make their money, but they find a very specific you know, industry or niche or whatever you want to call it that they fall into. And, you know, I couldn't say comparison purposes, but, you know, the people back then who had the money to start the business, even though it would have still been expensive by, say, you know, mid-19th century standards, they still would use slave labor, essentially, pay migrants next to nothing, use child labor, you know, and I'm talking about like factories and stuff. And so, yeah, it fostered innovation, but at the cost of others, you know, so it was still like the same problem that we have now, where you got mega money makers who are exploiting the labor of others, and knowing that they could easily pay more, you know, easily could just blanket sweep pay everybody more, and they would have to do with just a little bit less. But man, I have a second yacht that I've been looking at for a long time now, and I would love to purchase it cash. You know, no, sir. How about you consider this? How about you have to purchase everything that you want in your life the same way the rest of us do? You have to buy it on loan. You have to have good credit, you know, and you have to pay the interest on it. Like, you know, whatever car that I'm currently driving, yeah, it costs $500 a month. And that doesn't include the insurance. And, you know, I'm barely paying any towards principal. It's just interest. So I think that would be cool. I think that instead of being able to buy things outright and pay them off, that they should be required to take out a stupid loan with a super high interest rate, and they should be required to have credit cards. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way they can store their assets. Like, whenever they make it big in the stock market, they're not paid in dividends or anything like that. We just send them like a prepaid credit card, but with the interest rate already attached. Oh, shit. And they have to pay the bill every month, okay? Got to pay it every month. And by the way, if you're a day late, and this is not bullshit, I'll tell you just a quick anecdote about that. The first credit card I had when I was in college started off as a $500 limit. And then, you know, I was a young adult, you know, I was 18. And so my parents were paying the bill on it, and I hardly ever used it. But because, you know, it would just be minor purchases here and there in emergency situations, and then, you know, they'd pay it off. They immediately jacked the credit limit up to $1,500, and then it was jacked up to $5,000, you know. And that was dope because there was no interest. It was 0% interest. So it was just whatever you used, you paid it back, and that was it. However, in the fine print, it said if you were 1 day late, there would be consequences. And, you know, at just the most convenient fucking time, they decided to transfer the payments over to me. And it just so happened to be whenever, you know, Lily was born. You know, when I have the most money. Whenever I'm working at greatest purchase, barely starting out, you know, making like, I don't know, $10, $11 an hour or some shit like that with a newborn child. Yeah, so hey, take on the credit card payment. Anyway, so I did because I didn't have a choice. And, you know, when you got a choice between paying the electric bill to keep the lights on for your young family or paying your credit card bill, it's like, it'll be all right. I'll pay it a couple days late. Yeah, so that first day I was late immediately wiped away the prospect of 0% interest, and it went up to 35% APR. In perpetuity. So, yeah. But I think that would be a good way to, you know, kind of balance things out. Because what they don't understand is when you have immense wealth and you can just pay shit outright, you don't have to pay all the additional fees. You don't have to pay the interest. You don't have to pay late payments. You don't have to pay overdraft fees in your checking account because you had to pay the bill and you knew the money wasn't in there, but you still had to pay the bill. You know, they don't have to fuck with shit like that. They don't have to worry about those kind of things. So I think there would be a nice way to start to balance shit out. Just even a small percentage of balance would be sweet. Be sweet.
Cumulative total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. That they were not. All of their interactions were publicly available. I think you saw them.
I think behind the scenes, I'll be pounding Nancy's cakes, Jack. I got to work on my Biden impression. He doesn't have a super unique voice, though. Just old man.
And tested negative. We have incredibly stringent protocols here.
I'll have to listen to him speak more. And when I say that, I need to listen to him speak more, like outside of the Marine One, you know, like whenever he gets off the chopper and people are asking him questions and he has to speak loud, because his normal speeches are like, let me be clear, we've spent 14 million. You know, so there's not a lot of unique attributes that I can mimic, but whenever he's loud, it gives me more of an imprint. I can steal more details from that type of speech rather than just, you know, we were talking about the way we can assist in vegan problems. Let me be clear. It's called Nom Nom Corn. It's the newest variant. I'm sorry, did you say Nom Nom Corn? Good old Sleepy Joe, I'm telling you. He's the best of the best. Jesus Christ, man. I was just like had a deep dive mentally about Joe Biden just really quick. There's just a flash of images where I'm like, God damn it, dude, you're such a disappointment. I don't know. And when you compare like what he presents himself to be in terms of like his platform, compare that and what he says are his goals and objectives with like all the legislation he's been responsible for like crafting or helping to pass or whatever. It's like, no, dude, you're part of that generation we're talking about. Where in truth, it's like, you might identify with the left, but what was it? Somebody had said the other day that the establishment Democrats and the policies that they hold in this country are almost a mirror image of the Conservative Party in Britain. Somebody had said that, made that comparison, which to me is like absolutely batshit, because I mean, that's just clear-cut evidence that you're not progressive enough. And I mean that in the literal sense, like in the actual definition of progressive, not in like the political sense, you know? Like, to me, progress is good, right? We're always taught that. You want to move forward, you want to improve things. That, to me, is what progress is. And when our liberal party in this country is a carbon copy of the Conservative Party in Britain, it's fucking insane. I have a left representing party in this country. Our left is like center left. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, man. I don't even think it's fair for them to, well, you know, because the debate always comes up, like, about forming a third party. And the problem is there's just not enough, there's not enough representation, or there's not enough of a base that would be willing to identify with a third party candidate. I don't think. Yeah, exactly. They're all the same, man. They really are. But what we almost do need to craft a third party, but instead of calling it, you know, like Democrats, call it liberal, or, you know what I mean? Like something that says, yeah, we are, you know, in the traditional sense, I guess, identifying with the Democratic Party, but since it's such a fucking cesspool, like the Republicans, that we want to both identify what the crux of our platform is, but show that we're actually further left than what they say. Yeah. Yeah, Green Party. It's like, because I'm all for reforms that, you know, take the how do I say this? I'm all for parties that have the environment as a core principle, for sure. But I think a lot of it comes down to the marketing of it. And I know this is silly, but it's like I just said, you know, with like a third party candidate, nobody will vote for a third party candidate really, because it hasn't been marketed in the past, you know? Like, people are used to Dem or Republican, and anybody that falls outside of that is, they just aren't familiar enough with it, because it's not been some fucking ingrained institution as part of the country for a long time. So it's almost like they're leery of it. I don't know. So it's like, to me, the Green Party, immediately, in my mind, I just assume that their number one focus is the environment, which, even from like a policy perspective, isn't a bad idea. It definitely needs to be the crux of a lot of the changes. You know, we need to keep that in mind. But it also doesn't have the same muscle, if you want to call it that, as a different party who wants to, you know, like a populist, you know. And it's madness that, like, the Republicans are like the populists, you know what I mean? Like, why can't you have one on the left that's a populist, you know? Like, or why can't they market themselves that way, you know? I just think people get turned off at the idea, because if they're stupid like me, then they just assume, well, the Green Party, all they care about is the environment. And while that is a super important thing, you know, normal chuds like me are just like, well, what about taxes? You know what I mean? Or the traditional affects me type issues, you know, because these motherfuckers don't care about the environment. They don't care. They don't fucking care. Like, oh, it's gonna be, I'm gonna be dead and gone long before the fucking planet ever burns. It's like, well, you know, I'll still be here and your granddaughter will probably still be here, but appreciate the consideration. You know what I mean? It's like, so it's like you have to market it a certain way, and the problem is that Democrats don't have any idea of how to market themselves, like, or to seem appealing. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously coming up on the midterms, they're standing, the right is standing on this whole fucking don't say gay as their, you know, their main platform, their focus. It's just like CRT was a while back, you know, and I'm sure that'll still be floating around a bunch. But indoctrinating the youth is going to be the whole crux of their argument. What do we got? Like, what's our argument? Because you damn sure can't run on a, look what we've done for the country so far. Because while there are, like, accomplishments, there's nothing substantial that the salt of the earth type people recognize that you've done for them. Right? So I think that's the problem. And it's gonna need to be something large that, you know, President Brandon and the Democrats do, you know, from the midterms all the way through 2024 election. You know, he's gonna have to at some point, like, completely cancel student loans. Like, he keeps extending it, which is sick. I love that, because I damn sure can't afford to start paying it back right now. So that's awesome. I love that. But it's going to have to be something big. And the thing is like we talked about before and we talk about all the time, they don't have the balls to make anything really happen. I mean, I'm sorry, but if I were in the position that, you know, our leadership is in, I don't give a fuck if I got to change the rules. I'm tired of losing all the time. I'm tired of getting into a position where I can make a difference and not being allowed to. You know what I'm saying? Because this motherfucker wants to stand up here and read Dr. Seuss books all day, or, you know what I mean? Like, and even though there's a majority, there's not a majority, because the two roadblocks are just chuds in disguise. Like, they identify as Dems, but they're not, man. Like, they're not. I mean, Manchin probably even more so than Cinema, but it's just, it's very unlikely, if nothing substantially positive gets done between now and, you know, 2024, that they're going to lose a chamber, if not both chambers. Probably going to lose the presidency. And I can foresee it being a long time before that shit changes, if ever again. Because, like, let's say if Trump gets back in office and then they take back control of both chambers, they are going to change the laws so that every election going forward will always be contestable when they don't like the results. You know, and you already see it at the state level, all these, you know, laws that they're changing and to promote election integrity when there was no lack of integrity at all. And so, yeah, when they get back into power, they're going to change the rules. And we're going to be kicking ourselves because we didn't take the opportunity. And it's really fucking frustrating to sit back and watch. It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are just completely squandering the opportunity. It would have already been done if the Chuds were in control of what the Dems currently control.
To keep the president safe, to keep everybody safe. Those go over and above CDC guidelines, and that includes
Jen Psaki. I don't really give a fuck. Look at this orange bastard and his brother. Trump warns DeSantis against what?
Couldn't be
more qualified.
Jink.
You know what it's about. They're disgusting.
You know, but look, I agree with everything that you're saying, but the one thing that differentiates the right wing from the left wing in this country, and when I say left wing, I'm just broadly speaking, generally speaking, is that what we're experiencing in the Supreme Court as of today, right? Not with the confirmation of Ketanji Brown Jackson, but just the overall ideological makeup of the Supreme Court is the conclusion of a long-term, well-thought-out, well-organized project, well-funded project by the right wing. And I really want to emphasize that, because while the left engages in this ridiculous infighting where they minimize the impact of essentially helping to elect a person like Donald Trump, and they minimize the impact that would have on the Supreme Court, what do you think the right wing was up to? I mean, they were making sure that they paved the way to get as many conservative federal judges appointed and confirmed, along with changing the ideological makeup of the Supreme Court to their liking.
Right.
So
And that's exactly what I mean.
the left,
They stacked the deck while they had the
gets more
time
distracted by squirrels than the left
in
does.
case they don't fucking like the results, you know?
You know what? Apparently the left is so powerful that at this point we need to look within and start attacking our allies in Congress. I guess that's the that's the right
It's like
strategy.
what we talked about, man. The subgroups within the left
well-funded,
are all already screaming at each other, and that's all they do.
While we're all being distracted by squirrels, it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course I do. Although I'll add a caveat here.
Oh, here's Jink's caveat.
Democrats have been awful at getting the judges on the Supreme Court and on the federal bench overall, and that's very important. And Republicans have been great at it, which leads to the point we always make, which is that it's interesting that the Republicans are always competent on things like that, and the Democrats, otherwise known for competence in things like foreign policy, just can't find a way to get more people in the federal court system, right?
What does that have to do with foreign policy, though?
It's because, again, of the economic pressures from donors, right? And so there's not a lot of incentive to push a lot of pro-labor.
You see why that's a problem, though, right? When there are influences on getting anything done that isn't coming directly from, like, the people who are voting for them, like, fuck your donors, dude. I know it's like a necessary component to campaigning and shit like that, but that's like, it's akin to corruption, right? If not outright corruption, when you refuse to make things happen because, oh, well, my donors might get mad. Fuck your donors, dude. Like, your donors only care about making the money that they can then donate to you, and that in itself that's a conflict of interest as far as I'm concerned, and that's why people fucking hate politics in this country.
Because I've been a downer, and I don't mean to be, because there is
No, you're just being realistic.
I found, like,
There's no way to be optimistic
that
about it.
video of Kamala
Seriously?
Harris, for all the problems I have with her, including how, for some reason, she keeps painting herself as incredibly incompetent, which drives me crazy. But nonetheless, putting that aside,
Oh, is she self-deprecating? I'm that way too, man.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
It's easier to like make yourself a target than it is
expected to have the kind
be
of impact on me
targeted.
that it did.
I mean, especially if you're
It made me
self-conscious.
feel like, wow, in some ways there is progress in the country. It's hard to focus on it. It's hard to get excited about it when there's this like terrible right-wing onslaught at all times, with Democrats being incredibly weak and refusing to fight back. But with all that said, with all that pushed aside, that video was incredible. It made me feel good for a moment, and I'm really grateful for that.
Look, it sucks that that's our history, that historically black people overall, women overall, and especially black women have not been given equal rights, have been systematically discriminated against on a massive level. I mean, the injustices against black women in this country are untold. Now,
and they continue.
See a black woman vice president announcing the confirmation of a black woman Supreme Court justice. That's definitely progress, and we'll take it.
It is, but it's not enough, man. I'm sorry. You can take it.
Something else that Biden
But
did that was
it's
a win,
not enough,
but
man.
Don't worry, Jen Psaki made sure to try to roll it back. So let's talk about it.
Let me circle back to that.
President Joe Biden decided to do something great by aligning himself with organizing workers and unions during a recent speech that he gave to North America's Building Trades Union. But later, Jen Psaki decided to weirdly walk it back.
What?
But before we get to her statement,
Seriously?
why don't we take a look at a snippet of Joe Biden's speech?
Oh, it goes back to those donors, right?
That's what
Mega
unions are
Corps.
about, in my view, about providing dignity and respect for people who bust their neck. That's why I created the White House Task Force on Worker Organization and Empowerment to make sure the choice to join
He's gonna drop dead. If he doesn't drop dead before 2024, he will before the end of his second term if he gets elected.
By the way, Amazon, here we come.
What I particularly enjoyed about that video was like the snazzy, like mobster pinstripe suit where he's like threatening.
You watch.
Like Amazon here.
We're gonna come for you.
For that, Biden. Let's see more of that.
Yeah, well, it reminded me of the
Believe you me.
line from the Hoffa movie that Jack Nicholson did. You gotta do what you gotta do. Okay.
Except Biden does not give off an aura of mafioso. You know what I mean?
Really good. That was really good. So tell them how they ruined it.
Yeah. So let's go to Jen Psaki, who gets asked a question from a reporter. I think it's important to listen to the framing from the reporter as well. Let's watch.
President Biden today told union members, Amazon, here we come. Is he endorsing the efforts of workers to unionize Amazon facilities?
What he was not doing is sending a message that he or the U.S. government would be directly involved in any of these efforts or take any direct action.
Except the National Labor Relations Board does just that. It's a federal agency that deals with these issues.
What he was conveying is that is his longtime support for collective bargaining, for the rights of workers to organize, and their decision to do exactly that in this case.
I don't know why she did that. Well, I do. I apologize.
Yeah.
I know exactly why she did that.
Right.
But understand that supporting efforts to unionize is a popular stance to have as a politician. But the thing that makes that kind of support, that kind of encouragement a little complicated is if you rely on campaign donations from corporations like Amazon.
Right.
And it turns
there you
out
go, man.
that a former Obama administration official, Jay Carney, is now an executive over at Amazon.
Oh, that's surprising.
You don't like that at all. So let me give you the details on what happened. So Oliver Knox, who notably is a Washington Post journalist, Washington Post owned by Jeff Bezos, says, watch at your inbox, White House Chief of Staff. So that's a statement to Ron Klain. For those not in on this, senior Amazon executive Jay Carney, who was Biden's communications director for a spell in the Obama administration, has reportedly been emailing Ron Klain with complaints.
Oh, is he?
Strongly worded letters. But here's the problem.
And of course it worked.
It worked. Exactly. That's the problem. But I should also note that Biden received quite a bit of money in the form of campaign contributions from Silicon Valley corporations, including Alphabet, Google,
See,
of course,
this is such a fucking problem, dude.
Democrats
I'm sorry, this is such a fucking
with
problem.
Amazon contributing around
And I know I'm late to the party to acknowledge that this is such a significant problem, but this shit has got to stop.
contributed $6 million.
They can't they can't promote the welfare of the average worker, right, by encouraging them to unionize because they might lose campaign donations, which you need to get elected, right?
Top recipient. So not only do you have one of your bros, Jay Carney, working over at Amazon telling you to stop it, you also have that campaign money that's probably being used, as a way to, it's leverage essentially to ensure that Biden remembers what his role really is.
It's more than leverage, man. It's like absolute guaranteed assurance that he will not intervene or promote.
The reporter was perfectly good. Hey, does Biden support? I think so. He said, does Biden support the efforts to unionize?
What is the question for?
Cue the first video.
Like, why is the reporter asking that question? Is he trying to put him on the spot?
They're free to ask whatever question they want.
Like, I don't understand why.
I just feel like he asked, it's so obvious.
No,
It's obvious what Biden was saying in the video.
Yeah, it is obvious, and beyond that,
No, but apparently not, though.
no, it was. He was just trying to get Jen Psaki to confirm
So I know
that.
what you're saying, right?
It wasn't ambiguous at all.
That you're actually supporting unionizing? You sons of bitches?
Yeah,
right?
that's
I
how-
get it.
that's
I
how
get
it came across, yes.
I get that that's how it came across, so we don't have to replay it. But apparently it was a good question because he might have known, it doesn't matter why he asked it.
God
It's
damn
a-
it, maybe you're
He
right.
asked,
It's a good question because it should have been a layup, right? It was a softball in a sense. And Psaki says, yeah, of course we support the unionization's efforts.
I guess. God damn it. See, this is what's so hard and nuanced about the shit.
It's the easiest answer in the world.
Layup.
Easiest.
Yeah, it was a layup.
Hard about it at all. No, it sounded like she was waiting for that question so that she could say,
Yeah, she had it queued up and ready to go.
exactly.
Now, here's the thing. Fuck them unions, okay? But seriously,
or buts about that answer.
those unions would be cool. But like publicly, fuck them unions and then give me the contribution.
never take any
But
action.
quietly,
In fact, we'll do the opposite.
I think unions are great. You guys should probably unionize. But fuck them unions, especially at Amazon. Because election is coming up.
Of course, we're not going to support the average American worker. They didn't donate $6 million to us. These incredibly wealthy executives did. So we're going to serve them. And Jake Hardy's our friend.
And they run the country, man. They run the country by proxy. I mean,
Anyone who's
you know.
actually interested in doing reporting, real reporting, breaking a news story.
But they don't. It's not even by proxy.
Be a freedom of
You
information
know,
request.
the people who end up getting elected are direct representatives
over at Amazon.
of who
wanna know the
donate to them.
I want because
And they are there literally to
I already
protect their
mentioned
interests of these mega corporations.
video, but I want to reiterate. and
So it's not even like a true democracy in any sense of the word.
government does weigh in on these issues. That's what the National Labor Relations Board is all about. In fact, it's because of the NLRB that the Bessemer, Alabama warehouse workers were able to hold a second unionization vote because the NLRB had determined that Amazon had interfered with their first election, right? And so, like, she's like, don't worry, the federal government's not going to get involved. Federal government's not going to get involved.
Yeah.
But they have, and that's a good thing, and you should be celebrating and, more importantly, bragging about it. But again, they're tied up, right? They're tied up because they got to do right by their corporate donors and their homeboy, Jay Carney.
Yeah, no, I'm going to double down on the things that you said because she makes it sound like the federal government taking action on behalf of the American worker is a bad thing.
Right. That's exactly how I took it.
Yes, the government is supposed to help the average American.
Correct.
That's what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to help your corporate executive friends, Jen Psaki. I know MSNBC right now is like, oh, Jen Psaki, she's so good the way she crushes the average American worker. We love it. We're the left-leaning channel.
Right on brand.
Okay, yeah, it's very on brand for MSNBC. Okay, so, and to your point about the emails, and by the way, just when you paint the federal government as bad and them helping workers as even worse, that's a Republican talking point. And then you wonder why Biden's losing to Trump in polling now by 6 points. Kamala Harris losing by 11 points, and their polling is off a cliff because they do dumb things like, well, I mean, the Republicans are so right that workers should be crushed, right? And they don't even say the Republicans are right, which then leaves you with a feeling that the Democrats are the ones crushing the workers, and in this case, they are. And to your point about Jay Carney and the emails, I want to see all the emails, the ones that went to the government email address and the ones that didn't go to the government email address. Because what did Jay Carney say? Did he just make an ideological, philosophical point? My ass he did, okay? No, it was either, hey, what are you guys doing? We're all friends here, remember? I'll get you a job afterwards. Now, is Carney smart enough to not write that down? Of course, right? So,
We don't
but it'll be hints and winks and nods and etc. Remember how I used to be in your role? Now he wasn't chief of staff, but he was White House spokesperson, and then I got millions and millions and millions of dollars, not in campaign contributions, but that I put directly into my pocket. And if you want to get rich, you support Amazon and not the goddamn workers.
Yep.
And that's Jay Carney. That's the Democratic Party. And obviously it worked because that's why Jen Psaki came out here and said, we're so sorry for ever slightly
just
questioning.
literally licking the boot
We will
of
obey our
Amazon.
masters and make sure that we never stray from corporate rules. Jesus. By the way, you saw those campaign contributions. They largely went to Democrats. I wanted the Democrats to win because they were running against fascists like Donald Trump. Not hard to understand. Having said that, all those contributions should be banned. They're totally unacceptable. I don't care if a corporation is giving to Democrats or Republicans. If a company is giving to a politician, it is a bribe, okay?
Yep.
So it's legal, but it's a bribe.
It's
They're
a bribe.
not doing it for their health. And they're not like us. They actually care about principles and philosophy and ideology. If it was like, you know what, you could even say for some of the radical right-wingers that they're mainly heirs and they're just sitting on their fat asses living off of grandpa's money, maybe it is ideological, okay? But for the corporations, public corporations that are behemoths, they're not allowed to have an opinion. They're strictly buying votes. And yes, if you're a Democratic voter who got brainwashed by MSNBC and CNN, when a corporation gives a bribe to a Republican, it's bad. You agree, right? When they give a bribe to a Democrat, it's also bad. I know MSNBC convinced you that Democrats are angels, and they take the bribes and buy ice cream with it for the poor and then do the right thing, but it's not true. They do things like this where they go, just kidding, we're going to screw over all the workers for our friends who are the executives.
When we come back from the break, we're not getting off this topic because we have a new poll that shows you how the loser Dems just can't stop losing. We've got that and more coming back.
Jesus. That's such batshit insanity, man. But it really is. It's reflective of exactly what the problem is, you know? All right, man. I'm going to call it for tonight, I think. I'm going to get off here. I got a couple things I need to do. Then I'm going to chill for a while. But, yeah. I'll be back on tomorrow morning, too. Probably earlier than today. I got a late start today. I had a couple of things I had to fuck around with. But, yeah. I appreciate you coming in, man. I really do. Your support is very meaningful to me. So, again, yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. And maybe do some gaming. I need to do more of that. I have a feeling that ultimately that's going to be, you know, what some people come in for. I mean, I don't know. I just get on and I end up spending so much time, not just rambling, but you know, I can fill time for sure. You know what I mean? But all right, man. I will talk to you tomorrow, okay? And to anybody else who came through,